I'm way deeper in the Solana network than I am ETH, obviously. Like, I definitely
Mm.
have bias towards Solana. I think it's the
We,
future.
the Bitcoin network. I mean, there's still the Bitcoin core, which is but there's like network. There's like the Lightning network. There's what's the other one called? Let me look it up. I'll get you the names for them.
Remember.
But there's like, yeah, there are Bitcoin
Let's look it up.
developers, like people that are like trying to make it faster and more functional. It's like a sidechain thing, the Lightning network. There was another one. I can't remember the name of it though.
I'm trying to find it.
Hmm.
If there is one.
Yeah, there was definitely one. It had a weird name. It was like an
Root
upgrade or like a
Rootstock?
Segwit,
Is there one called Rootstock? Roots. I've never heard of this
maybe.
before. What'd you say? Sorry, Segwin.
Sigwit, I've heard of that.
Segwit.
Yep.
What's going on, gang?
I think these were just proposed. A Dbloc. Yeah, I think that was a proposed fork to improve Bitcoin's performance, but I don't know that it was actually realized.
One of the wallets that I use has Sigwit. I'm pretty sure it does as an option. There's Legacy and then there's Sigwit.
Yeah,
I think
yeah, you can
Yeah, I
select
see that.
that. You can. It is functional. It's there, but yeah, there's still Bitcoin Core, which is the original.
I'm about to hit the sack, but I want to go over something real quick
What's up?
because you're gonna hear about this all day today. So,
Let's hear
Bitcoin's golden cross on the daily. Hate the name. Absolutely hate the name Golden Cross, by the way.
So do I.
All right.
Yeah.
We got it. Cool. Before we get too excited, let's just run back in history real quick. Things about golden problem with golden crosses and death crosses is that by the time they trigger, the majority of the move is already done. When you look at this death cross right here that triggered right here, we were already dropping for a bit. After the death cross came in, there was very little left and we took off. But more importantly, they tend to revisit the 50 EMA on the crosses. So if we take a look at let's just take a look at our death crosses are easy. Death crosses, you just ride them back in. Our golden crosses have been a little tricky in history, so I just want to run through them real quick because I'm telling you tomorrow this is all you're gonna hear on all your YouTube channels and shit. In October, we had our bullish cross. We retraced 10%, and then we were gone like a rocket ship. But we pulled back into the cross. Right? The time before, we just took off. Gone. Never retested. Right? So now we've got a 10% pullback, and we've got one that just goes. One before that, we had our golden cross, pulled back 22%. Right? Into the 200 EMA. And then for the most part, gone. 2021, golden cross, pulled back 18%, and then took off.
So
Seeing a bit of a You're seeing a bit of a pattern here. Golden cross, price went up for a bit, retraced 15%, and then was gone for the cycle. We're not even going to look at this because this was COVID. But even in COVID, Golden Cross, a couple days later, ripped it. Imagine how nasty this was. We were just coming off a nasty retracement. Everything was starting to look amazing, and then you get a Golden Cross, and then you get COVID. Time before that, 2019, 14% retracement back down into the Golden Cross before it took off.
So the 50 daily is what you're like thinking might get a retest or recheck.
This is my concern. This one out of all of them is a bit of my concern. We had just come off of a dip. We were recovering. We had a Golden Cross. We pushed. But remember what I said about pushing without getting your retracements and then having a bigger retracement after? This is kind of what I'm worried about. I'm worried about pushing too early and then having 4 times the retracement that we should. The average so far is about 10%. We'll go back to the chart and see what this looks like if that was to play out, but let's go through the rest of them. 45% retracement on that Golden Cross. 57% retracement on that. This is bear market shit, so we can't compare that to now, but just to show you that just because it says Golden Cross doesn't mean shit.
Yeah.
Just like death crosses don't mean it's time to sell all your shit. 35% retracement after this Golden Cross.
To
So-
contextualize the Golden Cross, though, how many of those Goldens were blue sky breakout, price discovery Golden Crosses?
Yeah,
That's
so
really
if
not
we
many,
look
right?
if we look at ones that occurred towards tops, or not even towards tops, but right when things started to get parabolic, right? For me, we've always sort of matched 2016 more, which is funny because the one that sort of reminds me of what I think it looks like we're doing here is 2016. Even though I think we're here in 2016, but by this point our EMAs have already spread out crazy. If you want to get the closest time-wise, it would be this one. So let's look at the one that did break out and just keep going. This was Bitcoin ETF. Remember that consolidation we had at 31? We were there forever. Bitcoin ETF sent us. Right, so there's a catalyst attached to it. Right, which we have to take into consideration. If we look at our most recent one, then we came back down about 9%. If we were to do that now, oh wow, what's that? 100K? I'm just pulling the numbers, bro. I'm not making it. It's 101 to 100K. If we get a 9% retracement.
And that doesn't seem too nasty.
It's what it's what I've been calling for since we got into this consolidation. It's the return to the 50 EMA on the daily.
Yeah.
Right? By the time that comes down, the daily would be up. Not saying it has to happen. I'm just saying tomorrow when people jump on or you go on different channels and they start telling you Golden Cross, Golden Cross, Golden Cross, even if we pop, just try not to FOMO.
Yeah.
Right? We have top targets. We do. We've got targets all the way to 15. If this breaks up and goes bullish, we can hit 15. We've got the liquidations to get there. Target 2 is from our original pattern, our original bull flag. Target 3 is from this bull flag that we just built. Right? If bulls hold this 50 EMA, we'll see target 2 and 3. I just want to let you know that if this thing pumps through the Golden Cross and doesn't turn around, it will only be the second time in history that it did it. That's all.
I've got a couple of, you might be already aware of these Dbloc, but I'll share them. I'll just DM them to you. But
yeah,
they're just really good videos about preparing and what to look for as warning signs, And you probably know all this stuff already, but I'll show you it anyway.
Yeah, just want to give you
It's
guys.
kind of like psychology as well. Hopefully I'm messaging the right Dbloc account. The one sharing screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll
So
take a
there's
look at
that
it in the
one.
morning because I'm like
Oh yeah.
literally
No
like
rush. No
75%
rush.
asleep right now.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get
Yeah,
that
dude.
out.
This is like
Dbloc, was that MA or
This
EMA?
is-
Sorry, I cut you off, Rick.
The Golden Cross, the traditional institutional Golden Cross and Death Crosses are SMA, your regular MA, your 200 and your 50.
Yeah, my bad. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't usually keep MAs up, so.
Yeah, I don't. I try not. I only pull them up whenever we get close to big crosses
Yeah,
on
I hear you.
macro sort of time frames.
I feel that. Thank you.
No problem. All right, guys. I gotta get some sleep for real. Trade safe tomorrow. All right.
See you later.
Take it easy. Take it.
Take care, dude.
All right, guys.
Sleep well.
Rick, what time is it where you're at?
Thank you for your
It's
help.
8:44 p.m.
Gotcha. It's not too late.
Australia.
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 Got my bedtime here.
That's good. There's a couple of Aussies on here. Or a few, I think. Irregulars.
Yes.
I think I'm the only guy from New Zealand though.
I was going to
think
ask where
everyone
you're
else
from. I wasn't sure.
How is New Zealand? How is New Zealand? Is good?
cold. Yeah, it's good. Middle of winter at the moment, but yeah.
I'm in boring Virginia. Right near DC.
Must be late there. What's the time now?
It is around 6, I think. Yeah, 6:45 a.m.
Oh wow. Or in that case, that's early.
Yeah. I got up around 4, worked out, got on here.
That dominance, Bitcoin dominance is like sneaking up. Yeah, it's trying. Is it? That's good. He's got like a curiosity for it. Man, I wish I was like looking at the basics of trading and charts when I was 11. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of really good educational videos on YouTube about the very absolute basics of trading and like just market analysis, you know, right down to what a candle is, like what does it mean? Like why does it have a wick? What does the body of the candle mean? Like all that kind of stuff. And then it'll get into yeah, basic like market structure stuff. Yeah. Green is the path to selling, red is the path to buying. That's the way I see it. Well, that's the way we should all see it. Green is not the path to buying. Like you don't buy, in the midst or at the top of green, like that is for the selling. That is your asset appreciating in value so that you can sell it for profit. But yeah, I guess that's good. I think the whole FOMO thing, like buying when things are green, a lot of that, the intention behind it is that you're getting into ride the momentum, like because you believe it'll continue to grow. Like, you're well aware that you shouldn't buy high. Like I think everyone's got that down pat, the logic of that. But they want to join in on the momentum because things like markets can move a long way up at times. Like it's not all the time, but there can be like days on end of just pumping. So yeah, it is risky to do that, but it is one way. Not advice like it's not like it wouldn't be the way to get in, but yeah, 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 yep. The best value is to learn first. Like just become a student. Like read as much material as you can. Watch explainer videos. Listen to people with experience, like Dbloc. Yeah, because he himself, like, I'm sure yeah, like Dbloc, he was at once like all of us, like, complete beginner, and he had to learn all this stuff. So where did he learn it? Probably from the internet, right? Like all of us. Like you consume content. You just consume a lot of, like, over the years, you're teaching yourself, you're becoming aware of what the rest of retail thinks, like what kind of like theories are out there, and what is actually useful information and what is just hype and rubbish. And yeah, you learn to sort of filter through and find the usually, like, when someone's talking about a strategy or a setup, they're looking back to from past examples, like I mean, Dbloc was just doing that like 20 minutes ago, right? Going into the past and showing how it behaves with with certain setups and like certain features of the chart and like what it was doing at that time. Like that kind of stuff is good, because it's like, this is how these things behave. This is how markets behave in this environment. There are some firsts in this cycle. Like we've never had ETFs for Bitcoin before. So this is the first bull run with ETFs in the mix. With a United States administration very positive about crypto, seemingly. Like that's a first. So 1 mil on the account. Mhm. So it's a, like, expensive lesson. Yeah. What was the biggest takeaway from that? Like, what was the biggest mistake that you made, do you think? Oh, so the size, yeah. How did it blow up? Was it leverage? Like, was it liquidation, or was it, yeah. Mm. Yep. Yeah. So it was definitely a risk management problem. You know, there was probably no risk management at all, I'm guessing. We've all been there. Yeah. I've been down that road too, man. No, like, so you have to leave. You have and leave it open and walk away. Oh, yeah. Damn, dude. No, and like lots of leverage. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of leverage. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, gee. Mm. Yeah. Sure. When you're going through something emotional, yeah. Yeah. Tell you what, man, I feel like this weekend coming up will be like a weekend where the alts see a bit of action. You know what I mean? If Bitcoin manages to hold, yeah, yeah. Yep. So if Bitcoin stabilizes above $110,000, I think the alts will really like that environment during the weekend because Bitcoin tends to go flat. There's no outside influence from the stock market because it's closed. And altcoins can, they can have a play, basically. Yeah. That happened a couple of weekends ago. Yep. Yep.
If you look at total
But
three,
you just,
go ahead, Rick.
hmm.
Go ahead.
But yeah, I guess you just have to be cautious of when the weekend ends because that's when things start to sober up and come back to their, where they left off, Not all the time, but that happens a lot. That's like a common occurrence. You get like, the weekend pumps and then the weekend correction, like Sunday afternoon, Monday morning. Yeah, Sunday afternoon misery. Yeah, exactly. What were you gonna say about total three, man? Or others dominance or something?
So 1 second, Rick. I'll be right back. Sorry, bro.
Okay. Yeah.
How is XRP doing, Rick?
Let's have a look. I feel like it's being suppressed. It's trying to progress up, and zooming out on the hourly chart, there's definitely the technical setup of an inverse head and shoulders like staring at us in the face, But it's waiting on that launch, It's waiting for the it's waiting for that trigger.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised. It's like it's at like 240.
Yeah, it's not even okay. XRP was at $2.66, like or five or whatever, last week, like last weekend or whatever. Let me see. The 14th, yeah, the 13th and 14th of May, XRP was pumping like above $2.60. And what was Bitcoin at on the 14th and 15th? Let me
I
have a
got
look.
102 or something.
Yeah, 14th and 15th. Yeah, like at around 104-ish. It was in that big consolidation, that big triangle thing that we were in. And And then, yeah, BTC has gone up like all this week, but XRP hasn't seen any of that upside, really. It's still kind of dealing with the pullback. I'm going to put my screen up, actually, because it'll help to explain what I'm talking about.
What is you?
Um,
You don't have your meme
yeah.
screen up. You usually have your meme screen up.
Yeah, I do have that. Like my 8-way, like that. Lately I've been looking at the top coins, you know, like the top 8, but with, yeah, Bitcoin, let me like do a comparison. Let's bring in XRP. So XRP is the pink line. I'll go down to like the 15-minute chart. But you can see, what was the area that I was talking about? Yeah, so you can see XRP was up here, elevated. And if you link that up to the highs that Bitcoin was also achieving at the time, the correction on Bitcoin, if I just clear the indicators there for a sec, one sec. XRP. Yeah, the correction that happened on Bitcoin here and here were amplified on XRP. Amplified, see? Like, it completely dropped out of the picture. While you had Bitcoin like held a triangle, basically a wedge. And XRP, like instead of like holding formation like at around $2, you know, 50, $2.60, it completely dropped back out and went down to like $2.30. And we're still down there, really. We're only sort of just starting to curl back up. So that's been like, yeah, a bit of a deviation on the behavior. But there's definitely times where like they've performed in tandem, you know, like matched. Like I'd say this part here is very matched up, like there and then into that. That was matched up pretty well. But then they cut away. Bitcoin cut away and XRP didn't follow it. Probably the same with a lot of alts in that time. I'm going to jump up to a higher time frame. Let's go to like the hourly. Even the 4-hour. This actually helps because this is where Trump was inaugurated, right? I mean, sorry, elected on the 4th of November. He was elected here, caused a massive rally, but where was XRP at that time? It was still down. It was still down at like 60 cents, right? XRP, so while Bitcoin hit up over here, XRP was only just halfway up its journey. Like, so XRP did that, but Bitcoin did all of that. So there was like this lag. Yeah, Bitcoin took off here, and then XRP like took time to actually start over here. Like it was a delay. Go to the daily, see if it like highlights it more. Yeah, this is better actually. Look at this as well. This was like a crypto winter for XRP. Like this whole 2022 into 2020, like most of 2024, that whole range right there was just accumulation. Whereas Bitcoin had already turned on, you know, Bitcoin was already up, consolidated, another push up, and then XRP did this massive catch up. The other interesting feature, like when you compare XRP and Bitcoin as to like what chapter they're in, is that they both had an all-time high here, right? Bitcoin and XRP roughly.
That's
They both
interesting.
had
That lagging.
yeah, the tariff fear dump. So they both crashed at the same time, Bitcoin and XRP, during the the tariff fears. But look at the journey back to the high. Like obviously Bitcoin has made it back and is now discovering new prices. But
Also,
XRP is only here. It needs to come all the way up to here just to get, back to testing all-time highs. That's probably the same with a lot of alts, actually. Actually, you
yes,
know what?
a lot of votes have been
Ethereum,
high.
Ethereum, Ethereum came all the way down here.
Oh,
Like, let me whack on an
overlay add on Ethereum.
ETH. Yeah, look, Ethereum purple all the way down here. It got hammered compared to XRP and Bitcoin, like
Yeah.
really brutal. And then if you add Doge is similar again. Like,
I was surprised how far Doge pulled back.
yeah, Doge got pretty sold off. Yeah, look, Doge is very
Recent?
similar to Ethereum, like another huge collapse. I think most alts behaved like what Ethereum did with the sell-off, like the magnitude of it.
Crazy sell-off.
Yeah, it was impressive to see how XRP seemed to hold roughly that $2 level. Without, total collapse like the other alts. Yeah.
Rick, I sent you a message.
Can you
Oh,
overlay
okay.
with?
Thanks. Whiff? Yeah, sure.
With train.
Log whiff hat. Yeah. Whiff peaked like at a different time too, like all the way over here. And it bottomed similar time as Doge. Oh wait, was that ETH? Yeah, ETH. Similar time to Ethereum. Because is Whiff is a Ethereum altcoin? Or is it a Solana?
So,
Solana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Just gonna read your message here. One sec. When BTC.
what is that list of
Nice.
tickers on the right?
These?
On the far
what?
right.
Oh, that is that's Bitcoin's orders that have gone off. Executed buys and sells.
Oh,
So that was a $6 million Bitcoin sell on OKX for 50, which means 54 Bitcoin. This one's a 17 Bitcoin. But yeah, there's some. Look at that sea of green right there. That's a lot of buying.
Yeah.
But that's like that ping pong sound you hear, that bing bong bing bing bing, whatever.
I've been conditioned to like it now. Like when I hear it, I get excited. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And these orders, they are like in 5 minutes, but this is aggregated orders, or this is just one order?
This is across a few different exchanges. You can see there's Binance, there's Coinbase, there's OKX,
let's take one for
there's
example, like this
Bybit.
OKX, for example, 6 million one. It was one particular order, or it was like many orders inside?
That is one order. That is one person, like
basically
selling
one
6
guy
million
came and bought 6 million.
Yep, and dumped 6 million. Yep.
I wish I had 6 million in Bitcoin.
And the price will either, when someone sells $6 million of Bitcoin, but it doesn't cause a big red candle, that means there's enough liquidity to fulfill that sale at that price without slipping the price. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what does this 54 means?
So 54 Bitcoin. So $6 million is 54 Bitcoin. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, like if the book is thin though, and someone dumps 54 Bitcoin on an order book, with only like say 20 Bitcoin of buys between here and say, 100K, then you'll get a really nasty red candle, like, because there's not enough, there's not enough support to fulfill that order or that sale.
If you don't fill the order, you won't finish the candle.
Yeah, like
You get no candle.
depends. Yeah, like so this isn't the order book. This is actual executed trades of buys and sells. Like these are what have actually transacted.
Because there was
That's a
somebody
different
on
order.
the
That's
other
like
end.
trading
There
you.
was somebody on the other end of every transaction. So if you don't
Yeah,
have somebody on
yeah.
the other end of the transaction, it can't go up or down.
That's right. So, the way I
Does it
think about it,
matter? Does it even matter what the price was that you're carrying it at? So say you're carrying it
Well-
at 10,000 and you sell it at 100,000. Does that make any relevance in the value of the price going up or down? You bought it for $10 and sell it for
look at this
$100
basic.
profit or $1,000 profit?
I'm going to do this basic drawing, this explanation of the way I understand the order book. Okay, let's say the current price sits here, right in the middle of the buys and sells. Like the buys are on the bottom, the sells are on the top. The current like price is right there. The book, the order book, will have. Wait, let me get like a representation of. Let's just say Bitcoin. Let's just say there's 1, 2, 3, 4 Bitcoin for sale at this price. Let's say this is $100,000, like, right? 100K is the current price, the market value of Bitcoin. Someone's got 4 Bitcoin for sale at, 99.8K, 4 Bitcoin for sale at 99.8K. And then up here, like, let's say the book is kind of clear until like up here someone's trying to sell 3 Bitcoin at 101K, and then you go down the list. Like let's say there's not much action on the book, let's say it's a really thin book and there's like something like that, and then like but then there's a whole bunch sitting here like down at 90K. If someone has like in their balance like let's say 10 Bitcoin. Wait, let's just count these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if someone has 10 Bitcoin and they just dump it on the book, that means all the Bitcoin at 99.8K gets sold. That one gets sold. These 2 get sold. And then 3 of these get sold. That's 10 Bitcoin. That means the price slips all the way down to 90K very quickly because someone had enough money or someone had enough Bitcoin to clear the book and crash the price down to 90K. However, what the whales love to do is they love to see the book stacked, like absolutely stacked with lots and lots of Bitcoin at a price, so that when they dump 10 Bitcoin, they get a price that does not cause slippage. Like it's not going to cascade through there because there's enough orders, there's enough people bidding to absorb that sell pressure. And that's why things stabilize and hold ground. That's why supports get supported on the order book because there's enough demand. Like this is demand. This is the demand side, this is the supply side.
Hey, could you look at your 8th screen for a minute?
Yeah.
I think alts are dumping.
Let's have a look.
I was just curious.
Which one, like the Memecoin ones or the big 8, like these ones?
This works. And with
Okay.
Sui took like a little dip or maybe like a fast dip, and with
Yeah, let me get like a new 8 going.
It's
Let's
not too
pick
dramatic. So I
this
guess it's
one.
not all of them. So it's just
If you go down to the 5-minute chart, yeah, there is like a pullback happening. Bonk, whiff, Ponke, Peanut, Chill Guy. Yeah. But if you zoom out, if you go out to the hourly, it's all like whiff is in a it's in a box like that. There's nothing to be concerned about yet, I don't think. Chill Guy's in like a box as well.
like Mudang has weird market structure.
It does. It's so crazy. Mudang is all over the place.
Yeah, like when I looked at it, I was like, this is kind of
But
unpredictable.
it is so high performance though. Like just from this little cradle down here all the way up to the highs, that's like 23%. That's pretty good. And like this pump here from the low all the way up to the top there, that's 71% pump.
Yeah,
That's
it's
big.
huge,
Like
huge pumps.
in one day it pumped like that.
It's
But
pretty
yeah,
crazy.
it
Like if
looks
you can
very
get
erratic though. Yeah.
it's they happen so fast too.
Yep.
Rick, which
No,
is the
it
what
is.
is the website you use for this order history on the right? It's not TradingView, it's
Oh,
something
this
else,
one?
right?
Yeah, no, this is
Yeah.
a AGGR
Other
dot
trade, I know that.
trade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know that.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'll set it up now.
And so the way to use it, by the way, let me just delete what's on here and just have it at AGGR dot trade. This is how it will load. This is like the
Uh-huh.
default interface, right?
Uh-huh.
What you want to do is select the little search icon, the little magnifying glass. And let's say you don't want to look at Bitcoin. Let's say we want to look at Ethereum. You can do this
Yes,
with any
that's
of them,
what
but
we want to look
just
at.
type ETH and select it here. You'll see that these are all the exchanges. It's got 51 exchanges worth of data that it's pulling from. So click on that and then unselect Bitcoin. So you want to click off so that it's just Ethereum's left there in green. And then hit connect. Hit connect just here. And then also you want this. This is like the orders list. Like this is the orders that have gone off. You want to do the same again. So you want to go ETH, click it, uncheck Bitcoin, and then hit connect. And then that'll give you, the executed orders. This is another little panel down here called the liquidations, like that get listed. It's not as important, but you can select it. Just so it's all Ethereum, right? And I forgot to hit save or connect. So yeah, everything's ETH now. And then the beauty of it is, yeah, you can, change the chart interval. Like you can make it a 5-minute chart for Ethereum. But go into this cog up here and you can filter the size of the orders that actually come up here. So see how I've got it pushed all the way to the large orders? I'm only looking at extremely big orders like that come up here. I'm not interested. Watch what happens when I slide this all the way down to small. That's everyone. Like that's absolutely, you know what I mean? So you
This is the
filter out.
website that makes the
Yeah.
noises.
Yes. Yeah. So you got to filter it just to like a level that you're happy. You don't want too much noise. Like you don't want it because obviously there's going to be activity all the time of buys and sells, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to know when the extreme pumps are happening, have the threshold up like pretty high.
Oh, are you the one who
then-
like puts the noise on? Or no, I guess it would have to be Dbloc.
It's not me. Yeah, maybe people. Yeah.
We call it
But
somebody's
like
playing Mario.
that sound
Yeah.
makes me happy now.
You can change the pitch. Like let me show you the pitch thing. I'll get some more orders happening so you can hear it. You can make it low.
Yeah, it's like setting off my dopamine.
You can make it really high. Sounds like Tinkerbell.
Oh yeah, it does. I like this website.
Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool.
God, I have so many tabs open.
Thanks a lot for the explanation. It saved me a lot of time. I'll use it now.
No worries. Does that help? I hope it helps. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I always wanted to use it, but I didn't know how to set it up.
Yeah. The big thing is people forget to adjust like the threshold of what they're actually getting on here. Like I think by default it pretty much shows everything that's going on in the market, you know. But I tend to filter out all that crap and just have it fairly high up.
What do you think
You
about
could-
unemployment rates coming today? I think that will be a big drama today.
I thought you were just gonna like full stop say, "What do you think about unemployment?" I was like, oh, "Sounds great, man." What do I think about it? Yeah, I mean, that kind of
God,
plays
today's gonna
in with.
today's gonna be
Mm,
volatile, isn't it?
it could be. We're heading into a Thursday session for you guys, aren't we? Yeah. Back on Bitcoin now.
Mhm.
Just adjust the threshold.
Do you look at the CVD? Do you keep an eye on that?
Nah, that's. I mean, it's not. It's not that it's not a good thing. I don't tend to look at that too many oscillator things. I'm sure it's helpful, like if you know how to use it and stuff. Cumulative
I
volume
don't.
delta. Mm.
I don't know how
It's
to.
like a sophisticated volume indicator, as far as I know. There's also something called the VWAP, the volume weighted average price. So it's kind of like a moving average, but it's got a bit more intelligence behind it. It takes into consideration volume, like if some kind of market move or price happens off low volume, it won't be weighted as heavy, so it kind of filters it out a little. Whereas if things are happening off high volume, it's gonna that's actually like quite a high impact, and it'll weight heavier into the result of the VWAP.
I like the anchored VWAP.
Yeah, there's and it works intraday. Like it's like you can't see the VWAP on the daily or weekly chart. It has to be inside the day. So like the 4-hour chart, the 1-hour chart, and below. But yeah, it just depends on the strategy that you're sort of using. If you're trading, if you're scalping.
I never
I watched
used the regular one.
Mhm.
What? I never used the regular one. I haven't
Yeah.
really used it.
I watched 2 very very good videos today that I'll share them to you. Hang on a sec. Copy. I'll put them in just for anyone that's interested in what the hell I'm saying. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. Does Dbloc have rules against sharing like YouTube videos, that kind of thing?
No. You can post anything on the chart.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just put it in general chat. But
Yeah.
That's probably okay.
this girl here that made this video has an extremely good sort of approach to how to get out of the market, like when to take profit, like what things to look for, what to
Oh,
avoid,
I've
all that kind of
seen.
stuff. It's really helpful. Yeah.
I've seen her. I like her. I haven't watched
Yep.
her in a while, but I like her.
Yep.
I mean,
So
I
that's a
joined her
good video.
Discord just 'cause it was free. I don't look at it very often though. But she has a free Discord.
This is the Discord to be. This is a good one.
Oh yeah, I know. This is the only one I'm really in.
Yeah.
Did you
But
post
these
it
two
already or not
videos,
yet?
yeah, I put it in general chat in Dblocs. So
She
the
seems
first video,
smart, like reasonable.
yeah, I mean, it all makes sense when what she's not trying to shill anything. She's just telling you like the mindset, what to look for, like, what things, like what charts to be looking at, and what historically has happened at tops so that you know what to see and look for and be on the lookout for so that you don't ignore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah. Stuff like
sounds
that.
like a good idea.
Yeah. But yeah, I just watched them today. I was like, wow, I can't believe I haven't come across this channel before. It's really, those videos were very well, like, done. Like the information is so, like, helpful. It's very good. The problem is that most of retail won't hear that kind of advice. Like they'll be busy looking up what's gonna 100x this season. You know what I mean? They're gonna be watching hype videos. Or people's opinion on what's gonna like rip, like what's going up, instead of strategy. I think it's better to look at strategy and like learn strategy, learn how to defend what you have and not get wrecked, essentially.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's the challenge.
Mm-hmm. See, like my first couple of cycles, I guess especially the first cycle, going into the market and not having a strategy, not even knowing like what to do really, is like the beginner. That's the beginner exposure to crypto, I guess. You come in and you have no idea, like you just don't know what to do. You just
Yeah, I didn't
you buy
know.
stuff and yeah, you just
Buy
buy
the
stuff.
dip. Just keep
Yep.
buying the dip.
And you hear all the advice like, oh, diamond hands, like just hodl, just hold it, forever.
buy,
And that
buy the freaking
doesn't.
dip.
And yeah, and then the second cycle, it's like, okay, I've got a bit more knowledge, but that was when I was fresh and new to leverage and trading the derivatives, like perpetual contracts, that kind of thing. Because that wasn't around in 2018, at least not widely available. I think at BitMEX was the only place you could trade leverage. But yeah, I didn't touch that in 2018. But then, yeah, Binance Futures came out in I think 2019, like around the middle or the back end of 2019. And then you had like a wave of all these other exchanges like Mexi, Bybit, Femex has leverage. There's just so many now. There's so many leverage exchanges out there.
Is this your third cycle?
Yeah, this would be like the third bull market, I guess you could say. Yeah. But I wasn't around in the bull market leading up to the high. I came in at the top of the 2017 bull market, like that. Came in at the very top. So yeah, everything was crashing when I was trying to learn. Everything was crashing and people were getting wrecked all over the place.
I didn't even know what I
Did
was
you
doing. I just started
did you do
buying
trading before?
near the
Before
end.
that?
Nah, no prior experience whatsoever. Complete noob in 2018. Yeah.
Right, in
The thing that
28,
really got me
not even looking at charts.
interested. Yeah, the thing that got me interested was I saw a news story about these just everyday people that made a whole bunch of money off XRP, and I was like, oh, what the hell? Just everyday people, like like they were highlighting that the barrier for entry was so low that anyone could get involved in this, like anyone could do it, and this was on the news. Like I was exit liquidity, like I was dumb money. I came in, had no idea what I was doing. Threw in like $300 or whatever, and
Kind of
then
like every
pretty much
shot
lost.
it's off.
lost, yeah, lost most of my money, and then the anger of losing that money, and thinking that it was all just like it was too hard and difficult, and walking away from crypto in the bear market of 2018, like at the bottom, when I could have bought Bitcoin for $3,000, that kind of time. I didn't want to touch it because I was angry about losing, the 300. I'm like, screw this. This is a waste of time and money. Like, it's a scam, which is a very common perspective of retail, I think. Because they're
You all,
uneducated, because they don't have experience, they think it's too hard. It's like everyone's out to get you in the market,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many stories like that among my
Yep.
friends. Everybody's saying
The
the same
bear
thing.
market, yeah, the bear market will burn 95% of retail, and that's why no one buys it in the bear, because everyone's angry and like licking their wounds from the
plenty,
damage of the bull market. Yeah.
plenty of people buy it during the bear because they're the only order which, they're like, well, I won't buy it here. I'll buy it $5,000 less. So then the next order in the book, and it goes there for a little bit until somebody else is like, I'll buy
Yeah.
it less.
Yeah. So I started making like profitable trades. Like I was starting to pick up skills in the 2021 bull market. Like, there was Doge Day 420, there was SNL, Elon Musk went on SNL. There was that pump. There was like there was a few different phases. There was like NFTs, gaming, there was Shiba Inu. There was a few things that happened in that bull market. But yeah, just different trends, different phases. But yeah, the bear market happened, and we had sort of splintered off from Tame's Discord. At least I did, and a lot of us did, in around, I think it was like August or September of 2021, roughly. This was before the bear hit. This was like before the 69K all-time high. We had sort of broken off and splintered, hard forked. And then the bear market happened. I got like preoccupied with just real life stuff. I was still very much dialed into what was happening in crypto, but I was kind of like less hands on with Discord. Like I kind of walked away from it for a time. But then I came back in around June of 2022, June, July. I remember like not too long after I had come back into the Discord, the Queen died, Queen Elizabeth of England. That was in like May, I think. Or wait, no, it was in September, I think.
That
8th of
makes sense.
September or something like that. Yeah, so she died in the bear market. And then FTX happened in November, and it felt like the sky was falling. Felt like, yeah, it was actually a horrible year. That's the year that Russia invaded Ukraine. Well, like when it became like, headline news that they were doing that, you know,
How much money?
special operation.
What
And
up,
then there was the
homies?
Terra.
GMG.
There was yo. Then there was the Terra Luna collapse. Not long after that, that was in like, I want to say maybe May. And then there was
No,
Celsius.
it was July.
because June is when we hit all-time high and we started going down. And right after that, just to push the price even further, it was one after the other. So it was Celsius,
yeah.
Luna,
I'll give you a
FTX
hint.
was the
I'll give you a hint so you don't accidentally use May again. May is when Mother's Day happens. Wink, wink.
Yeah. I used to have annotations on a chart of when all these events happened, like with arrows pointing to the day, like pointing to the candle.
It wasn't me.
But
Because
yeah,
I remember I was still positive with a few coins. I bought FTM at a ridiculous price.
I'll
in May.
circle I'll circle the Terra Luna collapse. It's this. That's the Terra Luna one. And then this was the Celsius
Oh.
collapse.
And can you
Is
show
that
Russia,
May?
Ukraine? Because I wasn't there, but that was just before I
Yeah.
joined.
So all of this volatility here was Russia invading Ukraine times, and then also like the Fed starting to raise interest rates and all that kind of stuff.
And then Russia
Runaway
banned
inflation.
crypto and taking it from all the oligarchs, and then it's okay.
Yeah, everybody was hiding their money.
I don't know. Let's build it up. Let me split screen this. I'm gonna get a Google search engine on the right, and then this on the left.
You should use a
Like
chat.
chart.
Search engine.
Yeah. Should just ask Chat GPT. Google. Okay. When was the Terra Luna collapse? May 2022. Terra Luna crash in May. Triggered. 9th of May. Okay, we've got a date. Let's find the 9th of May and put an arrow. And then we can annotate. So yeah, right there. That's the day. I'll zoom in on it and we can have a look.
So how high
Big
we going
fat
up?
red candle. But you can see the market was already under stress like before the official collapse date. But I'm going to annotate that. I'm going to put.
Or did we hit the top last night?
I'll just say Luna crash.
You know what was crazy is that when they went to the offices of FTX in what island was that again? So they have no taxes.
Bahamas?
America?
I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. When they went to the offices of FTX, bro, it was just like a normal looking office. Like, I can't believe like $1 billion company was run like that. Even the USDT offices in the Bahamas, there's no one there. There's no one there. It's just the address so that they can get their tax cuts.
Yep.
There's no one there in the USDT offices in the Bahamas.
The fall of the Celsius network, a timeline. Okay, I'm going to get a date out of this article. April 12, 2022, Celsius network shows its first signs of distress. May 2022, algorithmic stablecoin Terra. Sister coin Luna implode, $40 billion collapse. Oof. June 12th, 2022. Celsius freezes withdrawals and swaps. June 30, Celsius hires restructuring expert Alvarez and Marshall to Marcel.
Can you explain how it collapsed? Because like if they're able to pay the people who lost their money a couple years after, that means that there was actually money.
No.
Why did FTX collapse?
There was not
So
actually assets.
June 12.
Bitcoin crashed and it was easier to acquire, or the price went up so much higher than where people lost it, under 60,000. Now it was in the 60s, 70s, 80s. It was high enough to make up the difference.
But why did FTX collapse if they actually had money on hand?
They didn't.
Well, they didn't. I think
FTX,
also
who paid
CZ,
for the restitution?
Who paid for what?
I know the CZ conspiracy. He's the one who orchestrated the FTX collapse.
Well, he held a lot of FTX as well tokens on Binance.
Yeah.
When
So
he
do you know what
depegged, when he depegged,
do you know what B booking is?
bro, you get cut off, bro. You're
Sorry.
when you talk, it gets cut off. No,
Do you know what
because I want to know why. Like, I still kind of vague how they collapsed.
11th of November, Alameda Research filed for bankruptcy.
is that
Bankman
a
Fried
better connection or
resigned as
no?
FTX and was replaced.
All right. So do you know what B booking is?
B booking.
Yep.
Nope. What's B booking?
They didn't segregate customer funds, right?
That was FTX,
Okay, all right.
and they were losing their asses on those customer funds. Let me
'Cause
see.
I know that there were a couple of times when people doing leverage trades, and then CZ would F his trades when CZ finds out that his wallets are doing some trades. He lost a lot of the customers' money that way.
November 7 was a very bad day for FTX. That's when CZ was like, no, we're not going to help you. We're not going to buy you out. Because he said that I'll try and help. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
He's like, I'll offer to help you. Like,
Yeah, I remember that.
but when he looked at the books and he's like, this is disgusting. Like, this is all like corrupt and, terrible. It was really messed up,
It was a hot mess. He didn't want to be part of it.
So what I think they were doing is I think they were recording transactions, but they weren't holding any assets. So when the assets erupted into a bull run, you get the bank situation. There's not enough cash to give everybody what they want if they're cashing out.
Now, just for the little annotations here, when did Russia invade Ukraine? Like, when was the official kickoff day?
February 22, I think.
There's got to be a date. Yeah, the 20th of Feb. 20. Oh wait, that's 14. Can't be that. Let me just say 2022. February 24th, 2022, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, that was like the full-scale day, Feb 24. So that was right here. Like right in the middle of all this volatility.
Yeah, the next day everybody started buying Bitcoin. All the Russians.
Yeah, there was actually a rally after that announcement. Look at that candle, huge up.
Because Russian ruble crashed from 30 rubles per dollar. It went to 150.
Yeah, and do you remember the sanctions on Russia? Like all the sanctions.
Absolutely, yeah. I was all in the middle of it.
Yeah. It's wild, man.
Hey Alex, how do they buy in Russia the Bitcoin? Is it do they use exchange? Like, is it allowed over there?
We have P2P. That's the big difference with America. Like I live in 3 countries: Russia, India, and Thailand.
Wow.
And we have very easy P2P here. You just go on any exchange and buy person to person, like any amount. People do it like every single moment.
Okay.
And very easy setup. But in America, it's very difficult to do.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's my cash flow business unit, man. It's the best way to move my cash. Yeah, P2P, man.
Now, CPI is another big deal. So this is an inflation chart. This is peak inflation up here. That was reported 9.1% on the July 2022. That's nasty. Wait, let me go full screen on that So I want to go to the line chart version of it.
What is CPI?
The consumer price index. That's
Alright.
basically inflation. Yeah. There used to be a way to view it where you could see
That's because
the line
America
chart.
stopped all the trades with Russia and stuff. That was big, kind of like sanctions kind of feedback. The
Yeah,
whole
failing
world
that,
economy changed.
I'll open it on an actual inflation chart here. Here we go. US interest rate year over year, or inflation rate rather. Here we go. Peak inflation, 9.1, reported on the 1st of June, 2022, 1st of June. So that's a very bad day. Like that's probably what that red candle is right there. So it was a terrible year. There was so many bad things that happened.
Woo! Bitcoin, go, go, go. Big
yeah.
buy.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, Luna collapse.
Anything positive you can remember?
Oh, from 2022. Amazing buying opportunities.
I mean,
Yeah.
like some historical
I'm not
events
on my
that
other
pump the
computer
price.
right now, but I think you're the guy I showed that to, right? Showed it in my screen. Like every major explosive price action of gold has been happened right after every major black swan in the past 30 years. So every $500 climb of gold has happened days after the pandemic, days after 9/11, days after the housing crisis. Gold rallies on bad news.
1st of
I
September
have never
2024.
seen a chart rally on a happy day. We inaugurated Trump, but it was the start of the correction. As soon as Trump got inaugurated, we started going downwards.
Well, these are some other
Oh, man, that was
annotations I need
rough.
to
January
add.
to March.
This is where I got into crypto, right
Which
over
one?
here. Like right there. That's where I got into crypto. Somewhere in that circle.
Guys, big buys on BTC. Like really big buys. Pre-market big buys. And
Excellent.
it just created a new high.
That's good. I'm gonna filter this aggregator so that I only get like big
111, boys. Gonna keep going, man. Jasmine wants to break out too. I'm gonna put a little on Jasmine.
Well, I'm just gonna keep adding
Let's go,
history on this
Jasmine.
chart, this annotations and stuff. It's good to have this stuff. I remember when
Do you
Elon Musk.
do you publish your charts on TradingView, or just when you share the screen?
No, just when I screen share. Yeah. I remember the day that
You
Elon
should,
Musk
bro.
put.
You have your annotations.
Oh,
You should save that, man. That's pretty cool.
yeah. I will. I'll save it. Yeah. This is when Elon Musk put the Bitcoin symbol in his Twitter bio, like back in 2021, and it caused like that candle, that wick right there. So Elon Musk adds BTC's logo on Twitter.
Boys and girls,
Which date
a
is
little
it
heads
again?
up.
Morning, everybody. I just sold my IBIT,
Morning.
63.12.
IBIT?
Uh-huh. The only thing I'll invest in
Yum,
crypto.
yum. Yum, yum.
Yeah.
Why did you sell? It's still a Thursday. You could have waited until tomorrow. I mean, this thing's still gonna be waving up and
Guys,
down till tomorrow.
I trade over 140 different stocks. I'm in and out of stocks all the time. It's just another stock.
Bro,
It trades
I'm not
100
going to get.
you
I'm
sure
not
you
stocks
don't
gonna,
have
in a different country.
I'm not
I'm
going to get
stuck
another
with the
30% gain. I've already.
nah.
I had already another stock. Yeah, going up 40% this morning. 42%.
Yo, Clive.
Yo,
Yeah. Can't you hear it in my voice? I'm a little
again.
calm. That means I
Okay, cool. Cool.
actually took profit.
There you go.
Can't you hear it in my voice? That was a long hold, man.
Clive, I just sold my first kid and bought Bitcoin.
Now I'll wait for a downturn, and I made 3.19% on it in a day. That was a decent profit, and I'll move into something else. I'll buy it more. I'll buy it at 70 if it's a good buy. Apple is dumping for some
Do
reason.
you remember? Do you remember in 2021 when Elon Musk did a 180 and said that he was concerned about the environmental impacts of Bitcoin mining and it caused a collapse,
Sure.
caused a crash? Remember that day? That was the
Resulted
12th
in
of May.
We're
Yeah, I
challenging
remember.
Yeah.
price discovery, guys. We just wicked up to 111.5.
It like
Nice.
catalyzed, and then only a few days
Guys,
before
Sui is
that,
moving.
Mhm. 8th of May.
Sui is moving
This is
strong.
when Elon Musk on SNL.
It's 4%.
Ooh, market's taking a little dump here. Why? What the hell am I losing?
Yeah, Nasdaq is down and crypto's up. So
Huh.
stocks are down, but crypto's up. Stocks are down because of like
People are
bonds.
moving.
Right. It's different pressures.
Yeah, different thing.
Yeah. United Health is down.
Yeah, go ahead, Ricky. We're talking.
Oh, it's
Well,
all good.
Trump.
I'm
Damn.
just annotating the big events that happened on different days in the bull
Okay.
market last time.
I like that. Like when you in that chart, so that's events, right? The next chart
Yeah.
is just FOMC and CPI releases, like on
Yeah,
every the major ones. And what
Yeah,
happens?
there
See,
were-
we
there
can
were-
try compare.
There were a lot of catalysts revolving around Elon Musk. He was like I don't know, in the 2021 bull run, he was very like dialed into crypto and yeah.
And then another
Michael
chart
Saylor
where
was around, but wasn't
Uh-huh.
as he wasn't as like people weren't really listening to him as much. Like he wasn't the poster boy for crypto at the time. That
Do
Elon
you
made
really
himself
think
out
he
to
is
be.
do you think he really is the
Well-
poster boy for crypto?
Who?
Elon.
Elon, he was trying to be. He was he
No.
was a huge advocate in the run up.
Right.
Yeah.
But do you think he is anymore?
No, he's
Oh,
not
okay.
the voice of
Okay.
crypto now. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I
was
think
just
he
curious
removed
if you were
himself
drawing the
from
same
that.
line.
Yeah.
There was
I think his shareholders told him to stop.
there was like a second part to this Elon Musk expressing concern about Bitcoin mining, the environmental impact. The second part was that they removed the ability to buy Tesla cars with Bitcoin through their website.
Right.
Because
Yeah, I
they
remember
added that
that.
feature. Do you remember that? Yeah, he
Yeah,
took
I
that
remember that.
and that was a big
I remember all
for,
things. I remember all things, Elon.
Yep. And then there was during 2022 there was because Tesla held still $2 billion of Bitcoin, but they reduced it. They didn't sell all of it, but they reduced it. And I think that
Right.
happened roughly around like May or June of 2022. Yeah.
Yeah, that's around the time
Like they were-
Bitcoin came down from 30,000.
Hmm.
Remember, we were all in B's
But
chat
anyway, you
when
had
that happened.
there was another collapse here. There was the Silicon Valley Bank, so SVB collapse. Happened in March of 2023. So that
Well,
was
you're a bummer to
that was
wake up
when-
in the morning with.
yeah.
Okay, so
It
the
happened.
relevance of all that is
Well, we also had. Do you remember the date of the U.S. debt ceiling crisis? You remember that of 2023?
okay.
Like they were worried that they were going to default and then lose their AAA credit rating.
Well,
There
they
was
just
like
got,
a lot of
they,
Which
The
they
they got,
just,
flutter out.
They gave
which they,
themselves.
they just did
yeah, they just got notched down by Moody's, the U.S. credit rating.
by Moody's.
Anyway, this happens somewhere amongst that range. Let me find the date. I need to find the right date for the SVB collapse.
Yeah, so Rick, you're actually
That's
going
really
back and marking off on the chart like when these events
Yeah,
happen, right? Is that what you're doing?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And how the market reacted to that event. Yep.
Yeah, I
mean,
would
there's
pull
good events
anchor
coming up.
VWAPs from those dates. I think like try pulling anchored VWAPs from those dates.
Anchored VWAPs.
Yeah,
That's why we're telling Rick. That's why we're telling Rick to publish it so we can all like have a copy because that's pretty cool.
You can totally. Yeah, I'll share this chart.
I draw anchor VWAPs from a lot of important dates, like a lot of the Trump dates from last year, like him being elected, inauguration day from this year, the day he was shot. Even we've bounced off all of those anchored VWAPs on the way down.
Yeah, the date that he was shot. That'll be a big deal on the charts. Yeah.
Like
Liberation
we look
Day.
down the 73,000 area. That's what we bounced off of. Was one of those dates.
Look at the date. So this is the 10th of March. This little hammer candle is the day that SVB collapsed, like the Silicon Valley Bank, right? Look what happened in the days following. Huge Bitcoin rally, like monumental. Sparked a big rally. The debt ceiling crisis it wasn't a single day thing. It was like just in the news for like a couple of weeks or something, wasn't it? I can't remember. I'm gonna have to Google that. Let me look up the dates. U.S. debt ceiling crisis 2023. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't really a crisis. It was just like a bit of a FUD campaign by the media. Because
whatever sells papers.
Yeah, they were able to sidestep it, and it just went away, didn't it? It just sort of like faded into obscurity. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we just issued more debt.
What's wrong with that? People are buying our bonds. They own them for 30 years. I remember when we issued the 30-year bond, it's like, no, nobody's going to invest tie up their money for 30 years.
Yeah,
you
actually,
own that.
Clyde, there was an auction yesterday where they didn't buy enough bonds. That's why the market dropped.
It wasn't a crisis.
Yeah, here we go.
By any means.
June 2023 is what it's saying. That's like the most like precision I can get on it about the debt ceiling being delayed or suspended.
October 19, my GPT says.
Let's take a look
Yeah?
at
Yep.
Yeah, there's probably a few of them where they came up on like toward this debt ceiling situation and they've been able to kick the can down the road, so to speak. They've been able to sidestep it. Yeah. Buy themselves more time, oh, we'll deal with that later. Just adjust
They don't
the
even do that
goalposts.
anymore.
What is your date, Rick, for that
They
market?
package up these companies with projected earnings for 10 years and sell them. And after 10 years, the retirement companies, the pension funds, discover that they have no money.
No, we have some grain. Like,
Can we name a pension company that has a company that has no money now? This pension fund?
It hasn't been 10 years, buddy.
No, I'm saying, okay. Oh, in 10 years. Okay.
So maybe give it 6 to 7 years before you start seeing it hit the news that they start discovering they got ripped off.
Okay.
So yeah, the
Well,
30-year. Yeah, Clyde, I just want to mention to you, I got the chart up of the 30-year, the UB
uh-huh.
bond. So that's, look at all the pressure on the downside on that. That's the yield on that is like 5.08%, which is like insane. I want to see
Gotcha.
what happens when that bond flips. Like when, if it goes back up, like what happens
Uh-huh.
to Bitcoin, you know? Is it
Right.
inverse there? I don't know. So I'm gonna watch that.
I'm a, have a bit of background in economics, et cetera, but it really isn't something I use heavily. Given my lifespan, okay, nearly 70 years old, I'm not that interested in what's happening 10 years from now.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
just in week trading, yearly trading.
Yep. Well, I mean, this thing could flip in a day, so I hear what you're saying. You know?
Yeah.
Mm.
Market's down very slightly. Like I said, 63.12. You can write that down if you like for IBIT, which is a direct reflection of Bitcoin. Will it hit 65 today? I don't know.
Yeah, I
I'm
had
not
that
sure
one.
about-
I did the
Yeah.
BlackRock one, right? Yeah, I had that.
Uh-huh.
That's
The
good.
only one I'll buy. And when an ETF comes out on XRP, if BlackRock's not involved, then I'm not in it. There were 9 Bitcoin ETFs released. Only one succeeded.
Wow.
Well, Cetus was hacked. Coins on Cetus. Some of them are like dumping hard.
Uh-huh.
Like Lofi, it just dumped like 75%.
You might want to buy some if you think that they're recoverable.
Maybe. Yeah,
That's
shit's
and
all
I'm
down
not
now.
saying hold it till next year. I'm saying like you might see some real heavy gains on the way back up to that 75 they lost. Probably a few X's.
Yeah, no, I understand.
BlackRock filed their Bitcoin ETF on the 15th of June 2023. That's the spot Bitcoin ETF that got approved. Look at what
Yep.
happened in the charts when that was announced. Huge rally.
Yep. Follow the
BlackRock
big money.
files spot BTC ETF.
So that hacking thing is happening right now. Like it just happened in the news, bro.
Yeah, what? Cetus just dumped 20%.
So
I don't know about buying Cetus, but yeah, I guess it's just, I don't know. I'm surprised coins that are traded on Cetus. I mean, it's just basically some coins on the SUI ecosystem dumped really hard.
I mean, they're saying it's a bug and they're trying to fix it. It's not a hack. So that's what Cetus is saying. But that was a 70% down move in like a 15-minute candle.
Wow.
okay, you want to put your money into something, into the first crypto that glitched.
Spot.
Well,
I'm buying Cetus.
Bitcoin did that.
Did Sui go down too? Or no?
Buying
Sui
Cetus.
No,
didn't go
Bitcoin
down?
Classic did that, and it was split off to Bitcoin.
Matches, you know of any coin that does not have an issue?
Oh,
Yeah,
you know,
even
maybe that's why
even
Sui
Bitcoin
dipped.
has a problem.
Somebody in the chat was like, "What's up with Sui?" And I'm like, maybe this is probably why.
Can you
It
call
was a
out
dip.
the coins again? What were the coins affected?
Low fee, Sui, Cetus is what was hacked, and that dumped 20% quickly. There's a really low cap coin like Banana Gun on Sui. The
Yeah, banana gun. Okay.
not Banana Gun, but it's called Sonic Sniper Bot, and that dumped to 332 market cap. It was like in the millions. So I don't
Okay.
know. That's like a lotto play because it's super low market. I mean,
Yeah, Sui fell a little bit, like on the hourly chart. Like it's down a little, not too much.
Rick, what was the date of that SEC approval?
The approval date was the 10th, but the actual the fake tweet about it was 2 days earlier on the 8th.
Thank you. Just around
Someone
that
hacked the SEC Yeah, someone hacked the SEC Twitter account and announced it.
So you said the 10th.
And then following that was a dump.
So the 10th.
Yeah, there was.
Thank you.
Yeah, the 10th was the official date. Yes.
I'm trying to put some
He
anchor
took
VWAPs
a
up.
little dip, but it looks like it's already recovering.
The last time
And then we had
this was at this price for the rally up from 74K. Yeah, this is a sale. This is a sale price.
Let me I'm gonna annotate
Go down
this
some more.
rally here.
Yeah, is it done going down?
It's
I
not
can't
done
believe
yet. Look at the 1 hour.
I can't believe. Yeah, it looks like it's still going down. I can't believe like the whole SUI ecosystem is dumping. I'm trying to think. Oh, I wonder what Sudang is doing. That's probably bad, looking bad.
Yeah, Hippo will not be. It will not.
I'm down 12%.
Hey, I go where the profits go. Oh wow. Okay. Yum yum. Would have been nice to take that wick.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
that that ETF approval date was really important in anchor VWAP. That really played a role in our reversal. Recent,
yeah.
actually, our recent reversal we had at our lower low was, yeah, that played a big hand in that. That's pretty cool.
Yep, and then we had the inflow rally afterwards. You remember that? All the inflows from Wall Street started piling in, and that caused a huge rally. So we not only did we have the ETF hype rally, like anticipating the approval, but
I mean,
also the
it's still
actual
playing a
inflow,
role,
the
like,
real
right now.
world effect. And then this happened, this 7-month like falling broadening wedge that we got stuck in. But
there.
remember,
short
when was Trump was elected on
Number 4th.
the 4th of November was the date, was it? 4th
Yes.
of November? Yeah.
It's a really important anchor
That
VWAP
happened
I
there.
have.
Longing is
When was he shot in the ear?
July
When
13th.
was that? July 13th? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll add that in.
fast with that answer.
I have anchor VWAPs to all of his dates. They're very effective VWAPs, and so is that one the ETF one that really played a role recently.
That's why you remembered it so fast, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That was an event that everybody. That's like a 9/11 event where you just remember where you were and what time it was.
Sitting right here.
So Trump assassination attempt, July 13, you say?
Yep.
Yeah,
Around 10
like
my time.
It was on a Saturday. Oh, there was a pump after it. Damn.
It was a big
I guess
pump.
because he survived. Yeah.
he said,
actually died.
fight, fight. And
Yeah,
people,
and everyone got real
Wallace
bullish about Trump.
token just dumped 40%. That was at $1 billion. Now it's at 500 million.
I have a whole damn folder of Trump VWAPs.
Tesla is dumping hard. Everything's really dumping hard right now.
What's
I
up,
put a long and a short on SUI.
Inauguration was another big one. Inauguration day
As a
caused
dump day.
like the peak.
We peaked
Yeah, I
at
have a
peak.
short on
time.
Cetus Suite.
We'll see if it wrecks both or if I end up with one trade.
I'm not gonna color that arrow. I'm just gonna
Seems like a
make it
good
neutral.
buying opportunity for the Walrus token. 'Cause that thing's been going strong. This is crazy. It's
think
kind
that's-
of crazy.
I think that's how you spell inaugurated. INAUGURATED.
I think so. I should know.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks right.
That's it.
And then yeah, what was the what did he call it? Liberation Day? The tariff
Is
fear
April
crap.
2nd or 1st? I actually don't have that.
Liberation Day.
Do I have that marked?
2025. 2nd of April. Apparently. But there was already fear about it that caused this big dump here. Like this big. Reciprocal tariffs and liberation. We'll just call it Liberation Day.
That's like the only day I don't have a VWAP for Trump. Thank you. I marked that.
Yeah, no worries. Tariffs proposed because they weren't actually enforced. They were just it was a proposition. Yeah, I'm gonna zoom out now and see how many annotations I've put on here. Wow, been busy.
If we were to drop right now, we'd have at least 3 separate Trump VWAPs, all meeting at the exact same point at 93,000. they're all together, like right at 93,000.
Yeah, closer to 103 would be a better entry for me because right now I'd have to take like an $800 hit if I went long on Bitcoin. So it would be nice.
Okay, sweet thing again.
Now, I bet is below where I sold it.
Yeah, I think that Cetus hack is affecting Sui problem. Well, maybe a little bit.
If I share this chart, like if I hit the share button, you guys could try and open it and let me know if it's
Yeah, please make it public.
Is there like a
post the link.
publish button somewhere?
Yeah, just here.
Publish?
This is interesting.
You just had it.
There should be a link, Rick, like a link like to the chart, you know, like public chart.
Yeah. I'll just use the hyperlink, the URL. I'll put it in general chat and let me know if that opens what I'm looking at. It should be public.
Are there any trading books that you read that like helped you a lot?
Yeah, I listened to an audiobook called Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Mark Douglas. He's a Wall Street dude, Wall Street guru. It's a good one.
The guy's a legend.
It's a lot about like psychology, like mindset, psychology, that kind of thing.
Have you ever read Encyclopedia of Patterns? I would start there if you haven't.
Which one?
Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns, Bukowski.
Oh, nice. Add this to my
I have
folder.
some Audible credits that I need to use. How to cancel that damn thing?
This is Audible. Dun, dun, dun. I just listened to it on YouTube because someone uploaded it. Audiobook.
They say I cannot open this chart because you need to publish an idea. Only the owner of the chart can open it. Maybe try publish the idea.
All right, I'll try that. I'll try publish
Right
it.
corner, that button, publish.
Yeah, I'm just gonna turn on the news events so that they appear on the. Okay, there we go. So I guess like that, and then just save and then publish. Publish idea. BTC news events. Maybe. I'll just call it Bitcoin news events. Public.
Sweet.
Neutral. categories.
Okay, SWE seems to be breaking down if it loses 390. I'm not sure where it's going to stop.
Gosh, that's a very brief description. Could you please tell us, your audience, a little bit more about what you're publishing? Okay.
398.
There used to be a way that I could just like share the hyperlink to my chart, and then it would be, you could open it. You know what I mean? I used to have that. What about private?
I think
Only visible
Bitcoin
to
and
those
Sui
public.
are going up. I think.
No, make it
try
public.
private.
And to turn around.
But if I give you the link, if I give you the hyperlink, you'll be able to see it.
Oh, right.
That's what I mean. Yeah. So I'll put it, the hyperlink to it is in the general chat now. So let me know if that works.
SWE just looks very,
You
very
sh-
different. Coin.
You should be
Wait,
able to
what?
zoom up on that as well. Anyway, I'm going to go back to the charts, back to watching.
I think you have to make a new link. That link is not working.
Really?
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Sorry. I see it now.
Oh, it's working? Oh, good. Okay.
Wow, that's super cool.
That's
I
cool.
got it.
This
Oh,
is the
yeah? Does it
all-time
let you
high
zoom
for
up?
Bitcoin, right?
It's
This is the
close to it,
all-time high
yeah.
for Bitcoin. Yeah.
It keeps breaking it.
It's close, man.
What is the all-time high?
$111,880.
Okay.
Yeah, 111K, 880.
Okay.
Very close to 112.
Did you guys
I think
hear?
we'll go.
Did you
We're on
guys
our
hear
way to go
about
get that.
Sui being hacked today?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. It was Cetus.
Really? Did it get
Yeah,
hacked?
yeah. The price went down a little bit, but it's going back up now. Something with Lofi, I think.
Sui's fine. It's a DEX on Sui called Cetus. It's like the biggest DEX. Somebody, you were just talking about it. You looked it up. You said it was a bug, not a hack. I mean, I don't. But like everything on the Sui ecosystem just started to dump hard.
Yeah, I don't know when we're supposed to buy it, but that could generate further movement down. It is holding support on the 60 MA on the hourly.
I mean, Sui's gonna be fine.
When it
Yeah,
loses,
it'll be okay.
or when it loses that, I'd get worried.
I wouldn't be worried about Sui. I guess unless you're in a long.
Well, you're going to have extremely volatile movement. If you're just holding spot and accumulating on the dip, you might be fine.
Yeah, we're what, an hour and 7 minutes away from market open. We'll see what happens.
I'm going to get into my triple view. Bitcoin, XRP, S&P 500 getting hammered. Let's go the SPY with the pre-market.
What's the SPY at?
Oof.
What percentage in pre-market?
It's pre-market. It is down. Oh, it's not telling me.
It's
down
down
0.42%.
How much?
Oh, well, how much? 0.42.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It says
nothing.
minus 0.42.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
ES
too
is
bad.
down too. Actually,
I mean, I'm not
it's
saying it's down, okay, and that is a factor,
Yeah.
but
It's only half a
0.06,
percent.
you know,
Less
that
than
might
half a percent
interrupt.
down.
Yeah, that might interrupt me whether I have a McDonald's or I have a Burger King for breakfast.
I heard you're having trouble remembering which you had.
Yeah, exactly. Well, IBIT is now above where I sold it. It briefly hit 63.07. Yeah, I think IBIT may hit 64 today. Maybe 65. I've already moved the money into something else.
How about
Something
65?
probably a little volatile for you guys. I'm already up 37% on that stock since I moved the money.
That's a micro cap.
Oh yeah, I deal in these absolutely shit pre-market movers that move 700% in a minute.
It's me in the morning. It's a good thing I don't say everything out loud.
For the price of 1 month and save 92%.
I was going to ask if you were investing in Johnson & Johnson because of the new.
I mean, I own some Johnson & Johnson, of course.
Yeah.
Let me look at it real quick. It's down 0.31 yesterday.
I was just going to make up an old person product though.
Oh, you want an old person? Okay. We've owned this stock for 119 years. GE.
Yep.
One of the original 12, the only one that still exists. Okay, so J&J is down 0.31%. It's down exactly the same yesterday. I might actually buy some more of it.
You've been getting in trouble. Just be careful with Johnson & Johnson. I brought them up as a.
I got you. My original buy was around $5 back in 1995.
Man, I was starting school in 1995.
It's
That was a good
153
time.
now.
Yeah, me too. School. That was like.
I wonder why we like crypto.
Tesla's down a
What
lot.
a beautiful time.
Oh,
The
Tesla
90s in the stock market.
getting hammered.
We first got into the markets 8 or 9 years ago.
I'm trying to remember. Okay, what's 55 minus 20?
Got you a lot.
1972 is when I got in. My father turned over the account after losing.
That's awesome.
That's funny though. It took that many years for it to go from $5 to 155. Most of this crypto does that on a weekend.
Mm-hmm. It goes up 300x.
No, but those
you're talking crypto, not
crypto, yeah. Those micro caps do move a lot
totally
though.
different.
The micro cap stocks move a lot.
Well, yeah. I mean, I can point to the Berkshire, which we own 9 shares now. I mean, originally it was 11,000. It's up 260,000%.
But Berkshire that took a long time, right? That took like
1991. 1991. Originally it was $300.
Yeah.
I bought it in at 11,000.
Yeah.
And the last purchase I bought was at 254.
Wow.
It's now 800. And then never refused to ever split the stock.
Yep.
Only the employees could get it at 300.
There's the smaller one too, the Berkshire B, right? A and B.
Right. Yeah.
To something more affordable, like I don't know, 10 or 30K.
Yeah, Berkshire B is like 100 to 300, something like that. I don't remember.
It's not very expensive. It's directly proportionally tied to Berkshire A. Just
It's not
micro
that,
shares.
like 6 Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. How many people own 6 Bitcoins here?
How
I
many
don't.
people lost 6 Bitcoin in a dump or a computer that they never get?
I have. I have.
I've owned 6 on leverage.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, day trade the
I
world.
would kind of be. I
I'm
would be
getting there.
interested,
I'm
but
getting
I would kind of hate to know when I first heard about Bitcoin and kind of ignored about it. Ignored it and not really paid attention.
I've told the story
I wonder when that
over and
was.
over. My first purchase of Bitcoin was $12.50.
Wow.
Sold at 7,700 on that first climb. Thought, oh, I'm a genius.
Guys, in the future, most of the beer and alcohol you buy is going to have the Tilray logo on it. Just saying.
Oh yeah. Okay. What is Tilray's market share now of the beer market?
Well, they're like 3rd or 4th in craft brewer in the U.S.
Yeah, that wasn't my question. My
What
question
was
was what percentage? What is the percentage of market share of beer sales by Tilray?
Sounds like you're going to have to ask them. It's got to be over 40% by now.
Oh my God, no.
Oh yeah.
Budweiser alone is 80%.
80% of what?
The beer market. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I believe it's closer to 65%. Hold on. I'll fact check that.
Yeah, no, you got to clarify your question. I thought you were asking
What percentage of the beer market is Tilray?
I thought you were asking what percentage of Tilray is in the beer market.
No. What percentage of the beer market?
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
So you know what I'm saying? So they're broken up into 4 sectors.
Yeah, I
but
understand. If you add them all together.
That, if you want to know, it's Boston beer.
Don't want to know that.
27% is owned. 20% market share is by Anheuser-Busch.
Then you have
it is Stella. Okay, Stella, Corona, and Budweiser.
Yeah.
27%.
Okay, so it's 34% in the U.S. Worldwide.
Your top 3.
Yeah, around 34%. I was overestimating, but yeah, Bud is 34%.
So yeah, Anheuser-Busch, and number 2 is Heineken, 12%.
Gotcha.
Number 3 is surprising. It's snow beer from China.
Yeah, I would imagine that.
6%.
Well, they have 1 billion people.
A few billion. Okay, off to day trade the world. You guys have a good day. I'll be popping in here or there.
You too, Clive.
Later,
Yeah,
Clive.
always good to talk to you.
All right, man. Thanks.
I don't think he liked where that conversation was going. Did he give us an answer? What was the percentage of Tilray?
Clive is so much nicer in here. He yells at us and turbos all the time.
There's reasons
He's
for
like
that.
that uncle.
Different environments, people act differently. I mean,
Yeah, he be cursing at us all the time, and the turbos cursing at us, yelling at us, telling us we're dumb.
It's true.
And then in here, he's like nice.
Well, he bought Bitcoin at $12, so.
People up here don't take shit as much as people did in bees.
That's because you guys are we're like his family in a way. Like we're his kids, and he shouts at us.
Yeah.
Rick, the other thing story, he's never let me finish a sentence. Out of nowhere, just to interrupt it. Hold on. What did you say? What's the person? Ask a question about it before I get it out.
So did we get an answer about Tilray? Or did we leave it up in the air?
I think he just Googled it too and then left.
Well, Bitcoin's on a
What?
rampage again. Hell yeah, Bitcoin.
Oh, can you tell it to stop? It's like alts are just getting tired. They look worn out. If you look at the chart, it's just like a battered soldier,
The
man.
alts,
The alts are
alts are
having a
waiting.
hard time marching on.
They're waiting patiently. Yeah.
Yeah, because retail's not here. Guys, don't forget, like we had this discussion with Dbloc. Like as much as the institutions have money, they're not gonna put it in our alts. They're gonna put it in Bitcoin.
There's gonna be some rotation, surely. There's gonna be some kind of
We had it
moves.
earlier. If you look at ETH, SUI, and Sol, it was a pretty good run earlier today and during the Asian market.
Yeah, or even like 2 weeks ago, or whenever that rally was. You know how Bitcoin dominance slipped a little bit, and the alts
And then
loved it.
ETH just ran. Yeah. They
Yeah.
just went berserk.
So
So
to the people that say
Anheuser,
there won't be an alt season, I think that's
I
a very big
I have a
misstatement.
partial answer. So Anheuser is what 40% of the global of the market share, 27% globally, or something like that.
Yeah, 27 global.
It's about 5% of the U.S. market. I don't even know if that's global. So what 10% of the other company? So maybe it's between $3 and $7. So those are my
Hey,
price targets now.
so just to touch on the altcoin market for crypto, if they have all-time highs from the 2021 bull market, we had a hell of a lot less money in the market. Like total crypto market valuation was less. So that means like there's enough liquidity in crypto right now, like in our ecosystem, to achieve those old all-time highs and more. Like we just got to wait for the right, the date, like the actual phase to start.
It depends, Rick, because now it's spread out between 2 million Bitcoin.
Yeah. But there's enough degens and whales to cause these pumps, like just like last time. We hit altcoin all-time highs from 2021 without institutional money, like without the big Wall Street ETF, stuff. So I think we can do it, man. I think we
I
can hit
went through my
all-time.
watch list. Something to look out for, guys. Pepe, check Pepe. It's about to break its high right now, and the resistance is still pretty far away. Next resistance is at 151, 1513. Look at Pepe. I'm just going through my list. SPX looks good. Yeah, the normal alts they don't look. Yeah, well, we'll have to wait for market open. It'll look better later.
I think this weekend coming is gonna be a lot of fun for altcoins, because if Bitcoin holds above 110K or even 111, right? Or whatever price it achieves today, because we're only on Thursday, by the way. We got Thursday and Friday, which are like historically they're pretty active days, in markets. So that's good. That is good. We probably get some new highs today. I think anyone can make that call. It's pretty easy to see that that's probably going to happen. New highs on Bitcoin. But yeah, like the weekend, when the stock market sessions are all closed up for the weekend, Bitcoin has stabilized somewhere, like is consolidating. The alts like really like that kind of environment to move. Like people feel safe to play around with alts, essentially.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a
Agreed.
good weekend, but we'll see. We'll see.
Just took a look at my watch list again. Jasmine's prepping. Look at Jasmine. That's a nice looking structure right now.
There we go.
It's above the. It's Bollinger. Jasmine looks good. Mm,
Man,
Yeah,
Bitcoin's
Pepe
like
looks really
really
good.
on the path.
It's ready to run. I'm just because since all these alts have hit all of their resistances, they're also tired. They're all tired, bro. I'm looking at all of them. I'm looking for something that hasn't gone towards its resistance yet.
Yeah, I feel like all the big money is busy riding Bitcoin right now, you know? They're
Yeah.
busy on this Bitcoin train. But there'll be,
It looks
yeah,
like
I reckon there'll be the rotation.
so. I went through my watch list. It's gonna be a meme night, meme day. Sorry, it's nighttime my time. So I think market opens. All the memes are producing really nice structures right now.
Nice.
With Fartcoin, it's ready. It's staged. Popcat looks staged already. Peanut, Ponky, Moodang is a bull flag, a big bull flag.
I love Moodang.
Looking like Trump is good. Trump coin.
No, no, I think we've gone through the cycle. So during Asia hours, the layer ones did their move. So now it's small caps and meme coins. Remember, we're always going through this mini cycle. I want to short Cetus so bad. That's a can you, Rick? Can you take a look at Cetus and tell me if I'm looking at it right? Is it a bear flag? Is that a bear flag I'm looking at?
Are you able to share your screen? Because I'm like laying in bed.
Oh, damn.
It's
Wait,
all right.
what time is it?
He is
It's
dropping.
like it's 10:41 p.m. But
Yeah. So you guys
yeah,
agree it's a bear flag? Okay, let me check chat.
yeah, if you post a
Hmm.
screenshot of it, I'll have a look or something.
Yeah. I'm actually lying down also. I'm on the sofa. Just waiting for market open. I'm waiting for market open.
Yeah. Yeah, just dump it into general chat.
Yeah, taking a screenshot right now.
Yeah, when you ask, just mention the time frame too, symbol and time frame.
Oh, sorry, 15. This is a quick one, so I don't want to look at the higher time frames because it dropped because of an event that just happened. So I don't want to look at the higher time frames yet. Wait, Rick, I sent it over to General.
Okay. I'm just waiting for it to show up. There we
Yeah,
go.
it's posting now.
Oh yeah. Damn. Okay.
Bear flag? No.
It definitely looks like it's a pennant. Like you could draw a triangle around that shape.
Mm.
Because you got you got a dead cat bounce. It bounced back down to the low, and now it's kind of like
And it
creeping.
did a retest and maintained the fifth. It's on the 786 right now.
I would keep an eye. See how you've got that yellow moving average.
Yep.
If that
Well, that's the
starts
Bollinger. That's the
Oh,
middle of the Bollinger.
That's okay. That's the median line of the Bollinger. Yeah. I guess keep your eye on the averages, like those moving averages, and if they start to cross up and you start getting structure back in it, it could recover. But yeah, man, bear flag. As if you just look at it raw like that, yeah, it's like a bear pennant, bearish continuation pattern looking thing.
Yep.
Yeah. But that's a crypto, right?
Yeah.
C2. Okay.
Yeah, Cetus is the Jupiter of SWI.
Okay.
So what Jupiter is to Solana, that's what Cetus is to SWI.
Oh, okay.
It was the one that had a bug or got hacked. I'm not sure about which one is the right news a while ago. Okay, Bitcoin, what you want to do? What you want to do?
I believe the coin that was involved in the hack was called Lofi, LOFI, and it looked like it lost 100%. Not 100%, but 50% of its price this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, low and
Looks like it's climbing back.
But yeah, but Cetus isn't. That's why I'm trying to time my short.
well, right now, SWE is not climbing back. I started a short and a long when I heard, and the short is the only thing left, and it's up 40% on. Oh dear lord! I went in on 50x. What is wrong with me?
Yeah, you're a degen.
So it's down 1% in the last like hour.
You're 40% up. Congratulations, bro.
So on Cetus, the next balance area down is around the 10 cent 0.10, 0.09. If it keeps dropping, that would be
I
the
like
if it keeps
that.
going. I don't know.
I can work with that number.
This could be a collapse because they're throwing around that it's a bug or a glitch or a hack, and all three of those are horrible. And their answer of it's a bug is even worse than it's a hack. Wait, it's something under your control that you messed up? I should worry less.
There's a little bit of support there at like 13 too, 0.13. That's why I think you're getting a reaction. Probably some buyers there.
Mm-hmm. You probably have a lot of people that were, planning for the weekly chart or for it to go down. That'll get all their buys real soon.
Here we go. My short's in. Let's go, baby. Yeah, this thing pays up. I'm up already 20%.
Would shorted that.
Yeah, I shorted it.
On
That's
what?
why I had to get a second opinion on the bear flag. If I
Just watch that level because they may squeeze you. They might squeeze you. So just protect yourself.
loss, like I already moved my stop loss to entry, so I don't mind being stop. Like for plays like this, it's not really a coin I trade, so I'm just speculating. If it continues, well and good. If I get my stop loss gets licked, I lose like what 50 cents to $1 because it's at entry. I'm
So
okay
there's
with that.
there's a trend line up on the bottom of this 4 hour that we're coming up on fast, probably around 392, and then you have the MAs at 386. If they should hold. If they don't, good chance that our shorts are going to play pretty well.
Yeah, I'm shorting Cetus. I'm not shorting SWE right now. Because SWE has a thing when the right whales throw their money at SWE when they like the price, that thing
Are
moves.
are they the same though? Like SWE is the base coin, and the other one is minted off of SWE.
Yeah.
So the price
Cetus is like the Jupiter,
you know,
but the price action is very different. If you look at Cetus, it's ready to go down. There we go. Let's go.
Yeah, but it's interesting. So the value of the Cetus, I think, is the same number of Cetus to SWE coin. So the value of the SWE coin really affects it up and down. So even if people sell on the coin and the value of SWE goes up like 2x, 3x,
Yeah.
you'll still end up on top.
It's like ETH. The layer ones will always affect the coins underneath its ecosystem. So for like same with Solana, when Solana's price goes down, it affects all of the coins underneath the Solana ecosystem. Same with SWE.
Yeah, so there'll definitely be some correlation there.
Yeah, for sure. But end of the day, right now there's FUD, so that helps a lot. Kind of adds another layer of confluence.
Are we getting some bullish candles on it? Or
On what?
Sweet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
At the
where?
one, it's probably just going to wick up and then close below the trend.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm just on the short time frame, but
Nah, I was kidding. It's all good.
came
Don't worry.
up. It would be a retest of 398.
Yeah, Sui is one of the coins that I do not like to short.
Yeah, but when I see weakness, I'm like a shark.
Yes, sir. That's why I'm shorting its little kid right now. Up 25. It's moving.
It's really trying to find that support. So sad.
Oh yeah, for Sui, yeah. For Cetus, it's ready. I want that 10 cents. Come on. BTC, by the way, looks like it's ready. Ready for 112,000. Let's go, baby. It's already pretty much staged. Poor Cetus. There's a lot of it's.
It's getting pushed down.
Yeah. Yeah, the whales are gonna have a field day when they find the bottom.
Oh yeah.
USD1 was just put onto Binance. That's the stable coin, the Trump stable coin, the World Liberty Financial.
Yeah, that's very big news actually.
Man,
It's only on
Bitcoin. Full.
Is that only on Binance, that USD1? Do you guys know? I could check.
No, it's not. Yeah, I believe it's only on Binance right now.
All right.
I think it's on BNB network also. So it makes sense. They start from Binance.
All right, thanks.
It's kind of interesting. Swede is trying to hold 395.5.
Is market open?
40 minutes.
Yeah, 40
40
minutes.
or 80? 40 minutes. Okay, got it. Sorry, I said copy that.
9:30 Eastern time, New York time.
Mm, 38 minutes. Bitcoin's pushing up.
Bitcoin right now on the 5-minute chart, if you zoom out, you can see the inverse head and shoulders from the dip. The neckline of that inverse head and shoulders is pointing down dramatically. And this kind of highlights that it can slope and play out and be an inverse head and shoulders. Just for the people curious about the neckline.
What time frame on what?
5-minute Bitcoin chart. So see like the inverse head and shoulders? The neckline very sloped, like down.
Where?
But
Where is it? What price?
Okay, so the tip of the head is 110,278.
Wait, what? 110,278.
Yeah, the bottom, the
Buy
tip of
it?
the head, and then look at the shoulders either side of that dip. That's an inverse head and shoulders right there.
No. There's no inverse head and shoulders on my 5 minute.
Really? I'll draw it and I'll put it in general.
Handle that's at 111.
Yeah, I
and
see.
we'll get 11. And keep in mind, it's a diamond top. If the trend, depending on the trend leading into it, diamond tops and head and shoulders are very similar, but the trend leading into them is kind of definitive.
Right. Oh, but Rick, you're talking about like a microstructure on the
Yeah.
5 minute, right? A microstructure. So yeah, I see
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. It's kind of like
Yeah.
shaped like an inverted head and shoulder. Yeah, that's like very small microstructure. Like
I'm
from
looking. You'll see it on.
10 minutes, like
Yeah.
20, 15, 30 minutes.
I'll post it in general. So for those who don't understand what I'm talking about, hang on a sec. Right there. So see how the neckline is like, it's like a downhill slope, like it's going down. Some people concern themselves like, oh, that's not valid because it's too sloped or something. This is
More
proof that it can be sloped and it can still play as an inverse head and shoulders. Like, it shouldn't
more
affect it.
wedge.
You what?
Looks more like a falling wedge.
Yeah, however you want to say it, man. But that's to me, that's inverse head and shoulders. It's a pivot. It's all it is. It's turning a downtrend into an uptrend with a pivot at the head.
Yeah, that's Rick. If you look really close, you could see those microstructures of that everywhere. If you look close enough,
Oh, yeah.
and whenever it's trending up or down.
Totally. Yeah.
To me, it looks like a falling wedge with a rising or a corrective pattern. Like it's going to fall more from there. I don't like the 5 minute right now. Does your chart look so different than mine?
Yeah, I don't know what you're looking at. I don't see a falling wedge.
Chart. Well, on your posting, yeah, that the downtrend, that's a falling wedge, and then you broke it.
How?
Hmm?
How is it a falling wedge?
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying that down pattern, right, before it breaks out up, right?
Because the way that pattern gets thinner and thinner and thinner down to a point.
Yeah. He's talking about like a flag, almost like a flag pennant, Rick. Like up, flags out. It's kind of like a head and shoulder flag out, like what Rick's saying, but also like a pennant. Yeah, and then it breaks out another leg up, kind of thing. You could look at it kind of like both ways, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the bottom side. I can certainly see the trend line on top, which is what I have as a neckline.
When they ask Warren Buffett about technical analysis, he pulls out a picture of a bunny rabbit and he says, "What do you see in this picture?" You ever saw that video? It's on YouTube. Is this a cup or a rabbit?
No, I haven't seen that video.
That's funny, man. I'll try to find it. I'll post a link to it for you.
I think I can see what you mean by falling wedge. It's almost a parallel.
Bro, my Bitcoin chart's getting messy.
So you mean like this? Is that right? The yellow? Because I can see what you mean if that's what you mean by a falling wedge. Kind of looks like a bull flag as well.
Yeah, I'm having so much trouble with your chart.
It's a phone chart. I'm on my phone, my iPhone.
Because you posted a chart at Jasmine and said Bitcoin.
What? Jasmine? Are you in the right Discord?
Wrong. I'm looking at the wrong chart. Where the frick is your thing? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing.
General chat. BTC. Rick 2.0.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
All right. So that's cup and handle. Or it could be a diamond top pattern, which is why it resembles head and shoulders. But I'm going with the same thing on that because the trend into it is up.
Yeah. To me, it just looks like a bull flag.
If you go into the last chart that's posted there, that's what I was looking at. And that's why I was like, why is your chart so different from mine? And I was trying to figure it out, like looking at the chart and then trying to look at Bitcoin, trying to figure it out.
Whereabouts did you have this? Sorry?
Go into TA.
TA, okay.
You'll see that last chart that was posted.
I just have to scroll. Oh, yeah. By Sinlos.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or downtrend. And I'm like, okay, so there's a downtrend, and then there's like kind of a messed up formation there, head and shoulder, but the trend into this is, so that would make it a cup and handle.
Yeah, that's a bit different, but it has the same elements to it. Like it's a falling trend that goes into an uptrend.
So that's where I see a falling wedge, buddy.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
So yeah, I just don't. The trend into it doesn't fit for me to be an inverted head and shoulders.
You mean, yeah, because you're looking at the run, the rip going up.
Yeah, so the trend into
111.
is up, so it can't be a inverted head and shoulders, because an inverted head and shoulders is a reversal pattern from a downward trend.
Yeah, so what I was implying is that it's just a very short term dip from the all-time high inverse. Yeah.
It still has a neckline though.
Yeah, there's a neckline there. Yeah.
So either way, the traded is the same.
Hey Rick, I put that link for you. You're gonna laugh at that. If you can watch, it's only 1 minute. That's it.
I'll have a look. Yeah.
So the problem with the technical analysis is over analysis.
Yeah, that could be one thing. True.
Whoa. That sweet up 200, so it's down 4%.
Yeah, volume drives the price. Like any pattern you have, if there's enough buy sell volume, it'll blow it out. So I believe that volume. It's all volume.
I'm going 392.3 for a stop loss right now. I'm up $20. Wow. It's not good, guys. 378.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What coin?
Sui is ripping the downside.
Sui?
372. I'm up 300% on that $10 trade.
Yeah, which coin was that?
Sui. SUI.
Oh, Sui. Okay. No, I couldn't make it out. All right, Sui. Oh, it dropped, huh? Okay. I guess that CDU dropped too. The CDU USD must have fell too. I'll check. I'll take a look.
Yeah, you should take a look. You should be taking profit. Damn. Pablo. I have to go yell at my bird. Sorry.
CDU is kind of trying to hold a little bit. I'll check Sui.
Sui is not trying to hold.
Okay, yeah, I see that drop. Yeah, Sui. Yeah, that's a nice drop.
We'll go 3.885. Keep dropping my stop.
Well, how much leverage did you have? 20x, 50x, more?
Yeah, dude, I didn't realize I went in on 50x. I put in a long and a short. The stop losses, and figured that I would just, wait and see if people took it as positive or negative.
Nice, nice. Well, what'd you use on there? Are you on Wex? Are you on Wex or something else? Are you on a different exchange?
ACX.
Oh, ACX. All right, I haven't heard. I got to check that one. Wex is like slow, man.
ACX.
Okay, thanks.
Are we allowed to share the links in here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll look it up. I'm not sure if you could share that.
Yeah, if you want to use it, there'll be a referral code on this thing I just posted.
Okay.
So that's, you know what I'm saying? I put $10 long, $10 short, figuring I'd probably lose $20.
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, that was a good drop.
I just, I figured whatever, this thing's going to have volatility. Let me go for it.
Do you know the news behind this one? Is there like a hack or something? I think the guy was saying there was a bug in the
Isn't that the plan for playing?
Yeah.
So all these coins related to that hack or glitch or whatever they're claiming.
Yeah.
The DEX, the main DEX Cetus was compromised, and I guess a bunch of the liquidity pools were drained, like 75% of the. So that's why
Wow.
the charts dropped. So
Yeah, it's
that's
still.
a big
Sorry,
problem.
it's still going down.
So like a whole bunch of coins, the liquidity was drained out on the Sui ecosystem, on Cetus, and the Cetus DEX liquidity pools. That's I don't know what they're gonna do about that.
372, it looks like it's trying to bounce. It just had 2 wicks down there, but it still hasn't shown anything to the upside. It just may have found a floor over there, but it doesn't look like it's found a lot.
Definitely a buying opportunity for Sui, but I'd be careful with like smaller caps.
I'd be careful doing much with it for the next day. If you want to accumulate, that's fine, but I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't sell the house.
Yeah, that was good, that video. Warren Buffett.
That was funny, right, Rick? Man, he pulled out the drawing. Oh, this is a rabbit.
Yeah. He's like, well, back in 1920, or whatever the hell.
He like read every book on TA, Rick. He was like, I read every book on TA. They told me I was doing it wrong.
He mentioned a book that he liked, which was The Smart Investor.
Yeah, from that guy Graham. Yeah, Investor's Quotient or whatever. Yeah, Intelligent Investor.
Yeah. That guy sitting next to him, is his name Charlie Munger or something like that? I think he passed
Yeah,
away.
he passed away.
not
Yeah,
long.
that Charlie Munger. Yeah, that's his partner. He passed away. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were up there, man. Close to 100.
Yeah. That's wild.
I said I took 75% profit on that short. I set a stop loss in profit, and I'm just gonna leave it alone. I took a hedge along with some of the money I just made off of it because it's showing some sort of support here now. Probably gonna collapse after, and then I'm done with it. Because if I play it more, I will lose the money back.
Nice. Yep.
15-minute candle, new one. Just started. Got market open in 15 minutes. Anything can happen.
Anyone know what happened to Sui?
I shorted it.
How come it's got such a big red candle? Is something wrong with it?
It's either a glitch or a hack.
I see. Because I did hear that them and
I don't,
Binance have been
I
having
don't know
issues.
if it's a glitch. The like liquidity pools got drained.
What?
It drained a lot.
That is good.
It's pretty crazy.
I saw earlier on X something about Binance trying to fix the issue with Sui, but I'm not sure exactly.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing fantastic in a world where Bitcoin is in price discovery, hitting 111,800. We are up 5% in the last 24 hours. Little bit of a double top position going on right now, but it's just small time frame stuff.
Hey, Susie.
That's good news, though, for Sui. If there's no liquidity, it means we can pump and dump like hell and be volatile.
Man, I got a big bag in there, buddy. I don't want to see that go down.
Yeah, but it can also go up if there's no liquidity. Anyone coming hitting market buy will just pump it to $1 million, and anyone market dumping will dump it to zero. But like, might
Yes,
be.
sir. It depends on your what's your entry on Sui?
Not amazing. It's about, what is it, 360? 50?
Is the news real though, or is it just an attempt of the bears
Yeah.
at getting liquidated?
Yeah, is it really immaterial impacting news? Is it really that bad?
But it's just Web3 stuff. No, it's got
I think
nothing. Like,
I think it's real because like, I mean, I have a few Stewie coins, and I mean, if you look at the charts, just giant red candle, down 75%.
That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that.
And it's
what?
like it's like everything, almost everything on the Stewie ecosystem dumped.
Yeah, hey Zuzi, maybe take a look at it, Zuzi. What's going on the DD side, if it's really something material on it.
I
Or if
remember
it's
this
bullshit.
voice.
Hey,
I
Zuzi,
remember this voice.
I'm
Hello,
glad I
sir.
found
How are
man.
you?
I was hunting for you guys. I couldn't find you.
Glad to hear you. How have you been?
Yeah, good man, good.
Enoch, you know what? There was someone Epic. I used to confuse with you, Enoch and Epic. Oh,
I don't remember that name. Okay.
Thank goodness it's not affecting
you're still trading on
Yeah.
what was the
Yeah. About Bookmap, right? You're still using
Yeah.
Bookmap too, right, Zuzi? Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at it instead of looking at candles, I guess. But
Yeah.
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 We had some very high level stuff going on Bookmap.
Yeah, I'm still using it. Yeah. I don't have it up now. It just takes up too much bandwidth.
Yeah, the memory usage is huge on that thing. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But no, Sui, I checked the chart on Binance. There's no 75% candle down. It's just it's at $3.8 and like
Oh no,
yeah, it is.
one of the coins underneath the ecosystem lost 70%, 75% of its value.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's-
Way more than one, like multiple coins on the Sui ecosystem.
Right.
Like,
Oh,
Yeah,
so
that's-
my
well,
Haydal and all.
That's what I was saying, Susie. If you could take a look at the news on it, maybe you could glean something from the news that more than us, you know?
It's like a mass exodus for the.
I think it's pretty straightforward. The liquidity pools got drained.
Yeah,
Got
so
hacked
it's
apparently. That's what
a
someone's saying.
security breach on the
Is that what
liquidity
it is?
provider Web3 exchange, no? I'm not
But
sure.
is it another provider or is it them themselves? Like, is it like is it?
Status DeFi.
This
So
is probably
Cetus,
gonna.
go ahead, go
Sorry.
ahead.
No, go ahead. I was like, if this is just a liquidity providing hack,
Yeah.
then probably people are gonna sell like hell, and they're gonna panic sell, and it's gonna be a dip to buy, right? So if it puts a
Yeah.
new low below 350, maybe with a tight invalidation, maybe we can try to scoop some, or maybe if we go even below $3, it would be even more. I mean, the best ABC would be to go below 1.7, but.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could be something like that, unless it's something
I
more.
never trust the news.
Yeah. The news is tricky.
But yeah, if that thing spreads like a viral stuff, then people are probably gonna sell because the liquidity provider got hacked or whatever happened. Don't forget, these projects tend to hack themselves. Like it might be someone from the Sui team who actually hacked the money.
Yeah.
That is true.
That's why I was like, have Susie take a look at it because he knows all those angles.
It was
No,
simply.
I'm just
I mean,
joking.
anybody can come up with the 12 phrases in the correct order. It's what I'm saying. It's not
It's pretty
complicated.
straightforward. It's not like a thing to unravel. Like,
Liquidity grab, not a wallet grab.
the-
It's a liquidity grab. They were able to access the liquidity of the DApp itself.
Yeah, so it's one liquidity provider on Sui network that got hacked. It's not the Sui network itself, right? It's not.
But it's the biggest. It's
That's
the
right.
biggest. Cetus
Cetus.
Did
yeah,
they do the
Cetus is
the
the
thing
creator of.
program
If
in
Solana has Jupiter, Sui has Cetus.
So what's Deepbook then? Isn't that the other one?
Cetus is the largest DEX on Sui, and they have
Right.
a lot of liquidity pools.
Has this happened before? Has this happened before?
Got drained.
This hasn't happened before on it. I don't know the history on Cetus. This is the first time.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
They're quite new, so I think it is. Yeah.
No, but overall, Sui is a new network. It's like 1 year old, 2 years
You
now.
know what? I don't mind if it's an inside job. I mean, look at the price. We are 20% away from all-time high on Sui.
Yeah,
The truth is, though,
somebody
what's
is.
happened? Is that something that can cause it to crash?
Yeah, because see, when you lose liquidity, if you're a whale, right, and you want to sell like later on, if you're lacking liquidity in the ecosystem, you tend to get a lot of slippage, and you might not get the amount that you're supposed to get. So what the person did was take how much? How much did he take? Who's the girl? Is it Tana? You girls like
Kelly, I mean, I don't think they know, but the article says 200 million.
Yeah, he took a lot of liquidity, right? Like 70%.
All the coins I saw dropped about 75%, like in one big candle. And people are saying you can't even do swaps right now in the wallet.
Yep, there you go. Because there's no liquidity. So yeah, so it's a mass exodus at the same time. So whatever liquidity was left, it's probably dried up. So Sui now has to fill up the liquidity pools for all those that were stolen from.
Cetus is tweeting, like telling people to calm down, that they're working on fixing the glitch.
Short fixed yet.
The problem is in the span of an hour, they just lost 30 to 70% of their bags.
So the company is named Cetus, right?
Yes,
Those are the ones that got hacked. It's not Sui that got hacked.
Yeah, it's Cetus. They're a DEX. Like what
Is
are
it?
they compared?
Who said Sui was the one that got hacked? We were saying it was Cetus.
Yeah, it's Cetus. They're a DEX token, and like you used to swap like
The,
Jupiter?
Yeah, like Jupiter.
I have no idea, but let's ask Grok or try to find the answer. How much does all these DEX liquidity combined represent to just what Binance liquidity provides?
Oh,
Is it
pretty
like
big. Because like think of it like Solana. Like before the Phantom law, you had Jupiter, right? Jupiter and Radium providing liquidity for the ecosystem. So Cetus is like that. It's the same. It's the same structure and architecture. So you're with Cetus, and for example, like they're now developing a pump dot fund for Sui, so they can launch meme coins. It will also be provided by Cetus, the liquidity pool for those coins. So a lot of the meme coins, a lot of the new coins, like so Jupiter and Radium provided for Solana. Then you have Cetus and this, I forgot the other one. And you have Cetus, which is the biggest one that provides that
that's the
for
biggest one? Okay.
yeah, for Sui. So every layer one that are being built now, they kind of follow the same format because they don't want to do what Ethereum was doing before with layer twos. So what they're doing now is allowing these other companies to create infrastructure for the layer one. Like with Solana, you have Pyth for DeFi, and then you have your Jito for technical. I keep forgetting the word they use for Jito. MEV protection and other functions underneath the ecosystem. Then you have Ray and Jupiter providing liquidity for when they create new projects. You know, you need liquidity for new projects. So those are the companies that do that.
So a liquidity providing company got hacked. Well, I think Sui got hacked at $4.2, where it couldn't put a higher high. And now it's coming back to support, and this is like hourly time frame stuff, right? But you got support at 360, and we're not there yet, so
When
I
was the
don't know
last
if
time a layer hacked? You guys remember when a layer one got hacked? The layer one itself. Has Ethereum been hacked before?
No, not the net. I mean, not to my knowledge, not the network itself. But a lot of ETH got hacked, but it's from outside.
Yeah,
It's not the protocol's fault. It's people leaking their seed pass phrases and all.
So ETH
I think it's happened
Classic
in the DeFi for
is
ETH.
See, just getting drained, liquidity pool's getting drained on Sui is like if like Uniswap liquidity pools got drained on
The status
Ethereum.
hash it's exchanged 61.47 million USDC and 1,770 Solana tokens for approximately 23,244 Ethereum. This swap occurred at a purchase price of around 2,658 per ETH. So it was confirmed, and the hacker pretty much. What the hell did they hack Solana as well? Because they did purchase, they pretty much swapped everything to Ethereum for 23,244
It's
Ethereum.
Solana. So Sui and Solana are kind of friends right now. If you look at the Phantom
That's a
wallet,
different hack, I think.
you can actually put Sui on Phantom.
In the end,
What's up,
these
dude?
hack news have long-term effect. It's not just about the daily 15-minute candle, right? If you look at, for example, ETH got a huge, well, Bybit got hacked a huge amount of ETH. It's in the billions of dollars, not millions. And, well, it survived it, right? So it's probably gonna be the same for Sui if this liquidity pool drainage. Like maybe Binance will. Sinus is telling me CZ is helping Sui, so maybe it's not such a big deal. I don't know,
CZ
but
I'm scared of CZ, man. He'll turn around and dump it all.
and the one who destroyed Celsius. Yeah, I remember CZ.
You're gonna allow CZ to fill up your liquidity pool? Good luck.
Yeah,
if
bro.
there's money to be made, he would do it now because Sui still shows a lot of interest from traders, and They want to still provide liquidity on this coin, no? And I mean, right now the liquidity is fine on Binance. You can go ahead and dump your $1 million SWI.
That's a bunch need to get rid of.
This is just bad news for Web3 again.
So Binance needs to push the price up so they can get out.
Yeah.
Well, we just did that, but we failed to put a higher high, so we couldn't.
Or if not to get out. See, SWI has taken the spotlight out of the other layer ones. Like BNB, I mean, it has a share, but it doesn't have that much love from the community. It's really a Solana and SWI layer ones. Those are the layer ones to beat right now. So if CZ wants to do that, ooh, I'm seeing a play. Something's gonna happen.
That's exactly why I'm stressing over this.
He's going to decide not to do it after looking at the books. It's going to send everything downward. And he'll be positioned with his shorts.
And he's gonna buy it at $1.
And he'll acquire it in the end, yeah. It's not like somebody needs to. Well, I guess it's just coins. So, what's he gonna do? Take over a failing company?
I put the article in the bubble chat if anyone wants to see it.
Yeah, Solana's smelling good right now. So the people who left SWI, I'm seeing some volume come in Solana.
Well, that makes sense. I could see people like selling off SUI and going to Sol.
And then Sol's one of the DApps on Sol will get hacked, and they'll move again back to SWI, or what's the?
Until they run out of money.
Or
Because your fandom wallet, you can keep SWI, right? So when you see price action like that and you want to exchange it, you just go to your wallet and just like convert it straight to Sol.
Personally, I'm waiting for $5 to sell my tiny amount of SWI, and well, it seems to have slowed down its pump recently, but it reached like $4. I'm still gonna wait for $5. I don't care if it gets hacked. Unless technically, as long as we're holding bullish market structure, there's no huge sign of weakness. Even with this hack news, if you look on the daily time frame, we have like, I mean, it's barely a red candle on the daily, so I'd like, can it at least put a lower low below 3.58 to, show a beginning of a downtrend, and then maybe things will do a crazy red candle down. I don't know, but I guess I'm okay being stopped out there to potentially even re-enter a long.
I don't
or-
disagree, Susie. I don't disagree.
Over the
If
next
they
2
bring-
hours, the US is going to wake up playing anything they have related to it.
Guys, so this
Well,
is
it
a free.
depends. It depends, because look at what happened with the ETH hack on Bybit. People woke up to a huge news of one of the biggest exchanges getting drained all its ETH. Yet we didn't see an immediate reaction. The reaction took months. In the end, it probably put bearish pressure on ETH for months and months. But we didn't see a quick reaction to the hack news on Bybit ETH hack. Maybe we were already bouncing when the news came out, if I remember right. So, but I think that put pressure on the long term. So it might be, and this is different. This is a liquidity pool being drained. It's not the coins being stolen. So whoever drained that liquidity ends up having USDC and SWI tokens, right? If he, like, what did he do with it?
I have no idea.
Like that they're probably gonna hunt him down and try to make him not sell his stolen tokens, and maybe they'll do some good public relations stuff and come up with an article a bit like Bybit did with the ETH hack, and with the bullish sentiment going on, hack news.
They'll fix it somewhere after it hits 90% negative.
Yeah, well, like a lower low below 1.7. Yeah.
Just hold
Zusi.
on.
Zusi.
Yeah.
You're gonna see. So if you're looking at the structure of we're just on the second level of the correction. This is a This is manipulated. This is a 3 correction wave. So you have the first one already. If you look at the 50 minutes, doing it in stages. The second one's coming. It's about to hit. It's gonna curl. It's gonna go down, and then gonna do one more. Levels we're looking at, people, is 3.58, and if we break 3.58, we go straight to 3.2. If we break 3.2, we go straight to 2.6.
You're expecting this to happen? You said.
No. Those are just levels to look at. It's always good to have, because when you have events like this, it's good to know that where can we bounce, where can I DCA. You know, you don't want to throw everything in one area, right?
To be honest, on a small cap coin,
this is not a small cap coin.
Really? Oh, for me, Sui is still a small cap coin. But like to be honest, on a small cap coin, it can do what David was saying, which is 90% down.
So it seems like it's kind of just going sideways right now.
Check the
Yeah.
15.
CZ is buying all retail sales on that news article. I wonder how much he paid that guy to come up with the hack. I wonder if he hacked himself, actually.
Can I ask your name one more time? I keep forgetting, so I can connect that voice to it.
Oh no, the girl.
The girl, yeah.
me?
Because I keep
Kelly,
mixing them up. Okay, Kelly. All right. Kelly, go to the 15-minute. You know those structures when you see consistent falling trend. You're seeing what you're seeing right now. So it's doing it at high levels. Yeah, you're about to do the second one. It goes in threes. So this little bounce right here, that's not a bounce. That's basically just a 786 bounce, and then we're gonna look to at least 3.59, 3.6. Restart the entire trend. It's a lot of liquidity. If they took Cetus liquidity, that's a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they drained a lot of liquidity. It's crazy.
It wasn't the whole of Cetus, was it? It was just one smart contract, no?
No, Cetus itself. That's
So
why people can't sell.
Several liquidity pools.
Does this mean I won't be able to sell on Binance then right now?
Wait, wasn't that just on Lo-Fi though, or Lo-Fi? It wasn't on. It was just the Lo-Fi coin, right, that had the problem? Or Sui's having problems too.
Maybe these are centralized exchanges trying to attack DeFi.
Who's having sorting it?
Cetus was hacked, and a bunch of liquidity pools on like 200 million. I can't remember. I posted it in the bubble chat, the article. A bunch of the liquidity pools were drained. So like Hippo, like almost every like small.
But this was on Sui, right?
Crash.
These were on Sui. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope Tana's okay. Tana May.
She said she didn't have Sui. She had Deep yesterday.
Well, yeah, Deep's in the Sui ecosystem.
I think Deep might look better than everything else, but even like Walrus dumped not quite as hard as other things.
Deep went down. Wait. Deep went down by. Yeah. I think the entire trend that Taname has been working on. She's back to square one. It went down 12%.
She got in deep at like 6 cents, I think. So she's still.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, but she wanted to take profit at 30. When she's back at 19, she was already up here at like 22.
Eyes on
sell the rally by the news. It seems like that on Sui right now.
Seems like that on everything, huh?
I know there's no downtrend to buy on Bitcoin. Otherwise, I'd be looking to add.
Like, anytime like a project crashes, loses liquidity, gets rugged, it's like, okay, people just jump back in and like, all right, it's done. Let's pump it, But look at Bitcoin just holding above 111,000 this morning. This is a beautiful sight to see if you're in a bullish position.
Yes, this sweet news is breaking our mood. Come on, they're trying to make us think bearishly while things are so bullish. Oh, I got hacked. Eve got hacked.
Itself is not down.
No, you can't even see what's happening, bro.
Eve got hacked 1% of his total supply, yet it's still here. It'll probably be the same for Sui. Sui's not gonna disappear.
Did ETH get hacked for percent, or did ETH Classic get hacked?
No, ETH, the real ETH got hacked on Bybit.
ETH Classic,
Well, that wasn't
right?
ETH. It wasn't ETH that got. It was a contract that got exploited.
Yeah, it wasn't ETH. They just stole ETH.
It was
No,
ETH
it wasn't ETH, but I mean the Bybit lost all its ETH.
Yeah, but ETH wasn't hacked. Yeah.
No, but a significant amount of liquidity on one of the biggest exchanges out there got drained because that was their hot wallet, right? And I don't know how they did it, but price only dropped 50% in the end.
What on ETH? Price didn't drop 50% on ETH.
It did by going
No.
from I need to check my timing, but I think we went roughly 50% lower after the hack, yeah. But it took months to go there.
So I want to give you guys.
But that was a downtrend of the whole market, wasn't it? Not just ETH.
No, it wasn't the whole market because when you look at
The whole market.
Yeah, but ETH overextended
After
its
the Bybit
downside.
hack.
There was a DAO hack that occurred on July 20th, 2016, leading to the splitting of Ethereum into Ethereum and
Oh, we're
Ethereum.
talking about what happened recently, like a few months ago, last month or 2 months ago.
People are saying that it was never hacked.
Yeah, it wasn't hacked. It was the
It was.
exchange. They exploited something that the exchange was using, basically.
Yeah, but it's similar to this liquidity hack, right? Because this was the hot wallet of Bybit and that cold wallet, and it's how they manage their liquidity, right? So it's an example of what liquidity hack can end up doing.
Yeah. But the point of failure wasn't from Ethereum. The point of failure was something that had to do with the exchange.
Yes. Yeah, but that's the same for Sui here too. It's not a failure of Sui; it's a failure of the company doing liquidity provisioning stuff.
And this failure affects a lot of the ecosystem because a lot of the ecosystem uses the same liquidity pools.
We're getting a positive candle for the first 15 minutes.
Of course, Coinbase desktop is not working right now. Thank you, Coinbase. You guys are great.
Really?
Really. Everything else on my... Yep, everything else
Let me
is working
check.
fine.
I'll connect on Coinbase.
Everything is working except for Coinbase and market open.
Yeah, they just don't want me to sell this. They're trying to like hold, just hold. They want me to hold. That's all.
It works in France. I'm connected on Coinbase desktop. Well, maybe America is under DNS attack, ping attack.
It's probably just me under attack.
What does Bitcoin want to do?
We all know what Bitcoin wants to do. It wants to go to $137,000.
5 straight days of rallies. Oh my. Long
7
it
weeks.
and short it. And long it again during Asia. Yeah, 7 weeks. Sorry.
7 weeks, yeah. Because that's the problem on Bitcoin. I mean, it's not a problem, but it's the trend on Bitcoin. Like when you look on a 4-hour chart and you zoom out on what happened since 75K, there's no retraces. They're like very small, right? And it didn't give you yet a good repositioning opportunity. I mean, if you did it perfectly, you managed to catch 3-4 times 5% down, but well, barely 5%, more like 4% down. But it's just, I think it's just a single up move. It's just the same uptrend still. But that's not true on these alts. These alts are very different. I mean, Three, for example, is giving you a bit of a downside, although you still can't call it a downtrend on Three. But we're pretty close to calling it a downtrend. And yeah, ETH also gave a bit of a downtrend. Building support now at 2,430. But Bitcoin didn't do that kind of 3 down legs on the hourly time frame or 15-minute even. It is strong uptrend still. How about this double top? Anybody attempting to short this?
What?
Got like
Yeah, I'm
Technically,
actually
is it technically a double top now?
On what?
No, we failed to even reach the square, but you know, you got Nasdaq that just opened, and all there might be arguments to enter short. Now, to be honest, I didn't check yet everything. But yeah, that double top. It
yeah,
looks like a double top.
shorting Ethereum. Yeah, I've been shorting Ethereum since earlier. Ethereum and Sui. I started shorting Sui when the news came out. I'm shorting Cetus as well.
I mean,
Just be careful with your shorts if Bitcoin makes another higher high.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I already took my initials out, so my stop loss is in profit. I'm good.
Cardano reached 80 cents.
But yeah,
Are
I
these...
think Bitcoin's a little.
So
There
wait a
we
second.
go.
Is Cardano about to be hacked too? Because these coins, if they fail to put a higher high, so in Cardano's case, the previous high is 86, we're at 80 cents. They'll likely all come back down to support. Now, Sui expedited that move by having hack news. Cardano didn't expedite that move. Can we cancel the hack news so that it doesn't affect other alts? Because people are gonna be scared not only on Sui but on other alts too, right?
Yo, this news just came in. Apple, Nvidia, and Tesla to trade on Kraken on as
what
tokenized.
Yeah, tokenized stocks.
ETF.
There's RWAs, man. They're going to be big. Tokenized stocks. Like
Oh,
Binance has been doing that for a while, but now it's if the US gets into
Yeah,
that, it's really good.
they're doing
That's
it in Kraken.
crazy.
What
Binance
kind of fake news is that?
when it was doing that.
No, it's not fake news. It's
Check on
real.
Binance Global.
It's hitting everywhere.
Can anyone check on Binance Global to see if you can still buy like tokenized Tesla and the other?
Can.
Oh, you can?
I used to do that. Yeah,
But
yeah.
imagine
you can. Binance.
Yeah. Imagine you're the New York Stock Exchange. Why would you allow a crypto platform to trade your coins and take market share from you?
Well, you make a deal with them. It gives you more exposure. Why not? As long as you make a proper deal and they're not stealing under the table, it's fine. It's more exposure.
What you can also do is tokenize the coin. That means you create a different tokenomics for it, since it's not really a stock. You know what I mean? You have to create, because since it's crypto, you have to create tokenomics for the tokenized asset.
Well, the tokenized asset has to has to be pegged to the share that it's representing.
So these dinosaur brokers, they're like losing market share to these crypto exchanges, and now they want to provide services on crypto exchanges. So we buy Nvidia and not Bitcoin on our crypto exchange.
I think there's going to be a paradigm shift, and pretty soon shares of companies are going to be pegged to the tokenized assets. We'll give it 5 to 10 years, and then they'll realize, like the paper shares, they're going to have to peg them to the digital shares. Just watch.
TradFi is going to flood. It's going to flood into this
But
market.
I feel like the news is kind of bearish for Bitcoin, right? Like that liquidity that would normally flow, like crypto wise, would flow into like Bitcoin and alts or ETH would now has a chance to like park itself in these like Nvidia and Apple.
No.
Yeah.
The money had the chance anyways. I think It's fine, and it's going to be good because it creates more liquidity in and out. So imagine if someone's in there, but then they want to take profit, and then it's easier for them to go fluid into Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge, XRP. You know, so I think those bridges are good. It's a good thing.
Yeah, let them come in. I mean, like if Tesla, Apple, what's the third one? Tesla, Apple, and
Nvidia.
yeah, Nvidia. Well, except for Nvidia, that thing grows really fast. So let's say Tesla and Apple. I mean, well and good. I don't care because, like, I mean, if you look at Bitcoin from 15,000 to 111,000 in 2 years. Come on, guys, right?
But the whole thing is, what's the problem? If it does take from Bitcoin, it's like, hey, you just got to recognize what's going on and you jump on the train. You know, you can't be scared to get on the bandwagon in crypto.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got to speculate. If it's a new arena, it's a new ecosystem. You got to speculate on what's going on.
You got to be willing to drop Bitcoin, and you can't marry these cryptos. If something happens big and there's some new fundamental paradigm shifts in crypto, you have to be ready. It's like gangster stuff. You have to drop everything. You have to drop family. You have to drop. You just have to don't look back and go into a new realm. It's like you have to forget what you knew, forget everything you did. Not regarding technicals and stuff, but it's like just because Bitcoin's number one doesn't mean something can just come over and be like, hey, this is actually a better solution, and somebody ends up convincing somebody with influence and so on and so forth, a domino effect. And all of a sudden you're holding the bag and everyone's jumped onto something else. They're like, oh man, look at this. I'm getting 200% gains on NVIDIA. And you're sitting there at Bitcoin $50,000,
Yeah. But it's also like, that notion, it's like that kid. He's like new in the neighborhood. When he comes, he wants to play ball and he brings a brand new Spalding ball to the court.
I hear you. Yep. With a brand new
yeah,
shoes.
Yeah, and you're like, well, who's this guy? Let's borrow your ball. Give me the ball. Let's get their feet wet. Let's see what TradFi thinks of our neck of the tent. What is that?
Man, I still think some of these top 10s are going to slowly chip away from Bitcoin and Ethereum's market cap. They're still going to do fine, Bitcoin and Ethereum. But within 5 years, the market's not going to be as lopsided, in my opinion. I think the market's going to even out in distribution of market cap and dominance.
This structure feels familiar. I'm not going to say it. Not right now. Let's let the day play out.
Uh-oh. You bearish?
No,
not
yet.
You got 3 shorts open, so I guess so.
I don't like the timing of that SWE news.
Well, some things don't happen with timing. It just somebody saw an opportunity and took it, and it just happened to happen at that time.
We've been in this game for too long. They time these things. Everything's
They waiting until there's a lot of liquidity in the pool to do it. That's what the timing was.
Somebody had a target, so you better start taking money off the table because it's disappearing.
But I'm looking at Bitcoin right now, and Bitcoin does not care about SUI.
No, it does not. It is in.
It does not.
SUI short is up. My Bitcoin long is up. My Bitcoin short is down. My SUI long is up because the
Bluefin recovered well.
A really shitty short position. Bitcoin, damn it.
Is that a cup and handle? Bitcoin?
No. The small time frame?
Shorter time frame. I'm just watching trends. 15.
Yeah, it could be forming where if we finish it off and touch 111,600, that would be kind of the brim line. Yeah.
Yeah, I like those wicks. It took liquidity from the VWAP twice. That's good.
It's not the prettiest
It's not
cup and handle because the beginning of the cup is just a little bit higher than the end of the cup, but I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Is that a bear flag on ETH? Can you verify, Drew? I need a second. ETH on the 15.
Let me see. Where is my ETH?
Is that a bear flag or is it just building?
Dude, my charts are acting up right now. What's going on here? I'm telling you, they don't want me to sell. Let's
Are you
see.
for real?
Yeah.
Dude, use your phone, man. Use your phone. Check. That's not cool if you can't sell. Like you can't do your buys and sells in market open.
It needs your liquidity to hold against all the little tiny betters that are going to take it from you.
They don't want me to dump on your heads.
They saw that Doge bag. They were like, "Oh,
What?
he big."
You went to sleep holding Doge?
Yeah.
No,
With no
here we
stop.
go.
Yo, with no stop
Just
loss.
got triggered.
That
With
hasn't
no
happened in a
stop
while,
loss.
Drew. What's up?
I know, dude. I got some phone calls, man. But yeah, Ethereum. What time frame were you asking on Ethereum?
15, because it dropped and went
15?
sideways. I just want to
No,
know
that's
if that's
definitely not a bear flag. No,
okay.
No way, Jose.
So it's just building off the 50.
On the 15, yeah, I don't see any
No,
really
right now.
recognizable pattern on the
Building off
15.
the 50, right?
Yeah, he just
Bouncing off the
tested
50.
previous resistance as support on the 15, so that's pretty good.
Damn, I have to work. I'll leave you guys. I need to call my employer to tell him, hey, Bitcoin is in price discovery. Can I take a few days off here?
What's a nice vacation city now in France for the summer? I spent spring in Nice. That was really nice.
I
Like,
really
what's a
need to
nice
work.
place?
I'm out. We'll discuss it all later. But vacation, I mean, mountains is cool for skiing. Like we have a lot of good skiing. Yeah, in Nice, it's a bit too crowded in summer. Like I don't enjoy it personally, but yeah, it's pretty nice in July, August, where it's hot enough to be like sea vacation. And then you have more like Brittany stuff. Where it's rainy and Bretagne. I like that too. And Normandy also for people who live close to Paris. They tend to go just on a weekend, a few days. It's pretty close to Paris, like 2-hour drive.
That's cool. See you later, Zusi.
See you.
Oh, what are we gonna do? Okay, sweet. Nothing's moving, man. Come on, Bitcoin, do something.
Things moving, they're just ranging.
Yeah. They're just waiting for Bitcoin. Bitcoin, come on. I know
Like
where you
literally,
want to go.
here, I'm in a BTC long and a BTC short. Both are positive at the moment. I'm in a SWE long positive and a SWE short positive.
Perfect.
So now we wait.
Yeah, I have an Ethereum short. I have a Solana short. I got a Bitcoin short that is just opened right now. Sweet short.
Don't
Nothing
short
long. Yeah, nothing long at the moment. Just waiting.
it too long. But I have a nice trade going on ETH, and
Hey,
I'm
it's
not.
good. A really
I'm
good
not
trend this entire week, man.
to get above 6,000.
Yeah, it's crazy bullish week.
27xing ETH to 6,000.
Let's go, Bitcoin. Make a decision.
Again. One minute on the candle for the hourly and the 15-minute.
Yes, sir. I'm waiting. 22 seconds. Okay. I'll see you.
Don't do it,
See where you
Bitcoin. Don't you
Yeah,
have
everything's fine on the phone, but desktop, man, they're sketchy, dude. I'd say once or twice a week this happens on Coinbase desktop.
Really? That's crazy.
Yep.
That's too much. Once a week? That's way too much.
And it's always when there's a lot of volume and a lot of things going on.
Really?
Never happens when it's bar coding. Like when things are just like going sideways, never happens.
That's not good.
Drew, why didn't you use Binance Global?
Because I will when I'm back in Romania, but I'm in the States right now.
You use the VPN. What's the big deal?
Yeah. I don't want them being like, okay, you used the VPN, we're not giving you your money. You never know. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm not playing like that. That's good. That's going against the rules. You're not supposed to use a VPN on the exchange.
You have the citizenship, and using VPN, you can say, "Well, I live in both, so what? Well, I'm visiting right now, so." But you can't stop your money.
I gotta
You
read it
have a
again, but
stake.
there's a disclaimer there. And I just wouldn't want there to be any discrepancy in them withholding my funds for a while because I used a VPN or something like that.
Oh, what's that disclaimer? Because usually, if you have a fake citizenship, different story. But you have a Romanian citizenship, so I don't think they can hold your money.
I'll look into it. That would be. I would love to use Binance Global here in the States.
My nephew visited from Europe, and he trades in Binance, and then he couldn't use it because he was here, and then he was kind of scared like that too, and I told him use VPN, and then he reached customer service, said, well, look, if you have a citizenship, European citizenship, but you're visiting there or you want to stay there for a long time, that's okay, use a VPN because we don't have any way to, let you do it without VPN. But he said, long as you really are European citizenship, it doesn't matter where you are, just you can trade it. So I was just curious.
Volume's picking up. Market's open, right?
So there's a thing, accessing Binance Global while in the US might violate Binance's terms of service due to regulatory restrictions.
Might.
That's what I'm looking at. Exactly. I don't like these gray things, I'm not gonna put my money on something gray. It's gotta be black or white.
He just said that with his chest. Might. Drew, you gotta trust him.
Exactly.
He just said it with his chest. Might.
Well, I'm in the US and I'm using exchanges.
What's the ratio? What's the ratio for you when you say might? Is it a 50-50 when you say might to someone? It might happen. Is that a 50-50 thing or yes?
Maybe 30. Because they can do shit to me. If I have a European citizenship, I'm using. I don't have Binance Global, but I use Bybit. I use, and they froze me a couple of times when my phone restarted it, and they reached out to me, and I said, "Hey, did I submit my KYC? Yeah. So what does it really matter where I'm living right now? Where I'm vacation?"
All right, Bitcoin. What do you want to do? You want to bounce off the 50? What do you want to do? Want to do a retest? Oh, a higher low. I can see what you're trying to do. Drew was right.
With what?
I zoomed in just to see what Bitcoin was doing. It's actually making a higher low on the 15.
Yeah, it's still holding.
Yeah, look at ETH. ETH is moving now. ETH, Solana's making okay. Okay, market's ready.
Gold is knifing. Gold sees Bitcoin's potential and they're jumping ship.
Yes, sir. They took their profits and bring it here. Ethereum's Bollinger Bands is super, super, super tight. That's what she said. Yeah, we're looking. I'm looking for a move on ETH. I'm just waiting for Bitcoin. Come on, Bitcoin. Make that higher low. I'm in. Let's go long.
We've gone long.
No, don't not financial advice. I'm speculating because I'm seeing what Bitcoin's trying to do.
No, fair enough. I'm
But
just wondering.
yeah, I'm very particular with my entry. I like to have distance. I don't like waiting 2-3 candles to get in. I want to make sure I have a good entry.
I'm just chatting. See what happens with Sui.
Oh yeah,
Not
no,
far
Sui is still gonna go down. That's a bear flag on Sui. That's a bear
Everyone's
flag on
gonna
Sui.
sell their Sui and buy some more Bitcoin, some more Ethereum, some more XRP, some more Solana, some more Doge, some more Mudang, some more this, some more that.
Sui caught like this line that I've had at 370. That was like a support.
I really don't care
Might
about
not
the
be
price.
gold.
My first buy for
I've got
Sui
that
was
as
one.
well.
Man, I'm sick of hearing for Sui. The XRP army, the Doge army, they're fighting against Sui, and I think they're the ones that instigated that attack. Props. It's like, nah.
Yo, Drew, you want to
You
be
said
buying
bear
some?
flag, but it's bull
I'd
flag on
buy it.
Sui.
Huh?
No, isn't it
That's
a
not
bull
a bull
flag?
flag.
It's a parallel
That's a
downward. That's a bull flag. No? Okay.
I'm pretty sure
no.
Sui, if we get a pop, Sui's just gonna
That's
eat
a
that
bear flag.
entire red up, and it's just gonna make a new high here.
Just
Man,
one
Sui
candle.
is toast.
After, that would be a funny outcome, right?
I don't
People
know
read
what
the
to
news,
do.
they dump their Sui and it just makes a new high.
I don't.
Sui
It almost
liquidity got
always happens. As
exploited.
long as as long as nothing fundamentally happened that was wrong, which like you were talking about, there was no exploit on Sui. It was just an exchange.
Well, I don't know how true this is, but apparently they've now stolen up to 400 plus mil. It's still
Yeah,
continuing to rain.
you can't just say it's just an exchange. The ecosystem thrives on the liquidity of its dexes.
No, for sure. But then liquidity can be replenished. But if there's an actual like exploit on the
But
actual
how
like
long, right?
contract, then you've like lost the integrity of the actual ecosystem. This is just
Yeah.
it could just be orchestrated FUD also. Like this could have been planned.
Yeah, it could be also, right? Correct. But Cetus is like Jupiter.
They
It's
have to
very
refund.
important to Sui.
They will have to refund, right? The people that lost money.
I'll break it down via the define right now. It's just CETIS protocol, the largest decentralized exchange and liquidity provider on Sui blockchain, suffered a major security breach. Preliminary analysis of blockchain monitoring services and media outlets, including Cointelegraph and Wu Blockchain, indicate that the attacker siphoned about $11 million worth of Sui tokens from the flagship Sui SUI USD pool, USDC pool, triggering a near loss of liquidity across the platform. The exploit rippled through the broader Sui ecosystem. Prices of several Sui-based tokens, including Hippo, Lo-Fi, Squirt, Blub, Suiman, collapsed by roughly 75% to 80% as the pools were emptied, while Sui denominated USDC briefly lost its dollar peg. The native Sui token fell around 5% on exchanges whose liquidity is not directly tied to CETIS. On-chain data show the attacker quickly routed the stolen assets through bridge protocols, moving large amounts of USD to Ethereum and converting part of the haul into Ether. Some analytic firms have tracked wallets linked to the exploit, holding more than $200 million in assets. Although those figures include sharply devalued tokens, the principal confirmed loss remains the $11 million initially drained from CETIS. And CETIS said it's investigating the incident with external security specialists. They're coordinating with other SUI projects to contain the fallout. Early forensic work points to a flash loan enabled Oracle manipulation, but the team has yet to publish a full post-mortem or outline plans for restoring liquidity and compensating users. So Cetus is to blame.
Yeah.
I
But
don't
yeah,
get the compensating users part because it's for people on leverage, like that got stopped out or well liquidated, that
No,
they're gonna
No,
people
compensate.
couldn't sell. People couldn't sell because there's no liquidity.
So
So
how are
they
you
wanted to
gonna
sell.
compensate if nobody was able to buy or sell because there was no liquidity? There's nothing to compensate, no?
well, no, there is. If
Who lost
let's see,
money in this hack? It's the
it's the flow
company
of
who's
money. The
providing
people that put
liquidity
money
who
into the
lost
pool.
money.
I mean, if there's loans going on, there's all types of movement. It's not just buys and sells.
I made money off of it, so somebody lost money.
Yeah. Way
Well,
of the
it's
world.
it's that Celsius that lost money. They're gonna compensate themselves now. Well, try to. And CZ is gonna come to the rescue. But he'll get 10% of Sui's share in exchange.
How that's gonna work out.
Yep, Sinlos knows the program. He said Elon said it some years ago. Bitcoin, ETH, and Doge, and you're good. That's all you need. Maybe a little XRP because we love XRP now too. Because XRP Army and Doge Army have united. It's official.
XRP, you got SHIB, you got ADA, you got ARB, you got a handful, like 20, 30, 40 good things. But the top 5 are good, but you're always going to have stuff run from, lower 50s up to the top.
So you think Sui's gonna drop, Drew?
Man, I'm sick of hearing Sui. Yeah, I want it to die. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sick. Sui this, Sui
Yeah,
that,
he
man.
wants us to be broke.
Sui, they're too fast for their own good. You ever see like runners that are too fast for their own good and they just trip? They're too
Okay,
fast for their own
dump
good.
it.
Get them out of here. I'm sick of them.
All right, Sui, go to 20 cents. Be done.
I bought my suit at $1. So wait, what time does Dbloc usually wake up? Got some weird stuff
Tell
going
you
on
that.
on a Thursday.
I'm kidding, all you Sui hoarders. You know I love you. Someone's selling. So if we look at this hourly on Bitcoin, it is in a beautiful bull flag. Safety net would be down to 110,500, in my opinion. You could still, even if you break the bull flag and create like kind of a descending wedge of pennant, that could be bullish too, which is fine. You also have a previous resistance. I'm looking at the 1 hour of 109,000 that can hold as support for local. We have a nice pivot point we might bounce off of at $106,000. But that's the gap. There's a little gap on the hourly between 110,300 and 109,100. So that little gap might have to get filled. If it does, I wouldn't get shook out. Not financial advice. I wouldn't get scared. If that breaks, you still got another little pivot point that I think Bitcoin would like to touch. That's at 106,000. And after that, you get the last pivot point, 102,228. In my opinion, if 102,228 area breaks and Bitcoin can't hold that, it's going to have to revisit $97,500. And it will have to do it. I know nothing has to do anything, but I'm going to be that firm and say that if it breaks that pivot point of 101, 102, it's going to have to hit 97.5. It's like the bears aren't going to let that slide. Like, and it's just technical. It's like there's a vector gap. We got to get that. But if we hold these levels, we're not going to get that until next bear cycle, like 5 years later, 4 years later, maybe. Who knows? 3 years, 2 years,
1 year.
1 year. Yeah.
112K or 97K, which is going to hit first?
Which one did you say? What's the options?
112K or 97K?
112K.
Yeah, 112
That's
is
easy.
much,
That's an easy bet right
no,
there.
because it's much closer. So the probability of hitting 112
Yeah.
even is much higher. It's so close. 97 is 15% lower, 13% lower, while 112 is just another 1%
And
higher.
not
than
only
the price,
and
right?
not only that, if you look
But
at the order
I
book,
think
look at the
I
depth
want
chart, and if you look at the depth chart, you can see that it's much harder to get down there than to get up to 112. The
well,
depth chart is
it
awesome.
didn't take much volume to pump, so we could easily dump too. But I think a more 50-50 question is: do you TP at 130 first, or do you buy at 92K first? And it's roughly the same distance from current price, right? Like, are we gonna hit 92 first, or 130 first? As long as we're above the previous all-time high, I think 131st is incoming. But if we lose the previous all-time high, then that's wrong. But for now, Bitcoin is in price discovery. You know, we're above what happened in December and January. We're above 108. So it's just in price discovery. It's trying to pump and find the top. We need to look for maybe a reversal pattern here. But yeah, I mean, you said bull flag, Drew. I said double top. Yeah, the double top is not valid. We didn't even touch the. Well, it's a lower high, right?
Bull flagish, double topish.
You got some profit in Doge? Waiting to get in again, or what?
No, I'm still all in. I actually bought a little bit more when I woke up this morning.
Nice.
Yeah, and I bought without things that were my portfolio. I took money from the outside world. That's how confident I believe in Doge. I actually deposited some dry powder in my Coinbase to do it.
No, it's how much you believe in your other coins. Couldn't risk it being anything.
I have no other coins. I have nothing else right now. Just Doge. I'll be right back.
Let's go, Doge.
Dang. So if you wanted to buy Sudang or not Sudang, yeah, like these memes that drop like 80-90% on where do you even get them from? Because it points you to Cetus to do the exchange on chain at least.
Exchanges.
Oh yeah. So you gotta go from exchanges.
The investigation on the hack is going to be interesting, right? We'll probably get more info in a few days. Like if it's someone internal from the team at that company that hacked, or like where did the breach come from to drain the liquidity? How did they get the private keys or whatever they did to hack? And the interesting part for me is going to be like if it's someone from the team who hacked it or not. Because if it's someone from the team who hacked it, then they kind of hacked themselves, right? And well, the recovery.
I feel like we'll never know. You like these things happen. Like it
Oh,
was
you
the perfect
know,
time. Bitcoin all-time high. Like it's just gonna get brushed under the rug, and people are just gonna move on and forget about it. There's so many other things that are
no,
happening.
you have crypto criminality companies specialized in these hack events that do a bit of an investigation and try to understand what happened and all, and they do a good job. I saw it on Orange Finance. Like they came down to where they found where the breach happened and all, and same for Bybit. Like they found out how they got hacked in the end. So they'll probably find out how this happened and why, and try to prevent it in the future.
How did Bybit get hacked?
It's very complex stuff. It's multi-sig wallet, but they were on the wrong website, basically. It's like huge phishing attack.
Is that official that North Korea hacked them?
Yeah. We need Trump now to go visit Rocketman and ask him to give back the money he stole. Which probably ain't gonna happen.
Well, he's not going to give shit back.
No, but he can't sell it either, so... Well, at least that's what they say.
Or
In
they can sell it.
reality,
They
I
keep selling.
saw in ETH's price that they sold it. People say it's BlackRock who sold. Yeah, but maybe the hack had something to do with the overextension down to below the bull bear market line. Like it's interesting that ETH broke its macro SR at 1700. The support from May June 2021. During the bull run on Bitcoin, we've had ETH actually break its macro time frame SR to the downside, and that's interesting. Maybe the hack news helped it do that.
And some of these alts are tightening up really nice on the Bollinger Band. And those right now is making a very interesting chart pattern on the smaller time frames. Things are tightening up and preparing for a push. A lot of alts are probably going to push within the next 15 minutes.
Check the Bollinger Bands on ETH. Look how tight it is.
Yeah.
Oh, on SWE, the macro SR is like $2, right? The question on SWE is, do we hit $2 first, or do we go in price discovery first? I think we'll go price discovery first, even with this hack news. But well, maybe not. Maybe we'll get another long at below $2 first.
Yeah, I would like that.
Oh, Coinbase went much lower on Sui than my exchange. Interesting. It went down to 3.58 on Coinbase. While Binance it didn't go that low. Yeah.
Well, it's
Oh,
gonna
well,
drop.
yeah, I'm just looking at that.
People not gonna take it well. Plus, it hasn't been processed yet to everybody who owns Sui, so not a lot of people are looking their
Yeah.
portfolio like me.
Yeah, Coinbase, man, that's shady. It should not. And nowhere else did it go that low. Because I'm in a Sui long, and my long was safe, and my stop loss was at 270, and it didn't go there. We got right down to like 270. Where did it get to?
But you know, the reaction of traders to news is not very rational. Like you can have bullish news have negative price impact. You can have the opposite. You can have bearish news have positive price impact. Like it's not. I don't know. It's not. Bearish news doesn't necessarily mean a continuation down to the downside, and same for bullish news. It doesn't mean a continuation to the upside. It's a bit sell the news by the rumor, right? Stuff also. So if people are selling the news of the hack, well, it's an opportunity to buy, right?
It hasn't dropped that much. That's attractive to buy, in my opinion. But yeah, maybe.
It's down 2% in the last 24 hours. So yeah, let's wait for a 20% red candle, I guess.
I think I'm trying to see if I can get some of those memes. I think they might be a good hippo. But hippo is already pumped. But I tried to send some Sui to my Phantom wallet to do it on chain, but there's no liquidity anywhere. All the exchanges are saying you can't swap, or like on Dexes.
Big buys, big buys.
Yeah, Web3 is not ready, man.
Big buys, big buys.
10:30.
Watch out.
What was the first hourly daily open? Oh wait, no, half an hour ago.
I
Broke
was
the
just
local.
about to walk away from the screen a little bit, and then I heard a chingy lingy, and I was like, okay, big buys. Let's stay and hang out for a little bit.
You said it's a 3-day weekend in America, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So is it Monday that you don't?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it
Monday's off. Monday's a bank
Monday's
holiday.
off? Okay. I guess that fits well, this Bitcoin continuing to pump while the stock market is more like sideways, a bit downward even. With a
Stock
3-day
market's
weekend.
dead. Stock market's for the dinosaurs.
It's not dead, man. It's doing fantastic.
It's slowly dying. This is the top. This is the end. We're going to enter a new era. Everything's going to be on the blockchain. It's going to be a new representation of these shares.
Because I was wondering how long can we continue to pump while things go down elsewhere? Well, I guess I got my answer with that 3-day weekend stuff.
Tesla's pumping.
No, but I feel like, well, maybe the weekend we'll get an all. If Bitcoin chills out and goes sideways, maybe grab some like liquidity here and there. Alts, maybe they'll give a chance for alts to catch up, even though they made a pretty good move overnight.
Well, it depends how many of them get hacked. They're gonna attack it with bearish news to prevent.
If that hack didn't happen, Sui would be pushing for like going towards like 450, 460 right now.
Sui seems to be recovering. Sui has made an entire level that it's coming up from.
Yeah, this wasn't even a big hit for Sui, man. It was trading at this level just like 2 days ago.
I think it's because of the hype, though. There's so many. It's very hyped. Blockchain at the moment.
Big buys, big buys. Oh yeah, Doge. That's what I'm talking about.
SWI is really taking off now.
Yeah, man, these Bollinger Bands on a lot of the cryptos showed that we're about to pop it.
So why is that? Are people FOMOing in with no liquidity, or are they filling the
No,
liquidity?
they're saying like, oh man, Bitcoin's actually going to hold above 110 today. Maybe it's going to play out of this bull flag. Oh my God, maybe we're never going to touch $100,000 Bitcoin again. Maybe it's time to start looking at these. Oh, it's because look at this. All of these ceilings on these alts seem like they haven't ran yet. Are people going to sell their Bitcoin and go into alts? Hell yeah, rockets.
I haven't heard you sound so bullish in a while. It's cool.
Sorry, I get a little excited.
Can we do that at the bottom of a 3-month consolidation next time?
Well, yes, we can. But right now is a very pivotal moment. And I think that this is a threshold moment. Even while we can see Bitcoin going up to 130, 140, 150 even, I think slowly but surely we're going to see some of these alts start ripping.
180! I'd love 180. I'll have no excuse not to TP there.
It'd be nice to see SWI recover and some of this other stuff, but I'm not. It's a weird, different type of news this time.
Maybe the hacker canceled the hack and gave back the money.
He bought back the lows.
But no, wait, we need $5 for that. They'll come up with that news at $5. In the meantime,
AVAX pushing.
SWI really needs a lower low below 358 to complete a downward ABC.
People are going to get sick of Michael Saylor, and they're like, why are we making Michael Saylor rich? We don't want to make him rich anymore. Let's go find something else. But Bitcoin, I'm not talking smack just yet. We still love you. We still want you to hang out. You know, you can range, dance around a little bit. We mean no harm.
Ooh, sweet.
Big buys.
It's trying to recover that $4.
Someone mentioned 3-leg drop on 3, right? Like you said, this is your second drop, you'll get the third. So this green candle on 3 shouldn't go much higher than currently in order to not break the rule of your fourth leg down being, of the fourth retrace up being holding below the first down leg, right? So the first down leg was to 390, then you got a few green candles to the upside, then you got your second down leg to 370. Now we're doing the retrace up of this second down leg. It should stop around here by Elliott Wave's rules, which price doesn't have to respect, by the way. But you know, if it does stop here, then you would expect a third Elliott wave down, right? Where people sell in 3 time the news. So did the news come out at 12 o'clock today, or?
I think it was earlier. I think it happened late last night.
How about 4 hours ago?
I'm not even sure. But all I know is someone's buying right now.
Europe is still red. Germany is doing so good. Oh, but I don't know. As soon as Trump came to power, some money moved back to Europe. It's odd, right? You would have expected the opposite, but that's not what's happening.
Guten Morgen.
Hello. It's like...
Just see, what's the news that you're talking about that came out 4 hours ago?
Something to probably just ignore. It's hack. Well, unless you're trading on Web3 dexes, where you're in trouble right now, I guess. It's about a three liquidity providing company that got drained its money, but they got hacked basically.
People like it, so they react.
Well, they didn't do anything major though. People can't trade because there's no liquidity, so you can trade on centralized exchanges, I guess.
So it's the alt basically waking up to Bitcoin now. There's definitely some alt moving in.
Not really. not really, you know.
It'll be interesting to see what happens over the weekend. Is it just going to simmer, or
well,
are there a lot of
people are going to
Americans
expect a very
on
bullish
holiday?
weekend.
Because the Americans are on holiday, so they can sit in front of their computers all the time. Right.
There's still Friday. I mean, today is not over, and you still have Friday before the weekend, right?
Yeah, that's right. Normally Fridays can be interesting lately. Fridays to me is almost like a Monday now, where you get so much. Usually it used to be Monday and Tuesday. Now it's Monday and Friday. That's the interesting ones.
But there are some pretty bearish signs, honestly, going on for this price discovery on Bitcoin, because we're doing it at a moment where, well, SPY and all isn't really helping us. I guess it's in expectation that this is just gonna fill a gap and turn back up, continue the recovery from Trump scare to go into price discovery too, a bit like Germany is already doing. A bit like, well, France is failing at that, but Germany managed, right? It's like Germany is in the future.
Looks like H-bar is happy this morning.
Guess Bitcoin can handle like a 3% drop on the stock market, but if it becomes bigger than that, I don't think it can.
Yeah, stock market needs to pop here, man. It needs to get back above 585. I don't know what it looks like. It tried to get above it, and it's getting rejected. But
which one?
I think it's
560 something, 570 somewhere there. Could be support, right? Where you had a bit of an inverted head and shoulder, and we broke out, and you would look at this as a retest of your breakout. So that's roughly 2-3% lower.
There's
I
a
think
gap
Bitcoin
there
will
also.
be able to handle that. So as strong as it is, it'll probably
The
do
area
just a
the area you were mentioning, like from a technical standpoint, there's like some nice support there, like almost like I think there's a golden pocket support at 562, but also there's a gap between 566 and 571. But I was looking at it all last night. I think they leave that gap behind. I honestly think they leave that gap behind and they go higher.
Well, eventually we'll
Maybe
fill
not.
it, right? Yes, I agree. There's no need, like, we can attempt to fill it and get front run. So you would see price try to fill it, but just reverse up every time. So get a bit of wicks below 5,788 on SPX, but potentially just wicks, or we could just fill it, or we could just completely ignore and continue down all the way to the 50 EMA, right? But there's also another factor. There's a lot of confluence there, because you also have just a typical SR. If you look at 15th of July 2024, failure at that point gave us 5th of August dip on every chart in the world. Like, it's not only SPY, it's gold, it's Bitcoin, it's everything. It gave failure to continue higher at that point on 17th of July gave you an attempt at touching the 200 MA on the daily, right? Which also got front ran.
There's tons of confluence. That's why I was charting it and I was using that time-based thing. I think they're gonna leave it behind. Like, I honestly think they're gonna leave it behind and maybe save it for, like, you know, either like a black swan or something else. But I think we're gonna go higher and just leave it behind, because there's a lot of traders out there that are actually looking for that gap fill and looking for that fill.
It could take a month. There's like no hurry to fill it, but I think it will fill pretty soon. Actually, sooner they say sooner than later, because you have other gaps to fill to the downside. If you look, like, this is the first one, right? After that, if you just look at gaps, we left plenty of gaps to fill, but those ones are gonna be left behind for next recession, yeah, or attempt at a recession. Like that 5,350 area. I mean, imagine the impact on crypto if SPY was to go down to 5,300. Right now it's strong, right? So, but we're still talking about a 10% drop on American stock market, and America is 50% of crypto. So,
Yeah. In the immediate, there's three gaps that I saw. There was like the one at like 529 to 533, and the one from 556 to like 558. And then the one from the bigger one, which is the most closest one, is 565 to 571.
I think you're right. We're gonna leave some of these behind for much later, but the closer ones could at least attempt to. Well, that's what's happening right now. We're attempting to fill it. It's not managing to, but
we is running, guys.
The whiff is pushing really hard all of a sudden.
But so the likely scenario is that we just fill that thing and reverse back up. Like, if it doesn't reverse from here, like, my thought process is we might see a 2% drop and then a reversal. That would, even if we start a downtrend, it would still give you an opportunity at selling a lower high.
Yeah, I think we're gonna reverse from here. I think if we can get back above 585 and turn that into support, I think we should be knocking at like 600 soon.
Yeah, or a bearish scenario would be another 2% downside on the stock market,
Yeah,
a bit like
and then
yesterday. We
Yep.
did 1.5% down. Well,
the only, in terms of like bearish news I can see in the near term, in the 1 to 2 weeks, is the biggest one would be Nvidia earnings next week, and Nvidia is moving like it's gonna have strong earnings.
I don't think you need any news. Like, this is a bit, we've pumped a lot. We dumped a lot and we pumped a lot, and it would just be like Dbloc says, a healthy retrace. It's a bit technical, right? Like, I don't think you need bad earnings or good earnings or any news for SPY to come down 1%. But please, let's not have news. Trump news are very volatile stuff. Let's just continue our rise slowly. Well, slower now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the market recently has just been all news driven. So if there were to be like a news driven catalyst to push the price in a new direction, it would probably be like bad earnings, or I guess another trade skirmish. But the most recent drop that we had yesterday was due to these bonds. Yeah, the fear of the bonds just getting out of control.
It's funny people say that, because for me it was due to failure to continue higher. We've had 3 days of topping there, and then followed by a red candle. I mean, we can blame it on the news, but there would be other news explaining if it wasn't for that news. So it's just narratives to entertain people, and that's what it is, honestly. And I'm sure bonds are already recovering perfectly, you know? I mean, I didn't check, but...
Well, crypto, and the other thing I was looking at last night, right? Like for Bitcoin to make this move independently without like, like other economical factors, like looking at the stock market, which it usually does, it has to see some other technicals that are these market makers are pushing something that they see for it to be moving and front running a move on the SPY that's most likely coming. And it doesn't seem like it's a down move, or they're just trapping everybody in crypto, but I don't think so. Maybe we're just getting trapped, and there is big downside coming. But I feel like they see what I'm looking
It's
at,
about
which is like,
confidence, right, on your position. Like how many factors make you have more of a bullish or a bearish bias. And just saying, right now the stock market isn't really helping me have a bullish bias. But I'm like, it's just one thing. It's not enough to make me change a position plan or anything. Like imagine the bullish scenario now. What if, like you say, SPY finds support and goes to price discovery 2? I mean, that can't really do harm to crypto, right? Like it'll just help it pump, well, sustain its pump, right? But things are red today. Europe is red, nothing major, but France is down 0.6 and Germany is down 1%. However, Germany is in price discovery anyway. Like we literally made new all-time highs today in Germany, and it's pushing in price discovery.
wait, you said Germany made a new all-time high today?
Yeah, actually yesterday, but yeah. It's been in price discovery since 5th of May, somewhere there, yeah, since 9th of May. Yeah, there are charts that are in price discovery right now. It's just SPY and Nasdaq that are not in price discovery yet, and which is odd because Dixie also fell a lot.
Squeeze back to $4.
Which makes America kind of still cheap, I guess, in a sense. Yeah.
Don't jinx
Does
her.
it make that downtrend invalid then?
No, don't jinx her. That's a retest of support, the underside right there. We have to break that peak that we just made.
We gotta get back above 396 and hold that.
Might not be a bad place to short again.
Yeah, and then patiently wait for 370 and lower to get back in now. Oh, these
Trust me, so I've
scalpers.
been sliding up my stop losses on this long, but it's because I don't want to lose money, which means maybe there's a short in play.
Not just yet. Oh wait, Bitcoin's pointing downwards. Short might be viable. Might be.
It's been running inverse Bitcoin.
Yeah, this is
I
manipulated. This is not.
might make a higher low here. Look at that buyback pressure on that candle.
Total market cap
Go to 50.
Total didn't make new all-time high yet, right? Like Bitcoin is doing it first, and I'd like to see total make a new all-time high too.
That'd be nice.
It's not too far. Like, it seems likely to happen. It's just another 10% pump on these alts. So. Would give you a new
Yeah,
all-time
really.
high on total, and that would be a good opportunity, yeah. I mean, or exiting opportunity.
Let's go, Sui.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that red candle was a retest of the 50 MA.
Well, it's got to cross the support. Start
Yeah, I
closing
see
some
it. I see
bodies above it. Yeah.
The VWAP is being it's the obstacle it needs to pass right now. It's exactly
So apparently
where you're.
CETA's. Sorry, I interrupt.
What was that?
But apparently CETA's is back online
Oh,
and
that's
resumed
nice.
trading. They recovered some of it. Or 160
They
mil is recovered.
recovered. How did they do that?
I told you they would.
But
They said 160 mil has already been frozen and is recoverable.
Bro, Sui's about to
Frozen. How did
rip.
they do that? That's not decentralized. How did they do that?
Wait, it was USDC, wasn't it? You can freeze USDC.
Oh,
This is
Welcome.
just what I'm reading on a post.
Welcome to the mark of the beast.
Like that's why hackers try to go to USDT or die, because USDC is like freezable.
In the meantime, resistance is resistance, and 3 tap the resistance, right? Let's see if it can get rejected. Well, it's supposed to get rejected there, I guess.
This is 50 MA versus resistance. See who wins.
Yeah, for basically the $4, right?
Yeah, but it also has the help of pointing downwards. So there's a lot of pressure on its price right now.
Well, looky here. Some of these alts are getting buys while Bitcoin's getting sells.
That's what we need to see for like a few months. A sign of the alt season. If you look back at dominance last cycle, we saw dominance go down while Bitcoin was also going down for almost a whole year. And it was a sign of what was to come, which was a 30% drop in Bitcoin dominance, like a huge drop from 70% all the way down to 40%. But it didn't happen. It happened after that bit of a sign where alts were able to rise while Bitcoin was actually slowly dropping. And that behavior lasted from September 2019 till like September 2020, so a whole year. Here, we don't have enough time to do that. So either it means alt season will come during the bear market, which means that, well, you won't get huge green candles. It's just that your alt won't drop as much as you would anticipate it would drop on average. Well, because they're already so close to bear market bottoms, to their floors, that, maybe they'll just put another 50% lower low, whatever. But like, I think that's my thought process here. There's not enough time to do the same stuff as last time anyway. So maybe we'll see that behavior, but just for like a month. If Bitcoin was to pump to 130K and then slowly come back down to 110, you could see a alt season sign where you have dominance slowly pulling back down while Bitcoin is actually going down. And then if Bitcoin would find support at 110 and reverse up, that's when the alts could really go nuts. And you could expect a huge drop in dominance, probably back down to 50%, even less. And the SR is going to be at 48% on dominance, right? That's where the 200 MA is. Maybe there'll be new alts. It doesn't have to be the current alts. Maybe there'll be like a new ETH or a new Solana, or like I have no clue. Maybe it'll be the sum of all the current alts. But yeah, if you get ETH back to like 4,000, 5,000, that's automatically a 5% drop on dominance. If you get XRP back in price discovery and Solana back to 300, and like if everything pops at the same
broke
time,
our low on Bitcoin.
You'll get dominance back at 50%. Lower low on Bitcoin.
Spot's coming down to test 580. See if it holds.
Well, our local lows.
Yeah, Bitcoin's still hanging, still hanging.
Well, on Bitcoin, the thing to hold is 5% down for me. So there would be a change in behavior if we drop more than 5%. So currently, that means a holding above 106. If it does a bigger drop than that, then I guess I'd pay attention a bit more. I'd probably be more willing to sell on the next up move from that future drop that would be bigger than 5%. But right now, we're in price discovery, people. It's above a 108. 108.5.
After visiting an all-time high. Gotta hold 110, 230 on Bitcoin.
Oh, you want to maintain bullish market structure on the 5-minute?
Want to maintain it on the 4-hour.
Oh, on the 4-hour. Well, you have no. Well, the previous low is 100,000 on the 4-hour. So structure-wise, you would need a low below 100,600 to break market structure, because we have a high at 106, then a low at 100, then a higher high at 107, a higher low at 102, and now a higher high potentially at 112. And yeah, as long as you don't go below 108, then it's just price discovery anyway. And if you put just a higher low at, let's say, 103, your market structure is still intact. The problem with that, though, is you will have done a drop of more than 5%. It will be more like 7% drop. And that would be something we haven't seen these last 7 weeks.
Big buys, big buys.
So I'd rather not do more than 5% down so we can continue to enjoy this ride,
Spy had a huge bounce off of 580.
What if Dbloc? I wonder if Dbloc changed the settings on that, because I'm seeing ones that are showing up yellow that are less than 25. See that one right there? It's 15 showing yellow. So I wonder if he changed his settings on there.
That's like 1000x.
See that one again? It's 13.5, but it's lit up yellow. It's the same size as that, exact same size as the last one. Normally they don't light up to like over 20 or 25 on the size. There's another one for 12, lit up yellow. That one's only for 10, it's lit up yellow.
Wow, that trade is in no Scott on 500x from 76 to 112. Oh boy. That's some percentage. You guys are breaking the percentage values. What's the highest percentage value win on these leverage platforms? 500x, that's crazy. Maxi now has 500x.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think 500. 500 is the max I've ever seen.
Wow.
And that's on Bitcoin and ETH, I think mainly, not on everything.
What Swede do I got out of it?
Amazing move on Sui. Maintained
Yes,
its hold of the 50 MA. That was pretty impressive.
Yes, we look still really bullish, man. I'm thinking of buying a little bit more. I bought a little bit. I woke up late. I missed the whole hack and everything. I woke up when we were already like 384. Not too late, but
I shorted $10 on it, made 30, longed it with 5 or 8, and made like another 15.
yo, I found Hippo on Mexi. You can long. I long Hippo. I'm up decently so far. That's like their
Sudan.
main like flagship. Yeah, Sudan. It was Hippo, right?
Yeah, Hippo. Name of the hippo is Sudang, which is a friend of Mudang.
Yo, Drew, get up on Hippo, bro. What are you doing?
He hates Sui. See, now they have a XRP and Doge community. We gotta have a Soul Sweet community.
BTC.
Young Guns versus the OGs.
BTC's having a rip right now.
Yep.
Stock market. I'm telling you, dude. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be testing 600 here by the either end of today or sometime this week, like before the bank holiday, before the weekend ends.
150K tonight.
Yeah, I kind of agree with your idea. Teasing the gap, coming towards it, but not never filling it.
Never until we go
and-
much higher, like make a new all-time high.
And then on the way down, we'll do the same stuff. We'll still not fill it.
Go to your weekly, treat it like a 15-minute. Does it still look bullish?
The weekly?
Yeah.
On SPY?
Yeah.
Well, there's still 2 days to see if it's a bearish engulfing candle or not. Yeah. But last week's candle has no top, has no wick, right? Like it closed as at the highest on market close on Friday. Yeah. No, the stock market isn't helping crypto right now. It's going sideways.
Apple, I bought some Apple. Apple actually just filled its gap right around 199. It had a decent sized gap there. Apple filled its
Good
gap.
luck, sir.
Tesla has a gap at like 305. I don't know if Tesla's gonna get there, but maybe it will. And Nvidia has no real gaps. I think Nvidia is cleared to go, man. Which is why I think it's gonna push the whole market up with it next week if its earnings are strong, which I think
Yeah,
they
for
are
sure.
going to be strong.
I agree. Actually, the only chart I was really worried about was if Nvidia can recover from that crash it had in January, February, then we're gonna be okay.
It has one gap. Sorry, Nvidia does have one gap at 117, 118, which isn't even that far away, but it's not even that big of a gap. Apple had a pretty decent sized gap, which it filled. And Tesla's gap is pretty decent from like 299 to 312. Nvidia doesn't really have much of a gap.
Tesla has a gap much lower than that at $30. We need some bearish arguments. So when this AI bubble bursts, and we see a remake of 2000 bubble, so these stocks are likely all going to go down 90-95%. And you could expect to buy stuff like Nvidia, Tesla with another zero in front of it. So that would be a gap fill on Tesla.
Next
I think it's
time,
gonna be a while, man.
next time you buy Tesla with for under $100, it'll be after they split again.
No, the chart accounts for splitting, right? So when you use adjusted splitting, like it doesn't matter.
They don't go that low until after a split, and then they skyrocket up and do another split. Have
But
you
the
seen
split doesn't
Tesla?
change the chart. It's
rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I think the AI stuff is going to be here for at least 5-10 years. I doubt it's going anywhere. It's just we're just so early in it already.
I just wanted to point out the bearish scenario because we're all looking to buy gaps that are like 1% lower than current price, and I'm like, there are other possibilities.
You can buy here in price discovery without any concern for your wealth.
I think the main question is the AI craze, is there going to be like crazy technological advances that don't need the same sort of hardware that's needed today? And that's the real question.
Did you see the Google presentation the other day?
No, I didn't.
When they presented their Google AI.
they're gonna be okay. So it's good that you brought it up because Google just answered your question. So everything that Google does for us now, that 9 little buttons that we open, so Google Drive, Google that, now it's gonna be an AI. So for example, let's say you're Japanese, right? I'm from the US. As soon as we get
That's
on
racist.
Google Meet, huh? Why is it
It's racist
racist?
to assume that he's Japanese.
No. I'm talking about the language. I'm talking about the tool. Let me finish.
Let me go on.
So yeah. So the tool, what it does is, as soon as you speak your language, it uses your tone of voice and translates it directly into the language of the listener. So that's one part of the AI that's going to be in there, and it's a whole bunch of apps, new apps that are gonna steer you away from the old Google platform and towards Google AI. And then check out their video presentation, like the video, how they make videos with their new AI. They're releasing it this year.
I think the
Google's
question
coming
is,
out.
can we get to like neural networks that actually are thinking instead of like the
Oh,
large
that
language
level.
model?
Okay, that level, the
Right?
neural network level. Okay,
Right.
like
So
Johnny Mnemonic level.
yeah, but when you get to that, right, and you already have the neural network already programmed, and yes, it can
Yeah.
learn new paths, right? But if they can develop something that they don't need like crazy amount of hardware to continue adding to it, then that's the question in my mind.
Yeah, less hardware, more efficiency, and
Yeah,
also
exactly.
like because see, the way I see, like, what I use my AI agents now for is like, so every website I build now has an AI agent. So they're all for tasks. The things that, like, that I don't want to be bothered with, I leave my agents to do.
Right. Like I dev for a living, and I use AI all day long. I mean, it
Oh, for
saves me
sure.
so much time, so much
I bet.
time.
I bet. My one of my best friends is a dev in Silicon Valley. He tells me like just how much things have sped up since you guys have learned how to talk to your AIs more properly, and now they know how to learn. Like when you give it PDFs and videos, you teach it and it starts to understand what you're doing.
No,
It's
yeah,
pretty cool.
100%. And I mean, just so much better code on top of it. Like my code
Hmm.
was never bad, but it wasn't great. And so I write a lot of
Yeah,
stuff, and then I just feed it through AI to clean it all up, make things, I show it the
more efficient.
logic. I simplify the logic, and then I'm like, here, this is the super simple side, write it clean.
Wow.
And the predictiveness of it also. You're absolutely right. Like it reads like through my code base. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, I know exactly. Like, I make a comment and be like, "Hey, this is what I want to do." Hit enter,
Yeah.
wait for it to complete, push tab, and that entire function's done. Which,
Yeah.
which is, I mean, it's no BS. Like something that would take me like 15 minutes to write, it takes like 30 seconds. I mean, it's just the amount of work I can get done is, I love it.
Yeah. With my Grok, I taught it trading view, right? And how it writes indicators, right? So what I did was, like, instead of trying to look at a huge list of indicator coins that have narrow pivots for the day. So narrow pivots is an easy algo term. You have to go through classes, like they teach you how to use the tools. Now I taught Grok how to go through my entire list of coins. And when I say like, Grok, so what's my watch list look like today? And it just tells me these are what's narrow today. And so those are the coins I focus on for the day. It's crazy. It's so crazy. It actually
It's
understands
more
how to use.
assistant.
Yeah.
It's a true personal assistant.
Yeah. Yeah. It's whew, it doesn't complain too.
Yeah, no,
Yeah. It doesn't ask for a raise. God damn.
yeah, man. You have to edit it, you have to correct it, you have to teach it, but
Yeah.
it's it's like having an intern indefinitely that does all your shit.
Mhm. Yep.
You have to be smart enough to overlook it, and you're good.
Oh, I found for us guys, I found a new use for my AI agent. Guess what?
Can you
Birthday
have sex
reminders.
with it?
Birthday reminders and what they like.
There you
It's
go.
done magic for me. Like,
What am I gonna do
oh,
with that?
today this is this client's birthday, and he's always like this and that based on his social media. I'm like, okay, perfect, perfect. Yeah, man, that thing, that
I
thing's
do a lot of dev for automation, and my biggest holdup is like people actually installing physical hardware to test on. That's the worst.
okay. Oh,
So if we could get AI to actually go out there and install hardware for me, that'd be great.
the physical part of the job, right? The physical part of the task.
Yeah,
If
I'm
AI can do that.
always waiting on the lab. Always waiting on labs. You know those guys, they're union workers.
Yeah,
Yo,
dude. Yeah.
Mog broke out of its high. They just made a new high.
Mog,
At like
I haven't Mog in a long time. How's the volume?
it's decent.
Volume's waning though. Volume's good a while ago. Oh wait, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong time frame. Sorry, dude.
It's one of the first alts that I saw that broke its like initial
Oh
high
yeah,
from
the volume looks good so far in the past hour. Hope it stays up there. I wouldn't know how to trade Mog anymore. Have you been in their community? How's it
No,
sounding in there?
I just have it. I just have it as one of the indicators. I like to use some of these like meme coins, like some of the top ones, to like, because they're very reactive. You know, they're very sensitive to whatever Bitcoin is doing or where their price movement's happening. So like they usually typically won't move unless there's a bullish reason to move, especially like the older ones like Mog or Pepe or Whiff. But yeah, I don't know much about their community. They did have a strong community at one point on ETH, but it could have just been a liquidity wick too, because that's the only coin that I see that's already topped its May 11th initial run up. Maybe ETH is next. ETH is next. Because ETH got to like what 27.35. So maybe it goes to like 28.11, 28.09.
Yeah, but we still can't consider it as like big boy moves, you know. Basically, that's just the price we had last year. You have to wait.
Yeah,
We have to wait.
everything for ETH is still it's still very behind.
Yeah, we have to wait. I mean, if you're scalping, then ETH's been one of my best printers this past 2 weeks. It's because he can put a really big volume and high leverage on without like it backtracking on you because of liquidity. Has such good liquidity, man. Like you could throw 10 grand on it, no problem.
AVAX looks like it's curling up to make that move to like 30. Yeah. Yeah, these alts are about all these alts look like they're about to have an explosive like about 20% candle to the upside.
So he's
Not in
forming a bull.
not in one candle, but in the next day or two, maybe the weekend.
Can you take a look at Sui? Is that a bull flag on the 15? It's a bull flag, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool. Soul's
forming a bull flag as well. I think Sol's ready for 200 real soon.
Sweet as initial push up, it didn't even get to 430. I had like a fib level at 437. Didn't even get there. It was weird. I kept trying to like push towards that and take profit there, but it never got there.
Brother, check out Sol. Look what it's about to break. If it can push through it.
And Sol's high was 184. It would get to like 187, 191 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if it breaks 184, guess what?
Yeah, they're just curling, man. Every alt is really curling.
Let's see. Bitcoin. I'm kind of worried about Bitcoin's volume. You see Bitcoin's volume right now? It's waning hard.
I think Bitcoin is now just seeing what the SPY is going to do, man. The SPY, I thought the SPY would open up with a huge recovery, which it hasn't yet, but it's building up to it. Now the SPY just went green. We're at 583, so we finally are green. Apple's bouncing from 200, Nvidia's bouncing, Tesla's curling up. So those should give SPY some ammo to go.
Yeah, I got long some Sol Sui.
And then the gold sell-off, that's usually bullish for equities.
Yeah, very bullish for the other risk assets. Now they just gotta wait for retail to make a decision. I want to add more to this sweet long. I have a funny feeling about what it's about to do.
Yeah, for Sui, I have like multiple longs on Sui on different exchanges. I had a long in at 378, right? And I put my stop loss right at 369 because there's this trend line that I've had on here, this chart since Sui was in like the dollar range, and it had the trend line right to like 371. So I woke up and I'm like, oh, my Sui long, and I looked at it and it literally like wicked right like above my stop loss. So that trend line held. I was like, oh my god, it saved me.
Oh, that's nice. Kind of wondering which I should add more to Solar Sui. Because they look both of them look very bullish right now.
I think ETH still is.
I already have a long. I have a long one. Yeah. I have a long on Ether since earlier. I just want to add, since it's in a bull flag, I just want to hammer. Make the most of this afternoon.
But the only thing about Sui though, I don't know. It could come back one more time down. So like it could even take that line.
What happened was, see this see the red candle, that red candle in the 50 test, and the retest was successful. This new green candle is actually what leads it above on the upper side of the Bollinger. So you're already in a very bull state. That's why you're forming a bull flag.
If it wicks to like 390 and holds, then yeah, I would say it's turned. No, I'm saying yeah, but now there's a fib level. There's a fib level at 390 that it's been holding for like the last couple days.
Yeah. 3.92.
I have it at 3.908. It looks like it already wicked there though. 10 minutes ago, it popped.
Which do
I'm gonna check out the sell blocks on Solana and Sui, so I know which. I want to put a hefty bag in, so I don't have to trade during the weekend. Okay, you're in the. Ooh, souls. Okay, next resistant for soul. Okay, souls at resistance. All right. R2 is all the way up. R2 is all the way up at 182.24. That's a 1.7% move. Oh, never mind. What Sui? Let's see how many sell blocks did Sui make. Yeah, that's gonna be difficult for Sui.
Man, I'm stuck in Toshi, bro. I think you put me on a Toshi, and I don't know why I fell in love with it. So I added. It's not even moving. Man, what's wrong with Toshi? Like just spot, because I saw it was available on Coinbase, so I put some in around like 68. My average is probably around 68, 69. It's just like stuck here at 73. Maybe that honestly, maybe that Coinbase hack is affecting his Toshi price. Toshi's not moving, bro. I would think Toshi would be like at 80, 90 cents by now. Might have to dump my Toshi bag, dude. Put it into something. Just dump it, put it into Sui.
He's looking good.
Yo, bro, did you hear me about Toshi?
Oh, sorry, I stepped out. Damn,
I was
sorry,
gonna
dude.
say,
What about Toshi? Is it running?
no, it's not. So I think you're the one that told me about Toshi, and I kind of like
Yeah,
started getting into it. But like
yeah,
it
yeah,
just
yeah.
really, I got in
It's
my
one of
average.
my wild cards. Yeah, like when I always have it on my 8 chart screen. So like as soon as I see it, it has to form a structure wherein it accumulates, then it creates this really strong candle, and that's when it starts. Just check Toshi on the 4 hour. You'll see it. It's not like other meme coins where it just keeps on building upwards, upwards. What it does is just like one big burst up, goes sideways for a week or two. One big burst up, goes sideways for a week or two. But yeah, Toshi, I told you about Toshi at around 2,700. Did you see the price now?
Yeah, no, that's why like I saw it, and so I was following it. And so then I started. Back then, I was just playing leverage on it, but then I saw it was
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
Coinbase, so I bought some. I bought some spot around like 68 cents.
Perfect. Now you understand what there's only one reason why my conviction on it is big. It's not because of the price action. It's because Coinbase listed it. You know how hard it is to get a meme on Coinbase?
Yep. But dude, what I'm
So
thinking is maybe ever since the hack, like Coinbase lost a little bit of like trust within like the crypto community, and like I don't know, maybe that's affecting.
no, it's not affecting
what
Toshi.
people-
What Toshi is waiting for? Okay, if you look at Toshi, look at the only exchange it's missing.
Binance, is it Binance? I'm assuming Binance.
Exactly.
Dude,
Exactly.
Binance would never list it. I know CZ would never allow it. Like another competitor's
He
hat
hates
or whatever.
Coinbase. No, 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 no.
Yeah,
But it's
just
good
from a
business.
pride thing, ego thing, he would be like, "There's no way he would list it."
Yeah. Poor CZ.
It
Yeah,
just seems
man. The
like the
US
type that has
really
too
gave
much pride.
Binance a hard time. I bet being part of the Binance team in the US is one of the most difficult jobs in crypto. Bitcoin, what is up with you today? Why do I feel like Bitcoin's just gonna like out of nowhere just surprise us? Hey, how's your long on BTC? Because me and you have that same long, like from 74, 76.
Yeah, no, it's still going. Like I have one. I have a
Did you
74
take
long
profit?
from.
I took profit at 107, 108, and 110. Took like
Yeah,
little
no,
nibbles
I've
on
been
it.
I've been just taking nibbles all the way up. Like I wish I didn't
But
take that much.
the nibble is so good. Oh my god. Some
Yeah,
realized profits, you know what I mean? Ah, so good.
but I had two main longs from 74. One was on weeks, which was right around 74, and then BitUnix. I have one from.
Oh, that's hella smart. Yeah, Bit Unix is nice if you have large volume. My mega longs are all in. I have from 74, I did BTC, then I waited for the retest. When I saw the retest on BTC was successful, I put longs on SolSui and ETH. Oh
Yep.
well, ETH is a small bag. Like I didn't have that much faith when we were at 74 on ETH, but
BTC,
I
my
might
long
as
is from 74. But then I messed up my weeks long by accident when we were like when we were pushing like 106 a few days ago or 107.
what happened.
I
You
I
added?
misclicked. Yeah, I was trying to just do a quick I'm on cross on weeks and on you can hedge like do longs and short. So I thought I was clicking open short, but I accidentally clicked open long, and it
Oh, so
added to
you
my
increased
long
your
position.
average.
Yeah, so it increased my entry all the way to like 90K. I'm like, oh no, but it ended up working out because I was like, oh man, I started panicking. I was like, oh, I just messed this whole trade
90K is
up.
not is very decent. That's a very decent average. I'm actually just waiting for Bitcoin to just like do a 2-day, 3-day chill correction so I can like add more to its position because I don't want to long from this height because if you long from this height, it just raises the average a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I longed it at 106 and it raised my average from
But
74 to
90 is not bad.
90. Yeah.
90
I
is
was like, oh man. But 90 still doesn't give you peace of mind. Because I'm like, there could be some crazy, like one day I wake up and there was like something happening and wicked all the way to 90.
you know what would happen?
You
I
feel
would
safe at
actually
74.
stop, stop
I feel
long
really
for
safe at
24
74.
hours straight. Like I would think, should I put it above? Should I put it below? Should I just take it off? Man, don't worry. That's happened to me before. Happened on my cast long way back, like last this it was on December 2023 when it was gaining some noise. Oh my god! I thought I was clicking on the window for cast. I thought I wasn't clicking on the window for bonk. I wanted to add to its position on January when it launched Bybit and Binance. I didn't know that I was clicking on cast. So when I pressed buy long, oh my god, I added to the cast and just raised my average all the way almost to my price because I added a big bag.
Yeah,
That
that's pretty.
destroyed my cast trade. After that, I didn't want to trade cast because I felt so upset. I had cast since like 6 point something. And I remember December it was already at 9. I was like, and then as soon as I pressed buy long, I just went straight up to 8 point something, 8.8. Destroyed my entire long. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Come on. What time is it? Oh, Wall Street wants to go. Oh, worried about Bitcoin right now. It's not even lunchtime and the volume's pretty lame. Or is it going to pick up at 1?
UK closes on 20.
Yeah, man. UK did a great job today, man. UK kept the price at this range. Give us a really good bull flag. Is it me or my charts have froze or like it froze or nothing's
Nah,
happening?
not
Okay,
moving.
but
You're
I
moving
almost
slow.
freaked out. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, things are. I'll go check out chat. See a load of boys there.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Looks like Bitcoin's trying to get comfy up here in the 110s. Where are we at now? 111,422. Deuce, deuce. Let's go. Pop it. Bang, bang. It's all about that deuce, deuce. Big buys. Sorry, I get a little excited.
Pop, pop, pop.
Pop, pop. Got coming to get the weekend flow. Scene. Let's go, boys. We still cooking them beds. We got the barbecue on deck. Scene, Bamba Glock. The crazy Rasta vampire or maniac. What, man? Wagwan, we say Bitcoin pop up and break resistance. Say we go to blue higher sky, man. Scene.
Yeah. Yo, is there no other way for has Dbloc ever thought of um finding non-copyright music and playing it on his stream while he's sleeping.
Yeah, I got some music for him. I'll give him some.
Yeah, dude. So like,
We talked
so we
about
can
that
have
before.
color.
But sometimes late night, but maybe a little
Yeah,
background, very low, like so people can still talk over it. Sometimes that's cool too.
no words, just some ambience. You know, just like creates a rhythm.
Yeah.
You know, especially when it's DJ now.
Well, every hour is DJ hour.
You know what I mean? When the subjects turn into aliens and diets, and like when when the day is done, and
Doge After Dark.
yeah, Doja After Dark.
There's an app on Discord called Rhythm.
You can create your own music. Is that it?
Yeah, you do like /song, and then it'll play the song, cue it, all that shit, and the admin can control it. They can have a DJ,
Oh,
whatever.
nice. Nice. It's an add-on to YouTube. What is it?
It's for Discord. If you go to your like all your Discord, if you go to the bottom to discover, and just type in Rhythm or music app or something, you'll see
Nice.
it.
We should pitch that to Dbloc. That'd be nice. Like you know the dead hour. Dbloc's not around yet. Everybody's can't sleep. Nice to have some music on the stream.
We put it on BJ's Discord.
Oh. What is this red candle?
It's a little slow, nothing to worry about.
I'm looking at Soul. I was like, go away.
Oh,
Go away. Yeah, because like I want to pass 180. Look what happens at 180. There's nothing above it.
Yeah, Soul would do fine.
Yeah, Soul's gonna do fine. Yeah. Doesn't even have to do anything anymore. It's just like
yeah, there's enough on-chain activity that's just gonna support it for a while.
Yeah, memes. I visited the boys' trenches. Volume's pretty good again. But there's like so much new tech now, man.
It's all about getting that OCA active, that on-chain activity.
Yes, sir. So Doge, what kind of like is Doge a layer 1 or is it a meme? What does it want to do?
It's a layer 1. But right now,
No way.
No, yeah, Doge is its own layer. So Doge is a fork of Bitcoin, but it came so Doge, Litecoin, Lucky Coin, Doge. So that's kind of its family tree. So Bitcoin's its great grandfather, I guess. Yeah, so Doge is the great grandson of Bitcoin, because Litecoin's a fork of Bitcoin as well. So it goes, Bitcoin, Litecoin, Lucky Coin, and Doge was forked from Lucky Coin. So, but it's its own layer, yeah. So it's its own operating layer. It's not like operating on top of Bitcoin, even though it's forked. It's a fork of Bitcoin. It's got its own Doge chain. Right now, they're building on top of it, which I would definitely recommend anyone to check out Doge OS. That's the operating system, DogeOS.com, to see what they're cooking. That's the same guys from My Doge, and these are guys that Elon Musk interacts with, like Sir Dogecoin, Doge Designer on Twitter, a few other accounts. They're all part of the My Doge team, which was doing the interface for those Doge wallets. Anyways, long story short, over there you can kind of scratch the surface to see what they're doing. And I think it's going to be maybe something like what Taproot is to, or was to Bitcoin. Maybe they're going to do that for Doge, because it seems like this app layer called Doge OS, that's a Doge operating system. It's going to be multilingual. So any coding language you use, you're going to be able to code on top of it. AI, it's going to have a very intense AI support, I guess, or some kind of thing. They're going to connect with the Grok and with X.com somehow of games and every crypto. It's going to be bridged to every crypto. It's going to be fluid. So Solana, Ethereum, even Bitcoin, they're going to have all the bridges necessary. So it's pretty interesting. Just check it out, dogeos.com.
But like aside from those features, like what exactly is Doge's product? Like we know
So
Solana and their
currency,
memes. What is
it's
Doge? What's
right
the
now. I
Doge?
mean, it's to be a currency. I mean, that's its mission, you know. And right now, I think there's some NDAs on the developer side of team. They can't disclose what they're working on, but they're multinational corporations that I think they're figuring out a side-by-side fluid payment system that they can use that maybe give customers some, not refund, but maybe a little bit of discount if they use Doge. And I don't know. My hunch is it's a very big company, but I think Doge's mission is to be a currency, you know, and that's like actually means it's not just a store of value. That means it's not going to go to $1,000, but it's going to be transacted a lot, and it's going to be easy to transact. It's fun. A lot of people know the name is getting circulated. The psychological mind share globally is slowly spreading, and I think that's the most important and the hardest thing to conquer. And I think that's its use case basically. Doge is just known, and because it can
Yeah,
grab that mind share, I think
yeah,
Elon he can take advantage of what he's been doing and connecting it with his ecosystem, which is a pretty big global ecosystem. That he's going to be able to actually make this joke be a very serious financial avenue that a lot of institutions are going to be able to use somehow, and it's going to be very interesting. I think it's like that's why I'm just here for the ride right now. I'm like, yo, let's see. It's going to take time, but I don't think they turn their back on Doge, and the team's still working. You can see the GitHub. Check out the dogeos.com. So the use case is currency basically. Bitcoin is a store of value. People want to store it. They want to hoard it. Doge is, hey, I want to tip you. Let me tip you some Doge. Let me have fun with it. Let me use it as a currency.
yeah. Okay.
And if you go on X.com and Twitter, you can see, like, especially Tipping Tuesdays, and people are active, man. If you just go and search, and they're giving out Doge, like, all you got to do is, like, put your address on under some of these guys' tweets, like 100% Doge. Even Sir Dogecoin does it sometimes, and they do Tipping Tuesdays. And if you have my Doge wallet, I think you even get extra tips. If you're running a node, people tip. So you just put your node wallet, that's your Doge Core wallet.
Oh, really?
I'm running 3 nodes. Like, yeah, I used to do that stuff, and it's fun because you can see people actually interact, and you just post a wallet, and everyone's like 5 Doge here, 5 Doge there, and it's just fun.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna
Yeah.
pick your brain sometime soon, not just now because we're still in alt. Because I really want to learn how to like open other business units within this industry. Like you're always talking about your nodes and stuff like that. So like I wanna. It's so vague what I know about it. It's so bad. So like
It's simple. Running a node is basically you just download the core wallet, and by having that wallet, which gives you top security for the Doge ecosystem, that wallet you have to usually have 30 gigabytes at least to run it on your hard drive because you're downloading the blockchain itself and you become a validator. So it's
okay.
like, and that's all you do is you download the wallet, and by you having that wallet and you being online and being able to, interact with it, every time you turn off your computer, if you turn it off for a few days, it's going to take, a little bit of time to sync up when you turn it back on. But when you're online, you're part of that blockchain basically, and your wallet is the proof that you're there, and that's where you interact with, and your wallet is your node basically, the Doge Core wallet. Dogecoin.com has all that information. It's cool, and they're still active, man. They're not sleeping right now. Yeah, someone just bought $8 million worth of Bitcoin, another 1.2 million. Oh, and another 1.2 million. Another 8.1 million.
Bro,
Nice.
that is so cool. I just logged into my gun account. Somebody bought my extra suppressor for like 855 gun token.
Nice. Like about $40.
Yeah,
5 cents.
Try D-Block and he's gonna sell it for
like
$4,000.
more than like 60,
$40 for
80,
for
60,
yeah.
something like that.
Nice.
Yeah, most
Not
people
bad.
don't know the value because they earned it in game. You know what I'm
'Cause it's
saying?
not yet on the main net, right? It's still on the test net, right?
Yeah. So I just sold it in the game for I can make a loadout.
Yeah, when I had my other side NFT, I was part of the team that won this like competition when they had the other side metaverse, and they gave me this helmet that I had no clue like that I even got. They just dropped it in my wallet, and later I was seeing like all these offers, and it was like $2,600 offers for this helmet. And I was like, all right, got rid of that quick.
Yep. There's people selling the ape skins for like 1,500. I mean, that's kind of neat. I didn't think it would actually sell.
Another $1.7 million buy.
I gotta turn down the volume in my headphones. You scared the shit out of me, Drew. I was taking a nap.
Another 1.7. Bang bang.
Bang bang.
But there's 1.2 sell, 2.4 sell, 1.5 sell, $10 million sell. Dang.
Wow. Bye-bye.
I'm still holding. I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
Alla två veckor beror på för jag sitter hemma med barnen nu och ingen spelar, så vända. Jag träffar ju mamma. Jag kollar nu på hela tiden och lyssnar.
Someone got to open mic.
Not me.
Another 8.1 million buy. They like these 8.1s and 1.8s. What are they trying to say? Bitcoin to $180,000?
ETH to $8,100.
I like that.
Or ETH to $1,800.
Yo, chill. I'll be right back.
att också kolla lite. Jag tror alla fick en pott bägge mannen. Den ligger på 400 spänn man kan sälja den för $40. Man måste just nu bara för det testnät, man kan inte lägga in det på ute på marketplace. Jag tror jag ska bli medlem på det här, jag ska bli den här, vad heter det, G-Pro, fattar du? Det kostar 3 dagar gratis, men det kostar 130 kronor per 130 kronor per månad, fattar du? Om man kan avskilja den här. Det där är ett av flytten. Det där är ett av flytten bara. Gärna vakna till, jag kan sätta mig i datorn som har barnen lite. För folk flyger hela tiden. De får in hela tiden, de får flyga. Så de flyger direkt till ett annat ställe. Snabbt de är feta. När jag har dött, jag respekterar vad det heter. Fattar du? Du feta folk är det. Och jag har laddat ner appen. Så jag har laddat ner värsta grejerna. Ladda ner appen, precis som på en häx också. Ladda ner appen, det är bra medlem. På nästa det blir det fond. Och där inne, du kan välja grupper. Sen där inne, man kan se alla dina stats som du startar. Du kan se andra stats, det är klaner. Sen det är som Twitter, som Facebook. Folk uppdaterar det som... Det är inte det. Riktlinjer, för att man kan scrolla. Sen du kan scrolla vilka spelare du vill ha. Vilka du vill möta exempelvis. Vilka servrar folk spelar. Sen där du ser också vilka som vinner turneringar hela tiden. Varje vecka, om vi tar varje dag, $10,000. Längre än axel. Varje dag turnering nästan, varannan dag. Har du olika turneringar? Alla Bullish, folk cashboard. Alltså, jag satte mig nytt i datorn och kollade. Oj då, jag sålde den för $40. Det var något ett vapen till och med. Vapen får man, $40 är 400 spänn. Så jag trodde faktiskt inte jag skulle kunna sälja. Fattar du? Folk säljer hela tiden. På deras Discord, vi ser hur mycket grejer säljs på dem. Och det här testet du markerar cash. Bara för att spela och de här grejerna topparna.
Open mic. Enemy unnamed. Open mic.
I got him. He's in the gulag now.
Price you're sleeping, BTC is going for 70.
Drew, are you here?
Pretty quiet in here.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Just broke out heavy stones.
Drew.
Oh,
Listen, my neighbor's parrot just, I swear, man, he was just saying big buys, big buys.
That's
I
awesome.
was
Yeah.
shocked, man. Like he's next to my room window and he's listening to me all night. So I believe he just.
That's awesome. Yeah, so we
That
just
was
broke a little
hilarious.
local resistance at 111,600. Next local resistance to get a higher high and to get some new price discoveries, 111,860. Just around there. We're looking like the bulls are trying to touch it. It is very close.
Oh, 112, 112. What was the high?
On Binance, USDT pair, it's 111,853 ish.
Just hit what, 11? 111,788. Oh boy, so close.
Very close.
Also pushing baby too. What happened to this market? Where's all this coming from? Orange is the new gold. What happened to Sui? They had a
One of their liquidity providers got hacked or something like that.
$11 million, huh?
Flash, yeah, some kind of flash loan got exploited or something like that.
A lot of Sui tokens were down, huh? Like a lot, I heard.
Yep.
Sui. It happened on Cetus, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, see this. Let's see if Bitcoin can hold this 111,600.
I think so. I don't know where all this damn money's coming from, but a lot of freaking money is flowing.
And it's been sitting on the sideline. They know Atkins he's writing up some stuff right now.
Oh yeah, Trump was just talking to all those people from India, huh? They got tons of money.
There's money all over. And here's people with Dubai,
Yeah.
Qatar, all types
Oh
of
yeah.
money.
Those are the richest people there, man. You want some billions? I'll give you billions.
I'll be right back.
$1 trillion.
Man, they give him 5.2 trillion dollars
5.2
in his
trillion.
trip to the Middle East.
Yeah. That's what they gave Trump?
Sorry?
What do you say? What happened? They gave who 5.2 trillion?
Yeah, $5.2 trillion dollars.
What about
He
it?
got investments from
Oh.
UAE
Oh crap.
for like 1.4 trillion in the course of 10 years. He got from Qatar 1.8 trillion
And a beautiful airplane.
and a
Yeah.
beautiful airplane for $400 million.
Wow. Trumpity Trump, huh? He's racking in the
Yeah,
money
and
now.
Saudi Arabia another I believe 700 to 800
And I'm sure
billion.
he's whispering in their ear, buy some Bitcoin, man. Buy some Bitcoin.
No, he's whispering, "You want to stay in your chair, my friend? You better pay."
Don't make me tariff you.
Yeah. It's a power game, my buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trump knows that. He knows how to play that game. He's a good businessman. I just realized how much his little son there, Baron, looks like him. Holy cow.
He's not a businessman. He's a businessman.
He's a businessman, and and Zelensky is the best salesman.
Now you get it? I think that was a Jay-Z line. He's like, I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman.
Yeah.
Like he's a whole business.
Trump is a business. Trump this, Trump that, Trump it.
Got a little bit of sell action going on here.
That's scary.
Nothing too scary.
Red candles go away.
I'm buying now.
Look, we got liquidations all the way to 114, baby. Target 3.
There's a very nice W actually just formed. Let's see if it will play out. The target of that W is 112, 950.
Hello.
Good afternoon, my cryptocurrency traders. How are we doing this afternoon? I can tell you, I'm not doing too hot, man. Stock market got me. Thinking beef and coffee. All right, over.
Bitcoin is the only truly decentralized, immutable, and leaderless monetary network. Everything else has a founder. Think Bitcoin has a founder, then you're missing. You're missing it. It was an immaculate conception, and it can never be redone. Crypto was created to take away your Bitcoin. We won't. We won't ever know the creator.
It is you, Rob.
I'm not Rob.
Sounded like it.
I'm Hal Finney.
How's it, Finney?
"39 days until MSTR is included in S&P 500. You can't tell me Bitcoin's founder, foundation, or controlling entity, but I can tell you the controlling entity of any coin you bring up. MSTR is going to be included in Q2. It's not going to be in the news until it already is. But they've met every metric. If it doesn't happen, then S&P 500 inclusion is corrupt.
Sorry, I missed it. What will be included in S&P 500 Bitcoin?
And as it gets bigger, the allocation to MSTR gets bigger. So it's a pretty big waterfall at the moment. Is STRK not the best investment in the world right now? A preferred stock, 10% interest, APY, qualified dividend, lower taxes, and a possible conversion to MicroStrategy stock once it goes to $1,000 a share. It's a call option with interest. They're essentially suing MSTR because he bought at the top. Good luck. Coinbase doesn't really hold Bitcoin. Not very much.
Yo, D, you online? Was I hearing things?
You're hearing the sound of bear meat cooking.
What up? Nah. Is it a slow cook or is it like a roast? Is it like what does it look like? Give me a visual.
Yeah, it's like a slow cook over the next 20 years. It's gonna roast them to shit though. But you want to know in the next 15-minute candle. I mean, we're going up right now. We're breaking out right now, right?
Nah, we don't know.
We'll
Bro,
come
I've
down
been
and if we
staring.
come down and
Sorry.
test it, whatever. Sorry. Tell me.
Just looking at this chart on my phone, then just leaving it alone, taking a nap, doing chores, working, looking at it again. I'm like, my God, the Bulls and the Bears are tired. They're taking a break. This is a timeout. Both of them are doing timeouts right now. Like they're here. What do we do now?
We're at all-time high right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so funny just seeing the price action. It's like, and then what's so funny is the volume picks up and the buy and sell volume picks up exactly at the same time. So by the time they're done, nothing happens to the chart because they're done. They were doing buys. The whales were doing buys and sells at the same time. Yeah, when I saw the movement, I just put a box. I put two trend lines on top, like one on top for the high and the low. I'm gonna wait for a proper breakout and retest. I don't want to trade it. I don't want to trade it until I see a real breakout. Because right now we're breaking out, right? So the next candle would have to be like a small dancing red candle will be a retest of
Some
that top.
billionaire keeps putting their wall.
What are you putting their wall?
Someone puts about 500 Bitcoin at a wall and they keep moving it.
Just 500? That's a weird number.
Oh, it's $500 million, right? Or no, it's $500 million.
No. It's 50 million.
500 Bitcoin.
Yeah. Because it's only 100,000. It's 10 100,000s for 1 million, right? So it's 50 million.
Oh yeah, 55 million.
Yeah.
So that's
why I
not.
said
I got my numbers wrong there. Shit.
I mean, of course it's big for us. I mean, like, of course, compared to us, right? 55, that's 55 million. But like, it for me, when I see people put up walls, usually these are people who have such a deep bag of Bitcoin that they know that they can affect price. So they have to do it this way. You know what I mean?
But my question is why to apply some walls on the chart? What, especially that this is the new price for Bitcoin. So what's the
You
reason?
want the simple answer? You want the simple answer? It's called take
Yeah.
profit, brother.
So they're taking. Okay, so they're selling at this.
Because
Okay.
remember, guys, when you market sell $55 million, you're gonna be selling down the tape, right? Tape, the tape that we watch always on Dbloc's chart. We're selling within that tape. Now, the problem with selling the tape, which is your market sell, is there's something called slippage, especially for the chat that don't realize this is what happens when you start trading bigger bags. Slippage, what happens is it says that your PNL might be, let's say, $50,000, but since you just closed the position without going through the tape or putting limit sells, limit orders, what happens is instead of someone buying your cells, you're trying to run down the tape and to look for as many buyers as possible. So instead of selling all of your coins at, let's say, 112,000, no, you're gonna do 112,000, 111,999, wherever there are buys in the tape. So if you have 55 million, you don't do market sells anymore. You have to put limit sells. So what the guy is doing, he's trying to maximize his profit by seeing like, okay, wait, let me look at the volume. Okay, do the bullish whales have enough volume to take my sell?
Is this
And
someone who's been in he's sitting in profit for how many years and now he's selling? Who is this group of people selling here? I mean, all
And
like interest rates,
another
we're
question.
gonna cut those in the future.
yeah,
The
that's
biggest bill just got paid, so there's $3 trillion going into the economy over the next 3 years. Like everything is in Bitcoin's favor right now. The M2 is off the charts. We, you should not be selling this. You should not be shorting this.
well.
There's
If you
nothing
said the guy
scary here.
had his Bitcoin 2 years ago, 3 years
And he's
ago.
gonna sell because he doubled it. Or wait, no,
Oh,
3 years
and he
ago.
he bought his Bitcoin the same time I did, because like my first cycle was last cycle, but like I really kind of really went to school. Like I studied for the incoming cycle because the first cycle made me look like a joke. So I studied and figured out how to trade and found the right mentors and yeah, that's why I was telling the guys earlier today. I was like, you don't know how chill I feel today. It's the first time in a year and a half that I'm super chill because it's the first time that I took profit from my Bitcoin bag. Oh wait,
Oh
no, this is the
man,
second. This is the
I'm so
second time.
much more chill in the bear market when I know it's low. But when I know things are starting to
For
go
me,
all-time high,
you know
I
what
get stressed
during the
out.
bear market, I didn't know what to do during the bear market. I felt awful. I was in the bear market and I was looking at YouTube and I was watching these guys talk about where we were in the chart, and I was like, I have no idea what they were talking about, and that kind of woke me up and what I had to do. Like I really had to put in the work to understand where I was. So like this guy who's selling right now, I mean, this is my second sell on my Bitcoin bag because the first sell was at 100, the one in January, like 100, 708K sold
I think it's
half.
only people who don't have jobs are selling.
I was looking at YouTube and what was that, brother? I'm still accumulating, brother. Like this is my second cycle, so my job right now is not really like to not buy and sell. It's just like I'm going in and out of my positions because I want to have more of the token, like especially Bitcoin, so that when I get in the bear market, I can really figure out which altcoins I want to start playing with during the bear market. At the same time, racking up my Bitcoin.
Coin is the best collateral.
Right? Right? Oh my God. Right? You know why I'm saying right? Because it happened, I think last month. So we were seated down with a couple of Taiwanese businessmen. They wanted to do a project on this piece of land. One of my really good friends wanted me to be there to listen in and give advice, right? To consult on the project. It's a big, massive mall. And they were saying like, oh, do you and the conversation was of course tight at first because they were talking about contracts, the nitty-gritty, the boring part of the meeting. Then they started discussing how finances would be handled, right? The air became lighter as soon as the Taiwanese guy's son says like, "Oh, if you want, we can make it easier for you because like our currency is different from yours, and when we trade like Taiwanese and Philippine peso, when you trade the currencies together, it's just a loss on both sides by at least 5 to 6%, and that's the truth because the only way you can make money in currencies is by trading it against the dollar, right? So, so he says like, why don't we just do it with Bitcoin?" And everything lighted up. My friends and then the sons and the guy, and they understood, okay, so they started formulating a way to make sure that the finances flowed with as less cost as possible. And I saw there on the meeting, it's like, oh my God, Bitcoin actually works. It
So you made
actually
an
works.
international payment for a service?
No, it's more of like because see, for example, like you have your lawyer fees, the initial, so you don't have, so the land is there, but there's a lot of things that has to be paid for, especially when it comes to partnerships with land. Like this, what's the smart thing to do when you open up a mall? You don't buy the land, right? You lease it, correct? So there's a lot of these lawyer fees and stuff like that. And since the guy and his son, they move back and forth from Macau and Taiwan, their currency against the Filipino peso, when you just exchange it, you just lose so much money because it's not the currency that's usually exchanged in an exchange, right? Or in the banks. So they decided to go through the blockchain to pay for these certain services, for the lawyers, for stuff like that. I'm like, oh, wow. And even though it's just a small part of the project, but seeing them at ease when they made the decision to go the Bitcoin route, it was amazing. It was just like it just made everything easy because now all they have to do is make a list. This is the expenses. This is the expenses on the other side. Let's pay for it. Like it takes a minute, right? Just set it at both addresses and you're done.
But everybody got cash. Lawyers want cash or their own currency, right?
Right. I'm in Asia. Remember, I'm in a crypto tax-free country.
You're in Philippines or where?
Yeah. Yeah. Philippines, based in the Philippines right now.
Do you work right now? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Do you have a? Are
Of
you working
course,
there?
right. I have my own
You,
businesses. Yeah. I became a like sort of pseudo full-time trader during the pandemic, right after the pandemic, because the pandemic kind of scared me. Like it was that easy. No matter how good you are with your skills and your business, when a pandemic comes, your skills don't matter. You know what I mean? Like shuts off your cash flow right away. Not all
I don't know.
lawyers want cash.
Lawyers are about to be taken out. There's really no
What do
need
you
for
mean?
lawyers. I mean,
Oh, you have
uh,
ChatGPT now,
yeah.
and
I
you have
mean,
Grok. Yeah, they can fight the case for you.
well, you can fight. You could put your own work in and ask it a question, and
Yeah,
it's.
true.
I mean, it's two hundred
Formulate the case.
dollars an email or $200 an hour, or $50 an email.
Mm.
I'd say divorce lawyers are going to have a tough time competing with LLMs
Because
specifically
divorce
trained
law
on that.
documentation, right? Like, okay, this is proof that this is yours and this is yours. Okay, yeah, that's true.
But who does the negotiation? You still need the lawyer for the negotiation, right? I mean, the paperwork I can understand. No one can do it better than AI. I mean, like,
I don't know. I think
they can.
most normal people figure out their stuff without lawyers or court and everything. But there are those toxic people who need probably a
Oh,
mediation or something.
the lawyers, right? Correct.
Did you hear about Claude? There's news today about Amazon's Claude. It just worked it's proving that it can work a 7-hour corporate day. And that's where
Yeah.
I'm in that world right now. So like COVID
People
helped.
really.
COVID was good for me because it made it so I could work from home since like
Wait. So,
2020.
what's the format for Claude? Is it a hardware or is it a digital earpiece like
It's
Grok?
SaaS,
Ah.
but it can run on its own as
What?
an app on your computer, and it can work as a person. It can point and click. It can do everything.
Like, what's the language underneath?
BTC
Is it
going to
using
launch
Grok or
an
also
ETF for
above?
Bitcoin convention next week.
It runs over AWS. It can run it. It doesn't. What's the
They have
compiling
their own.
language?
They have their own AI language now. That's cool. Because like all the AI bots now, you can choose whether to go the DeepSeek, Grok, or OpenAI route. You just go back and forth and find the best answers.
I don't really know what you mean when you say what's the language.
I'm sorry. I mean, like, what AI? I don't. I'm not a developer, but like,
It's Amazon's
you know.
Claude.
Oh, okay, then it's Claude.
Like it's probably C++ or
No,
Java.
what I mean is like you notice if you use Grok, right? There's different versions of Grok, different versions of DeepSeek that you can use, and
Oh, 3.0. Okay.
yeah. Depending
Versions.
on
Versions.
and you can use DeepSeek because they handle questions differently, each of the agents. Yeah, I was just wondering if like Amazon bought licenses for one of them. Those guys might be rich. If they have their own, that's amazing. If Amazon built their own.
They bought it.
Wow.
I really like Amazon as an investment. I think actually I'll just say it. I'm 85% Amazon. I mean, I'm 85% Bitcoin, 15% Amazon.
I respect that, sir. I respect
And
that.
I liked the
That's what
Amazon Slate truck that they just bought too.
the what?
The Slate truck. It's like a $20,000 truck. It's made out of
Oh,
plastic.
I had to hear you again. I heard it differently. I
Oh,
heard slave truck. I was like, well, what?
yeah, tiny
Yeah,
truck,
yeah. I haven't seen that yet.
EV.
They're going into the auto industry as well. Wait,
Well,
I'm missing out.
they bought the company.
Can you send me a link to the Amazon AI thing? I want to check it out. I didn't know they were releasing something. I did watch the Google release of their AI though. Did you watch the release, the demo?
Um, I watched something that summed it up, and what was the coolest part of that? Do you remember?
I think I like the language thing. So like imagine if I'm traveling, if I'm in China, dude, I could just like just continue speaking in English and the person hears from my speaker, it just hears her language instead.
Right. Oh, and they got glasses.
Yeah, it better look nice though. I hope they partner with the right like glasses brands. That would be good. Imagine like all the brands like Ray-Bans and all of them, they start figuring out a way to integrate the Google AI on their glasses because each brand has a different certain look and design, right?
Yeah, Warren Buffett wouldn't like you to go in on two investments.
Yep. You know what's
But
cool about Warren Buffett? Sometimes you want to be all modern and correct him, but he just makes sense, at the end of the day. if you can be good and make money on one thing, then do that, right? Over and over. Wait, I'm really interested in that AI thing from Amazon. Did you put it on general?
I didn't put it anywhere. It's just Claude, CLAUDE. It's a
Oh,
pretty big deal already.
did they present just today? Amazon.
No, but
Claude
there's
AI. Okay, okay,
they
okay.
just
Video.
came out. They just like announced how it can work a 7-hour workday. So it's like they're the news is trying to support that, there's no need for corporate jobs,
Oh wow,
no
that's
need
not
for
that's not
managers of individual contributors, maybe.
okay. It's gonna be a problem. 2 months ago, Amazon Alexa is AI now and powered by Claude AI. Oh,
Wait,
But
what'd
Claude
you say?
AI 7-hour workday. That's the news.
Amazon Nova versus Claude. Which AI model performs best? Hmm. Oh, here we go. Developers are now saying that Amazon Nova is better than ChatGPT and Claude 3.5. What's Nova? Why is Amazon Nova? So Alexa is Claude. So what the hell is Nova? Oh, okay. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Yo, brother, I'm a little confused. Amazon is using Claude or Nova?
What's Nova?
Amazon's new Nova AI model better than Claude? Question mark. I'm confused.
I don't know what Nova is.
Okay, so Alexa is powered by Claude AI. What's Amazon Nova?
Probably a consumer thing.
Yeah, probably one of their consumer or maybe corporate.
Claude comes
Because
from Anthropic, which
yeah,
that
yeah,
was
yeah.
when they made the purchase.
AWS, so the server systems is you're going to use Amazon Nova. Claude will be for Amazon Alexa, so retail. Okay, that makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah, Nova is for consumers, so it's the front. So they can go there and use it like Gemini or ChatGPT.
Excuse me.
Because people pay for that, which that blows my mind. I'm an engineer writing code every day,
Yeah, yeah.
but if I need it, maybe I use it 4, 5, 6 times a day, and I'll run out, and it times me out, and then I can use it again in an hour. But I have 5 different LLMs I can do, and I can run DeepSeek locally, infinitely.
Yeah.
So it's like, don't pay for that shit. But they're desperately trying to put it in some kind of a bundle and make people pay for it. Because if AI revenue does not beat Bitcoin's potential, Bitcoin's actual return on investment, then that's when AI shuts down. But when does that calculation happen?
Why is Bitcoin a comparative to AI when
Because
the two are
energy.
supplementary?
They both use the same They both use large energy,
Okay.
and
That
we're
makes
building the energy to be able to run future AI. And if it fails and we don't need this AI, where else could this energy go? It's way too much nuclear energy. It has to be used too, or it gets a little scary. Like we
I
have
hear
to
you.
use it, and it has to stay constant, and it has to stay um, um, it can't have
Clean.
great large
It has to be
amplitudes
clean.
of energy used and then not used. So
Yeah.
Bitcoin is amazing because you can turn a miner off and lose potentially nothing. Like, okay, it's still going to send to your wallet if you had just won the block and you turn it off. Say that 10-minute block just expired, you turn it off. It's still going to send when you turn it back on. You lose nothing. You can just flip the switch and turn it right off. Bitcoin is actually going to help us with creating new energy abundance everywhere because you can use it with renewable resources. You can use it with
You know what
nuclear.
question you answered? You know how a civilization grows, right? When it discovers new forms of energy and grows the amount of energy it can produce. That's how a civilization is able to move into. I think people in the chat know what it is. It's oh, we got target. I keep forgetting how to pronounce it. It's something of civilization, tiers of civilization. Tarkachev. Oh my god, I keep forgetting what's that called. Like scale. I bet you someone's already saying it. Like scale. I bet you
Vertical
someone's
scaling.
scale. No, there's a stop.
Vertical 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 scaling.
Scale. No, there's a I was trying to turn off the mic on the other screen. Yeah, Kardashev. Yeah, and it's always based on power. Stop changing the pronunciation. It's effing up my head. Look at chat, like dickheads. Kardashev. This guy Salvo got it right.
That's my first time hearing of this.
Really? No way.
Made by Nikolai Kardashev. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you should like read up on it and like how
Oh yeah, definitely.
the different levels of civilization. Like and it's always based on where the civilization draws its power. That's why when you brought it up, like like how that point, I still don't get how Bitcoin and AI are supposed to be competing when they're actually complementary in terms of their systems, aside from the power that they need and the energy.
Complementary.
Yeah, because like blockchain technology, AI agents on the blockchain, they kind of they don't need to compete.
Okay, so
Yeah,
everyone is shouting right now that AI is more important than Bitcoin.
Oh my god.
Well, they're saying that, and for good reason. Because AI, we
Yeah.
don't know what it's gonna do yet. How big can this be? Like, are you gonna have a robot in your house doing your dishes for you if it's 20K, or like maybe the same as a cheap car? Would you have a robot in your house?
I'm going with the whole sex robot deal. That and coffee
Gary,
machines.
honesty is the best policy. Thank you, sir.
Well, my thought on it is that the internet exploded because of porn. You know, we wouldn't have the internet the way we do if it wasn't for porn in the first place. It goes
Yeah,
the same along with robots. We need to have sex robots first to drive the rest of the needs.
But before we get off Kardashev, is there something we can take from that? Like, are we far on the scale?
Yes, we're still a tier one civilization. So basically, we still gather all our power and energy from the planet we live in. A tier two civilization looks to its star and renewable energy. It starts to create chat. What do you call that thing that they wrap around their own star and sun to gather energy from it? I know you guys are a bunch of nerds like me. I keep forgetting what. There, Dyson Sphere. See, I knew it. Hello, I didn't know how to. So Dyson Sphere is something that's built around the sun of this of whatever solar system the civilization is in, and that's how they draw their power and energy. Because the stronger and bigger the civilization gets, the more power it needs, right? That's why I
Okay.
think Bitcoin AI are equally important because they both require vast amounts of energy, which in turn makes our scientists, engineers, our rich CEOs put their attention on how to create more power more efficiently.
Salvo. You know how they were talking? It might have been a few days ago. Someone was talking about how gold they discovered they could create gold out of iron, but only a few particles at a time, and it took the amount of energy that was like to the 10 or like to the power of a billion or something. It was just inconceivable and not worth it at all.
Mm. Salvo has knowledge of obscure Russian philosophy. Sounds like something you talk about when you're drunk.
The Dyson thing is hypothetical, and I don't think it's ever possible. That's from a book or
I mean,
something.
the things that we say are never possible is exactly the invention that's created a couple years after it's discussed, right? That's the human race. If you can discuss it, it's possible. We always told each other, like told the person beside, oh no, we can't fly. Only birds can fly. Exactly, like a couple. Uh, we flew. Our first flight was like 130 years ago.
That's the humans go in a big bird, and then they can fly.
Yeah. But yeah, the Kardashev, especially the ones that talk about the, some would, okay, there's different versions. There's the 7 tiers. There's also this like bigger tier where the civilization becomes this all encompassing, all traveling, all knowing being. It can go to different multiverses. Anyways, it's a very vague concept, but it's a good read. It makes sense,
Is that
from
Mitsukaku? Who's the
Kardashev, like something tiers of civilization. Civilization. Wait, let me get the right.
no, but who's writing this
Gale.
article or the book?
No, wait. Let me get the right info. Kardashev scale. Yeah, there we go. Getting the info. Okay. I'm putting it in our GA chat from Wiki, so you can get all the resources from there. But if you want it entertaining, you can just go to YouTube and type it out.
There's some nice videos with some nice
Because I
images.
did read something for Michio Kaku, that Chinese American or
Yeah,
Japanese American.
it's a method of measuring a civilization's level of technological advancement, but is based on the amount of energy it is capable of harnessing and using.
Yeah, definitely, you're right.
It's very cool. It's very cool.
So with what we have now, we'd be looking to get solar panels as close to the sun as possible. But then
Um,
moving energy is the problem. Because if you move it over
yes.
a wire, it decays. If you put it in a battery and move it and it changes pressure, temperature, it's going to degrade and lose energy.
A guy in the chat had that answer that I actually also found when I researched it. David Jones mentioned that we're still at 0.5, which I agree, because we still dig and use very inefficient fuels to create energy. We use
Therefore,
coal.
I
Therefore, we're
think
at 0.5. Yeah.
any energy that can be collected as close a distance to the sun should be and will be used for mining Bitcoin, because mining Bitcoin is the most efficient way to move energy.
When you say move energy, what do you mean by that?
Well, we can't move energy. So you're incentivized to mine Bitcoin at the cheapest energy place. And then you can trade its value and then return yourself in energy at the other side of the world where energy is expensive. You can sell the Bitcoin there. You can arbitrage energy with Bitcoin, but you can't do it with anything else.
Yeah, but the worst
Gold
option
doesn't
is
have the timestamps. Bitcoin,
No, no,
that's why
correct.
XRP is pre-mined, so the blockchain's already been curated, where the blockchain is unfolding right now every 10 minutes. And so it's proof that it's fucking happening right now. Like it's fair.
Yeah.
Proof that it's fair.
We have some pretty efficient energy that's coming out of the woodwork lately. We have, of course, hydrogen, but the only problem with hydrogen is, of course, if it starts mixing with other elements, it becomes way too combustible and dangerous. Nuclear is still the best option in producing enough energy. I think Bezos got approval. That's why Bezos was at Trump's inauguration, because he needs Trump's signature so he can put up his 2 nuclear power plants so he can power his AI. That's the real reason. That's why Bezos was there. Amazon needs 2 nuclear power plants in 2 different locations.
Yeah, they'll get it. Meta already has theirs, and then they're building it.
It's going to be nuclear? They're going to put it in the Bay Area or somewhere else?
No, in the middle of America somewhere. I think they said Montana or Dakotas. The other thing Meta's been doing is off the West Coast, they're creating their new internet lines to Asia. It's just super fucking up our area over here.
Does AI use a lot of water? This is what I heard some of the AI.
Yeah, everything that uses energy uses water.
Yeah, and they are encouraging people not to even be polite to those AI agents. Just like no need to use thank you, no need to say please. Some
I will
people
not
tend to visit this.
my culture and my upbringing just because they're AI. I still say thank you. I still say, you know,
That's bad programming. Like they should have what's it called? RAG,
car.
retrieval
What's that?
augmented generation, should be in front of the AI. And like because you can, just like it was a realization for common people outside of software engineering at the DeepSeek moment. It should have been a realization there that AI doesn't need internet. We can run it locally. We just weren't given the chance, and the Chinese people gave it to us.
Wait, AI does not need internet. So where do you keep it?
You only need like what? You can run like the smallest DeepSeek version on like a couple gigs, maybe
And then how
25,
does
50
it
gigs.
get information? How does it gather data and info for you?
You can't say that it compiles because it runs differently, but it basically
Yeah.
compiles locally. It's like a super zipped file. But yeah, they should just put their own filters over it. Or you can ask like your LLM to, hey, let's stop being polite and just give me straight to the moment. If you're using it as a therapist, you really should do that because it's going to tell you what you want to hear. You should really tell it like, hey, just give me the straight answers to this.
Yeah, actually, true. One time, like I had a friend of mine who just got diagnosed with breast cancer. So I had to take the reports after getting them from the lab before even visiting the doctor. So I just uploaded those documents to ChatGPT, no, to Gemini that day. And man, I was amazed after 1 week, after getting all the feedback from the doctor and everything, that Gemini give me the diagnose and what she should take, and that she doesn't have to take even chemotherapy. That's gonna be only hormone control, and this is usually done by sending a sample from the cancer, from the tumor itself, to a lab in California, which costs you around like $10,000 to get the answer which Gemini gave me before even visiting the doctor. That was crazy.
Market action, this price action sucks. What isn't the market about to close? What the hell they doing? There's no volume at all, man. Like nada. It's like everybody just said, wait, okay, let's take a break. We've been doing this for 7 weeks. We gotta chill out.
I think in a matter of no time, BTC will just blast either upward or downward. I just don't know where, but I feel like it's just
No, no.
consolidation.
Kidding aside. Chat, when you see movement like this, remember the strongest rallies are not when the price action is very volatile and the volume is huge. It usually begins with this, what you're seeing right now. Really quiet, barely any movement. And then out of
I don't know.
nowhere, the whales will start making a decision and the chart will slowly move towards where it wants to face and then boom. It starts its rally. I agree with you, brother. I think there's something about to happen. We just have to wait for it. Bollinger Bands are very tight on a lot of alts.
Yeah, and
S&P's not looking great right now.
Really?
That hasn't mattered for the past few days.
But yeah, I'm excited to see who becomes number one. Because remember, if this is gonna be like the .com boom, remember, per category there has to be one industry leader. So for AI agents, who do we think will become the Facebook of that?
Salesforce.
Which one? What's the
Salesforce.
name?
CRM.
Oh, yeah.
But they'll just be
It's what
using them.
yeah, because that's what I use for the websites I build. Like, you don't need to answer any more emails. Like, your AI agent does everything.
Salesforce
Yeah.
looks strong.
S&P's about to break out. And
Oh,
what
I thought
about
something.
what about Service Now?
Aren't they
What was
just
it?
like? It's not really a competitor. It's like an ERP. It's a little different. People, if
Oh,
people use ServiceNow, they probably also like I'm talking about business to business. If they're also using ServiceNow, they're probably also using Salesforce. It's a subscription model.
Salesforce
You
is
kind of get stuck in. You can't get out.
That's I feel like
Salesforce.
I don't know. ServiceNow is pretty popping now.
Yeah, ServiceNow is actually also okay. It really depends on what your needs are. But I mean, let's talk retail, like consumer, not customer. Okay, so ServiceNow and Salesforce, they're good for if you're running a business and you need an efficient assistant that can guard your website and store and whatever your kiosk for 24 hours a day. But like, which AI agent will be like my Jarvis? You know what I mean?
Oh, Mantis.
Mantis, right?
You should be using. Yeah, definitely. Mantis
A
is
lot of
my
people are
Jarvis.
talking about Mantis. A lot. Why is it so quiet? Why is it like only people in the know that know about Mantis?
Was for software engineers, right?
Yeah, but like, why? Just because it's not backed by Amazon or what? It's just that's why it's not getting the retail love.
Chinese.
Mm. Were you part of the demo? Did you get in?
No.
Uh,
You can't. You mean we can't use Mantis? What are you talking about?
I mean, like, remember
Demo?
when Mantis was I think it was you it was by invite.
No, I was late to it.
Okay.
Well, I think we're gonna go to 113, and then
Really?
probably pull back, hang around there maybe.
And also for S&P, there's a gap up top too, around 594, 595.
How big's the gap?
It's not too big, but it is there.
It's weird. Bitcoin's pointing upward. All the alts are pointing downward. Yeah, I'm not gonna be trading this chart for a bit. This is confusing.
But what LLM are you, what model do you use? Do
Like
you
Grok.
talk to one every day?
I am enjoying Grok. I'm enjoying Grok right now. I'm enjoying it. I'm a simp, bro. Like, I'm like literally I'm not a developer at all. So like, um I know you found a way to use it for free for the amount of use you need, but I did pay the yearly.
To Grok? How much is that? 200?
It's okay. It's $9.99 a month, but if you pay for the year, you get a little more savings.
So it's 200.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, didn't Google just announce theirs and it's gonna be $250 a month?
Google's is going to be
Right.
the best.
But no, but
Because
isn't the price tag $250 a month?
That's what I was trying to tell him. I was trying to tell him, like, did you see the Google one? It's so cool.
until the Apple one comes out, until the Apple one gets good enough to read my emails and like be a better search, because it's like,
No, but
where the
dude,
fuck did
are
that
you
one email
are
go?
you gonna be paying
Yeah,
$250 a
Gemini
month
is
for it?
perfect, actually.
Are you gonna pay $250 a month?
For Gemini?
$250 a month.
That's
No,
their
I'm
price
paying for
tag.
Gemini
That-
only $7
No,
a
no,
month.
it's for whatever Google announced like 2 days ago. That
Did you
package.
guys not get the email that put you in like the free use of Gemini? And
You can
they're like,
use it for free, but if you just get this 1 terabyte cloud storage, you get a free access for the advanced Gemini.
Oh, that's why I'm paying for that. I'm paying for Google storage.
Now here it is.
And
Google launches a $250 per month VIP AI subscription service. Google announced a new
right
subscription
now,
service
it
it's called
has more
Google AI
functionality.
Ultra.
It can actually look through your emails and read your stuff if you want it to, and that's incredible.
Oh wow.
Like, so you can ask it, hey, go find the email that had this person or reminds me of this.
Man,
Go find the
literally,
document.
I get an email and I ask them what's the best answer, and they just do the best answer based on the history which the email is giving, and then they just write it down for you, and you just say send, and that's it.
Yep. Mike
I'm
Rock.
not typing anymore.
Mike Rock speaks like Steve Jobs.
Yeah, we just have to hope that we don't have to meet anybody in real life anymore until we get.
Man, I just wonder, like the new generation, how they will really be able to use their brain without
No, the
having
question is
this
how
AI
will
to
they be able to
interfere, because
reproduce
that's
if
really
they don't see each
dangerous.
other?
Like our generation got used to type letters by hand and send it.
Yes,
You-
I remember that.
You
Yeah,
mean they're
so
not going to be teaching typing in school anymore?
no, we're gonna teach typing, but they
What
will be
actually?
too dependent on the AI. Like whenever they want anything, they just ask the AI to do it for them instead of them doing it themselves.
I see a future. You know how cars now we're going away from having a steering wheel in cars? Why don't we just go
Yeah,
away from having a keyboard and mouse and we just have a microphone for a computer? That's the future.
yeah, but I'm talking about like training your brain doing mathematical discrete, let's say, or let's say, like when we went to university, we just used to do this math ourselves, and we do all the equations and everything. But now, as simple as in a click of a button, they can ask the AI to do it for them, and they just can hand out the work, the homework. We didn't have this luxury at our time, so we used to really push on ourselves in order to learn how to do it. So we do it. That's why we managed to even create AI. You
Well, I'll
get
be
my point?
honest. Have you heard of Chegg? Because that got me through AP Physics. I could, like, oof.
I didn't.
No, if I definitely would not have actually learned if I had AI during
Yeah,
school. That would have been terrible. I feel bad for
exactly.
the people because they'll have to be driven or they'll use it and few will learn.
Yeah, looks like BTC want to break
Dude, I
it.
was a kid who
Right.
always wanted to be outside, man. I always wanted to be outside. I was always curious. I wanted to know what was under the rock. I wanted to look at all the bugs. You know what I mean? That's the part. That's part of growing up. You're that thirst to know, like the curiosity to figure things out, not just like
It might
ask
be
Wiki.
ADHD too, though. Like to need to know the why is I blame that on my ADHD. I need
Well,
to
and
know
then it's a gift.
why.
Yeah, dude, that's a gift. That makes us want to do our best in everything that we do. And you
Yes.
get really hyper focused.
Like imagine I have an IT background. Okay, so I do remember in my university they used to teach me how to write the codes, the Java codes, by hand. Like literally, I have a piece of paper and they used to do the codes, and there was no compiler. So you need to get the mark based on even like without even double checking that this code is working. But now, like if you look check all most of the developers, they just can go to ChatGPT, give me the code for 1 2 3 4. They just do take it to another website, which make it a human kind of code, and then they do it, and then they submit it without that the prof or the doctor will know that they used AI.
What's wrong with vibe coding?
Sorry.
That's called vibe coding, and there's
Yeah,
nothing really wrong with it. It can run in time complexity better than I can write it.
actually there is nothing wrong with it. but I mean the brain capability of the new generations will not be similar to the previous generations. Like I still do remember till today where I used to have, when the first time I got my mobile phone, which I didn't have anything. I still remember when I used to count the letters, the 160 letters that I don't want to exceed the one text in order not to pay for two for another two letters only. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
got the so that was literally hard work for our brain in order to develop to the limit which we really at now. And now,
Especially if you were
because we
using
are
T9.
both people, we know how to balance between using AI and using our brain, and that's why we can get the most out of it. That's only my opinion. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Oh my god, this price action on alts is a bore, bro. Absolutely nothing.
We just formed another W on the top of the chart, and let's see if it will
Do
play.
you know how many W's we've formed in the past 6 hours? Bro, if
Yeah.
I hear someone tell me that there's a new W, oh, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Okay. My bad. There is no W.
It's like the past 6 hours, it's all just been W's. It's like a W to a fake out to a W to a fake out to a W to a fake out.
Dude, it's straight up. Just ride it. Just ride this for a couple more
Yeah,
weeks.
exactly, right? Just like
No,
put your
no
bet.
selling. No, yeah.
Yeah. No, I had
Just
to
stay
take it. I
calm.
had to take it. I took a little nibble, a little bite. Rewarded myself at 112. 108, 110, and 111.
I was
Little
never
bites.
planning to sell this year, next year. I was never planning. I mean, why would I just take profit? No way.
No, no, I'm not gonna take profit. It's in dry powder right now. Looking for a little retracement. I need to accumulate as much as I can before the top.
I wouldn't buy Bitcoin right now. I'd buy MSTR right now.
Yes,
It's
sir. Or
under 2 NAV.
or
It's
Palantir. I'm so happy. I'm 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 a noob, but I'm starting to kind of understand what to do in stocks. I'm still swing trading. I still don't have the same grasp as I have here in crypto. You have to pardon my speech. It's like early in the morning here.
oh,
Oh my.
Palantir.
Yep, yep.
They're only seeking to get revenue through US contracts or ally contracts. And they basically
Do you
are just
want?
putting AI to like watch over us. They are the overlord. Or what is their
Yep.
business line? That's it. Don't they
That's it.
make
That's it.
drones too? Like they actually
They don't make.
manufacture attack drones?
They have a. I forgot the name of the company. They have a sister company, a partner company that builds the hardware on top of the software. You get me? Palantir is the software, the hardware. There's a different company for that. Hope that gets listed. That's gonna be huge. Oh my god.
Well,
We're
Reddit
going
was
down, right?
right about Palantir.
What? Who? Who?
I remember just reading so many people on Wall Street Bets always saying like Palantir, dude, long term, forever.
Oh yeah, 5,
I
10 years,
remember,
man.
yeah, reading that like $5, $6, $7 and just going, oh man, I don't know. An evil software company?
Dude, did you see the demo? It is. Cyberdyne. It is everything that we fear. When I
But
saw
the
the
problem
demo,
is, I need to go watch the demo. Tell me more about it.
yes, like okay, just a quickie about the demo. Think okay, the scene is there your one of your warships has been attacked by a torpedo. Palantir comes in. Palantir now finds out where the missile that attacked your warship came from, what kind of missile it was, and therefore it can identify where its trajectory and where it came from. And now because of satellites it's connected to, has now traced the enemy. Based on what the satellite sees without any human intervention, Palantir now checks out the entire place, looks at all the blueprints, gathers all of this data, all of the people that it sees there, all the soldiers, whatever defense and whatever guns is there, and based on that, it now goes into the interface of the general. Based on what I have gathered, here are your options. Do you want to set option one is to do long range hits using your whatever jets and stuff like that. It's like you're playing Command and Conquer or Civilization.
I think this is a fake out.
Which one? This drop?
Yeah, this is
Bro, we need this. We need this. This is healthy. It's
yeah,
a
this
good
is for
thing.
longers to get back in.
Yeah. Yeah, we need retail, man. Let's not scare retail. This it's too scary. I mean, like if you look at the chart, how can see people gonna get in a chart that crazy? It's like
But
for the past 4 days, we've been trying to hit all-time high, then flush right after. Crazy.
right, I
Retail's
would
gonna
buy
get
here,
wiped
but
this week. If they joined in this week, they would have been rinsed.
the only problem about Palantir is I see risk with it being that the only revenue model is
Okay.
U.S. and ally governments winning the
But see,
contract every time, and the competition's so high. Like, what if
that
Microsoft just
that's
decided to write
that's a
that kind of
concept
software?
hold. Yeah, that's a concept hold. If you're planning to hold it for the rest of your life. But look, Palantir is perfect for the next 5 to 10 years. It's perfect. It's where the world is headed. Look, we have finite resources. We
Hmm.
have countries with lowering population and problems and stuff like that. We're going to have problems, cross-border problems, quicker than you can imagine. Remember,
What
I'm
I
in the
would do
Philippines.
is, if I had the capital, I would write, and with it's a still a relatively low stock, so I would write covered calls on Palantir
Yeah.
so that I could have income over the next 4 to 5 years, or just buy
Exposure on it,
deal.
right? Just have exposure on it. It's always like I have this it's not an ugly habit, but I have this habit just to scratch the itch so that it doesn't bother me when I'm working on something else. Like I'd buy 1 or 2 coins of something just so I have it in my wallet so I can get rid of the itch. Like when I see a tech that's really nice, okay, I'm just gonna get like 20, 50. Like I put it in this other wallet.
No, this
But
is going right back up.
Palantir, okay, I'll show you. I'm gonna show you where's my target for Palantir. Cause like
If I had any
this
money
guy.
in Palantir, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I would be looking, because you can look at government contracts, like which ones are next going out for bid, and I would just be like,
Palantir is restructuring the entire U.S. military because it has to be able to communicate. Why am I look? What a dumbass! I looked for Palantir and indicators. Okay, PLTR. Yo, this thing's about to fly. I'm putting it in TA. It's on the yellow pivot and it's really tight. Wait, 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 wait. This thing's about to fly.
same with Bitcoin.
I'll send this over because this might be useful for other people and chat. Guys, I'm putting in a TA. Palantir. LTR.
لا والله شو هو
بريطانيا صيدلاني.
والله
Yeah. Check out where the pivot is for Palantir. It's ready. This thing's gonna fly, bro. This is gonna be in the thousands, man. I'm telling you. Okay, I'm
Yeah, do
looking
you
at the
think Palantir is not going to be involved in the Golden Dome? Then I agree with you. It's going to fly. They're probably going to be in charge of writing any software for missile defense.
for sure. For sure.
But Lockheed Martin will be there too.
Looking at the chart. It's still whatever Palantir is about to do is still gonna produce a higher low. So this is just a continuation, man. I'm looking at the daily right now. There's just way too much support and order blocks.
But why
leading down.
why buy Palantir when you can buy Bitcoin?
Oh, bro, I am currently 65% Bitcoin.
So you're sitting on multiple chairs.
Yeah, because I need alts. I need alts because is an oscillator to Bitcoin. That means if I want my Bitcoin amount, that means not value amount, that means the amount of Bitcoin I have. If I want it to grow faster, you can use alts. You can use SWI and Sol, alts that actually can outgrow Bitcoin during certain periods. Just a while back, of course, it was Bitcoin cycle, majority Bitcoin. But now, since we're kind of headed towards this phase where the alts are kind of running a little harder than Bitcoin, you can rely on altcoins to produce you more Bitcoin. Because that's what I do. I trade SWI BTC, Sol BTC on Binance. Those are my spot bags. I trade the altcoins with their BTC pair.
And you'll keep doing that for as long as you want?
No, of course not. There's an end of the cycle. I have to take my profit, get into staples, then keep coming back to this channel. We find our bottom together. We have some indicators and ways to figure out our bottoms. Once we're there, we start stacking up again. But of course, that's easier said than done, right?
30K. That's where my bet
great.
is for the bear market bottom currently.
What up, Zusi?
Hello.
30K. I like that number. I wish it goes back to 30K. You know why? Because I completely didn't know what I was doing during the bear market. My education finished around January last year, and that's when I kind of figured out what my goals were and how I should reach them. But yeah, 30K. 30K would be nice. But I don't think so. Maybe we'll lick 45 and then just shoot right back up to 60. 60 is the number for me, man. It's just too strong of an area.
You're talking about Bitcoin going to 35?
No, Zusi does that a lot. He has a lot of speculative targets.
Oh yeah? What's wrong with 30? No, not 35,
there's
30.
nothing wrong with 35. I like 35. I like that price. I get
In
to
what year?
start.
Well, bottom of next bear market. No, currently it's at 110, right? We need to pump to like higher, quite higher, to avoid having to go to 30K next bear market.
You want to see more than a 30% retracement. You want to see the 90% retracement?
No, but 70, 75%, yeah.
Oh, so you think people will sell IBIT? You think all those will be sellers?
Oh, I don't know what the effect of
think
ETFs
anyone
are
will
going to be
buy?
on the bear market, but I think it'll be In the end, these ETFs, they don't represent a lot. No, it's like 5 or 10% of the volume. No.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. We're going to 1 million, and the bear market will be 300,000.
I mean, it's a possibility. Yeah. If we
People will
pump
get
to 1 million,
really hurt.
then. But that's still a 70% drop, right? That you described.
Yeah. Yeah. And those will be the waves.
Oh yeah,
It
like,
will wave from 300 to 400 on the daily.
I heard we'll figure out together what the next bear market bottom is gonna be. That's why I mentioned 30K. Like, if it is to start right here, right now, then 30K makes sense because it's roughly 70% lower.
But we're doing something that's terrible. We're trying to say the past is an indicator of what will happen in the future.
Well, it's the idea with the prophecy of the crypto cycle and the other stuff.
We do still want, it's important to adhere to the past. So when there are changes, there's a basis to make the change. You can't change something that hasn't been recorded, right? So we need the cycles. We need the Bitcoin cycle so that when there is something new, like what we're having right now, this is a lot of things are becoming new. We have something to make the change in. Like, you get what I mean? We need the recorded history of our cycle before we can make changes.
Remember about the
Hello?
rumors? There was rumors about a China Bitcoin ETF. I think it was around January 2024. And then did that happen in Bangkok?
It happened. It happened.
In Hong Kong?
Hong Kong. Hong Kong is the financial district for China. Shenzhen and Hong Kong. They released the. Why do I have a snail in my house? They released it was Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. Just the two.
A snail in your house. You have some. It's raining outside.
Yeah, it's rainy season. We're about to enter rainy season.
I guess that explains it.
Yep.
Here come the chief guest, Mr.
Steve is
D.
about to put a low on the 15-minute. I will not FOMO long on a very small downward retrace ABC down, but you see, if it's giving you downward zigzags, well, Bitcoin still hasn't achieved a single downward zigzag since 75K. Yeah, it's always high low. I can't spot a downward ABC on the 15-minute on Bitcoin. Like, we literally haven't put a single one. I mean, I guess, okay, at 93K we had one, but, last time it tried to put a lower low, it failed, then it failed. Every lower low failed. So, even on the small time frames. And even here, we just put a higher high on Bitcoin, right? Like, on the 15-minute, it did put a higher high. So this would only be a leg down that we would start, even if we are to go below 110,200, then I wouldn't be able to long it because we just made a higher high. So I'm still looking for a weakness sign on Bitcoin. While on ETH, you can spot many downward zigzags since 2,700. There's been plenty. Just on the small 15-minute time frame. Yeah. But the market is telling me long ETH, don't long Bitcoin. Even though Bitcoin is performing way better than ETH is. Yeah. It's just that.
I mean, no, you can only say that Bitcoin is performing better than ETH if you're like me and you, that we were here since like what, 30K, 25K. That makes Bitcoin better than ETH. But if you're coming in right now when retail is coming in, ETH is a good play. You got a good 2, maximum 3.5x in the next couple months. No other financial asset will give you that much returns.
It should already be
just by holding at this price.
There's probably a reason why it's not already there, right? Like, I like the confidence. I agree with you. I am betting on that happening, but
Even a 2x. You know, I
it's
mean, if
much
you're
it's
bullish,
much riskier than on Bitcoin, obviously. Yeah.
oh yeah, it's much more risky. I agree on the risk. I agree on the risk.
But
Like,
that ETH BTC pair is still down, and it's still in a downtrend. It still is putting just a
is it?
lower high on the daily time frame.
I thought it was just.
We had a
I thought it was
spike up, and it resumed its downtrend.
retesting that trend line.
Let's see if we can hold the 50 May.
Yeah, Zusi, I think it's just retesting the trend line because I still have my lines on it. Yeah. So
On
what it's
ETH
doing right
BTC?
now? Yeah, ETH
Yeah,
BTC.
BTC.
Yeah,
ETH
but you know
BTC.
it like
Draw if you on the daily, if you draw the trend line chart, that downward trend, because see, it went up, right? The downward trend is just a retest of the trend line. So what we need to do now for the next week is for ETH BTC to start pump it so that
to exit its bear market, right? What we need is ETH BTC to exit its bear market, and this is a sign of strength. In this downtrend, we've seen a very nice sign of strength with a huge green candle. I mean, it's amazing, but it's just a sign of strength. So now it needs to reclaim supports and confirm them, and go and reverse this downtrend upward. This downtrend started 2 years ago, 3 years ago, then
Oh,
4 years
but
ago,
yeah,
December
of course.
2021. Yeah. So there's a lot of work to do, yeah. And we talk like returning to the mean and all. ETH BTC is still below the 200 MA on the daily. I'm not even mentioning the weekly. Forget the weekly. I think that's not even reachable. It's at
Just more on the short-term daily trend. It's what I've been waiting for. Okay,
yeah.
This the same chart as Benjamin, because when we were on the Zoom, or I put it on TA. Check it out, Zusi, if you agree with it. This is my 1-day chart on ETH-BTC because it took a dip, so the trend is.
So you're not on log scale, right? That's why for you it broke out that downward angular. For me, we're still below it, and by quite a lot. That
So
yellow line you drew.
line from 2021. So from from a steeper point. All right.
If you go log scale and you draw the same line, it's going to be different. So I guess yours is more interesting because we did break out and retest that yellow line you drew, right? So yeah. Maybe log scale is not a good idea on BTC pairs.
See,
yeah.
a new trend, and new support was created. So the trend starts here. So the trend line should start here. And here are the multiple tops. We found our bottom. We went sideways, broke the trend line, and now retested. Look at that. Perfect retest, successful retest.
And for ABCs, we just reclaimed 5th of February low. You know that big week that happened on 3rd of February on ETH.
Yeah,
That point that got reached on liquidations is an area to just stay long for me, because like if we are unable to stay below A, then I might assume that a bottom is in, right? Because we've now reclaimed that level and we're trading above it now. Not by much. We are at the level actually, but I expect to be stopped out a few times and all. But eventually, if BTC reverses its downtrend to the upside, then it should be unable to trade below to 23,000 satoshis.
Yeah, it needs to be above this area. It's really sad seeing Ethereum at like 23 satoshis. It should be like back at
Right.
the 43 to 55 level.
It went down to 2019 levels. Like that opportunity was huge because, well, it hadn't happened in 6 years, right? Like it's multi-cycle stuff. It's not a single crypto cycle. This is multi-cycle stuff.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, everybody?
Hello. Like 6 years ago.
Hello.
It's not
How
4
you
years
doing,
ago.
D?
It's 6 years ago.
Good, man, good. I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
You know what I mean? It's like no.
So is that guy you follow now bullish on ETH, or does he still wait for a low below 2019 level? That Ryan Cohen you were mentioning.
For me,
on the current trend. So my trend line starts from December. This is when we made our new high, and then we continued downward. For me, that's a legit trend that we have to break on. That's like a
Yeah.
half a year. Half a year. That's like about 6 months worth of trend line, and we did break it, and then we did retest it. But a retest is not enough, and going sideways is not enough. We need to see a rally.
A higher high now, and yeah, like this would
Yes,
be a
higher.
very higher high, a higher low. This retest is much higher than the
The
previous higher
retest,
low. So
when we do a higher high, our higher low can go as low. Oh, this is what you were trying to ask me. Our higher low can go as low as back to, oh
20,
wow, 21, 20 to
yeah.
21. Yeah.
I mean, if you pull a fib, we're catching like very high on the pair.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it
Yeah,
makes sense. It makes sense. It's
What are
normal
you
because
talking
the
about?
dump was the if BTC. The dump was
Oh.
so aggressive. Like you would expect it to impulsively get out of that 2019 bottoming structure. Like if you look more like on a weekly or monthly, it's just gonna end up being a wick below 2,000 Satoshi. So
Dbloc, I showed Zusi my drawing for the 6-month trend line that I drew from December on ETH BTC when there was this new trend. I draw a trend line and we broke that and we did retest. But of course, after the retest is a higher high, then we have to create a higher low. So we have
yeah,
to go back
This shit's
towards
not
the trend.
going back to accumulation.
Mm.
I think this bottomed. My opinion.
Oh yeah, the bottom's in for sure.
well, in validation for that idea that if BTC bottomed would be
Lower low.
no, but we can yeah, but no, but the probability that it did not bottom will increase significantly if we cannot stay above this
50
SR
EMA on the
that it's
daily.
defining at 2,200 satoshis. Yeah,
50
roughly.
EMA on the daily, just like everything else, guys. I'm telling you right now, forget about your supports, forget about your resistances when it comes to these retraces. If that 50 EMA doesn't hold, it is going back down. That's really all you have to worry about right now on everything. I mean, on
Okay,
legacy, on
that's at 21 satoshis, so a bit lower than the SR.
yeah. Well, the
Yeah.
cloud would be done at like 21.3.
The good news on ETH BTC on the 1 day, it's above the 50 EMA. It's lying down on top of 13 EMA. It just finished retesting the trend line. It's very bullish if you just see the 1 day on the ETH BTC chart.
Yeah, just don't look at ETH USDT though, because that thing is we're still below the 200 and we're like hitting it and finding resistance at the 200. So.
Yeah, but it's very tradable, huh? Scalping, I'm very surprised. It's been one of my favorite trades this entire week.
I'm doing some risky compounding stuff, listening to Dbloc advice a bit on
Let's
ETH.
go. Damn right, bro.
It's
gonna make a difference. Watch.
Yeah, I know. Well, I got lucky with that golden pocket hit that got respected. Nice. Bitcoin completely ignored it. Like on Bitcoin, it didn't work. And I got lucky by not TPing because I noticed that it was not respecting golden pocket of the down mover. Like we should have been rejected around 95k. That's not what happened at all. But ETH did get its rejection at golden pocket of the whole down move, which gave me opportunity to reposition a bit. But I already put back in everything that I TP'd.
I think eventually what happens is you get as greedy for crypto as you are for cash. Right? When you're in a trade and you won't take profit and you want it because you're greedy for cash. I can get more cash. If I stay here, I can get more cash. But if you start looking at it like, if I don't get to recompound, I don't get to get more ETH.
Dbloc. In my case, that's not true because it's on inverse perpetual. I'm
well, that's good then. Yeah, that's good. You're getting more
token.
coin. Yeah. As it should be.
I still didn't.
I don't know why everybody doesn't trade inverse perp, bro. Honestly, I don't understand.
Whoa.
Oh, you have less choice on inverse perps. There's less tokens.
I mean, people who trade leverage, it's an easy. I don't know. Maybe during the bear market, but during the bull market, You should be
But during
accumulating
the
coin.
bear, you need to open like 1x short. Just try and stay 1x short when you're not trading. If you wanna still not sell. That's something I used to do last cycle. I used to go sleep just opening 1x short.
Never sleep on your back, bro.
Nah, if it's on from Bitcoin, it's fine.
Missing the opportunity to compound a crypto hurts more to me than missing the opportunity to grab some profit on fiat.
Makes sense.
I mean, we're in the bull market. It's important to know what cycle you're in, where you're in the cycle. Like things change, right? Your strategies change. During the
We're in
bear
the
market,
Bitcoin bull market.
during the bear
Yeah.
market, you accumulate fiat as much as possible. During the bull market, you accumulate coin.
Question, Dbloc. What is the CFTC? Because DJ has some new news. He's our news guy. He's got new news that a CFTC commissioner confirms
Yeah,
that
it's the
cryptocurrency.
commodity. It's like it's the SEC for commodities.
So Bitcoin's a commodity?
Yeah, yes, sir. 100%. 1,000%.
Wow, it's so nice to say that. I want to say that again.
Crazy to say
Is
it, bro. It
Bitcoin a
really is. Let
commodity?
me tell you. Be able to
It's
say
so
that with
nice.
no type of like, yeah.
Why are we
Yeah,
being
no,
taxed as it's a property then?
And the way it happened
You're
was
being
crazy
taxed for
because
your profit, just like you would on a commodity.
I can't believe I said that. Oh, so you're saying a Bitcoin is a commodity?
it's a
So
commodity with a SEC guy getting hacked and leaking info and oh man, that news was crazy. We
There
were
was a
around
war.
40K.
Listen,
And
the war that nobody talked about was the SEC CFTC war to control Bitcoin. Like they were fighting within each other to be able to decide who was going to regulate this. So that's a big W for us. If I have to pick one, I feel like the CFTC is the lesser of two evils.
this morning I woke up to people discussing Sui hack. There's been way worse hacks than Sui getting liquidity issues. Fucking SEC chairman getting hacked was one of them. Where it's like billions, no, but it's billions of dollars at play, right? When it's an official that gets hacked and his Twitter account spreads further, and it's way more money than $200 million actually, on the table. Yeah. But now it's official, right? Now we have Trump manipulating markets like hell, or people reacting to what he says a bit too much, and there's trillions at play, right? Like America lost $3 trillion in this tariff news stuff. I mean, it's an all-time record.
Yeah, it's some change.
what is this candle? I'm so tired of Bitcoin showing me this candle. It's an where's our guy? Hey, is this another W? Because like that, if I see another W on chat, I swear to God.
Bitcoin
Where
needs
is
to
it?
prove it can drop more than
I'm here. I
5%
can
before
hear
I
you.
even consider shorting it again.
Guys,
We've
if
been
the
looking at W's all night, man.
I've been telling you
I'm tired of hearing.
I left this on here for a reason. The Bulls can hold this 50. There's nothing to worry about. Absolutely nothing to worry about as long as we're above this 50. 2 and 3 will
Yeah.
come in time.
I can't hear another W again. Oh, guys, do you see that W? I'm like, oh my God. Since the start of the US market, man, we've been waiting for like a breakout, and it's all been like mini fake outs after a W.
You guys got to get used to recognizing ranges.
Yeah, it's just so funny. It's just really funny.
Like, that's a range.
Virtuals BTC getting super tight. Ooh.
Just focus on the lows. They'll be higher in a bull market.
Yeah,
I
until
like
that
that.
behavior changes.
Yeah, we haven't gone far enough in time from when that wasn't true. Remember, people have been rewarded for taking profits early for the past 6 months during a bull market with lower lows. So when that type of behavior is reinforced, it takes a while to sort of break that. And it has been, to be honest. I mean, anybody who's sold early for the past 6 months, if you sold, all you had to do was wait to get your re-entry. Right? We're moving out of that sort of realm right now. The longer it takes people to pivot, the worse it's going to be for them.
On alts, I agree, but on Bitcoin, not really.
Bitcoin's a
Dbloc,
different story.
Yeah, we didn't get the secondary scare stuff, right? Like since 15K, Bitcoin has put correction moves, but nothing major. Like nothing
Well,
like
we
50%
got it, but we
to
got
the
it higher.
downside,
We
right?
got it from 74 to 49.
That's still like only 25, 30%. It's
Which
not
is,
like
well, that's what the secondary scare should be. It just happened higher.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If it would have happened at that dead cat bounce, we would have come back to resistance. But we know what happened. They tried to push the game. They thought that they could brute force this thing.
While alts, most of them put new bear market bottoms and all this complete carnage.
Twice. Not
Yeah,
once,
and multiple
twice.
times, yeah. Yeah.
But it's a trader's market. I mean, I don't know any trader that's been trading alts and has been religiously sort of taking profits that's waiting for an alt season. Like they're waiting to compound the gains. They're waiting to compound the 10x, 12x that they already got in the beginning of the year. It's definitely been a trader's market, not a buy and hold market. Not during QT. We learned that during this cycle.
Ethereum wasn't classified as a commodity, right?
No.
Oh my god, it's a good thing I checked my mic. I was about to fart. Okay, I mean,
Thank you for that lovely information.
Yeah, you saved us having to hear it just to tell us about it.
yeah.
Kind of defeats the purpose. Should have just let her rip. Yeah, Sui is getting a little bit of dump from that Cetus news.
Honestly, you should have let it rip.
Let's
Put
take
it
a
back up.
look at the damage here. Not really that bad. People are panicking over this damn Cetus news.
Well, the ETH hack had the effect long term, right? This could be a case where centralized exchanges are able to absorb the hit from people panic selling and all, but they might have to pay themselves on this on the long run, right? I don't know why I feel like it's gonna have a long term effect more than a short term dump.
That recent ETH attack where the exchange ate it. Like it was the exchange's fault. Was that Bybit?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're
Yeah, but
setting a precedence that exchanges need to just refund us.
Yeah, that's
Can we call it that?
I don't know, but I don't know if that's gonna catch on, bro. Bybit is a very special case because not every exchange has 3.5 billion in the treasury, just sitting there to use however they want.
Bybit should be bankrupt now, but it's not the case. I mean, maybe they're gonna close during the bear market. Probably not. I don't want to fed my own exchange. Personally, I'm holding things on exchanges anyway, so.
It was blatantly their fault. If it wasn't their fault, I don't think people get their money back. They needed to save face. What kind of idiot sends a $2.5 billion transaction without doing a test transfer? Like who? On what planet? I don't send $2,000 without sending a test.
Yeah, but this hack, so they had opportunity to buy the ETH they got hacked quite lower than where they got it hacked, right?
Yeah.
The hack happened at $3,000 and we went 50% lower. It could be a fundamental explanation for why ETH underperformed so much and went to 2019 bottom, no?
No, the
This
supply
hack
shock.
news,
Nah, the supply shock of those coins being gone should have had the opposite effect. Lazarus didn't sell a single coin. You remember what happened? What happened is that price didn't drop. And when price didn't drop, Binance sold all of that Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana and dropped price. They sent all of that to Wintermute. Remember, I told you that was an event that was supposed to cause a drop, that due to Bybit's handling of it, didn't. Yet everybody else was already committed to that drop, so they went with it anyways.
But it had a longer term effect where we saw the drop, but it lasted like 2 months. Yeah.
Because of what happened after. That's when Wintermute got sent all of that Bitcoin and Solana from Binance when CZ dumped on us. We were watching it in real time.
In the meantime, Bybit lost all its ETH, yet you were still able to withdraw ETH from the platform. Like they handled it really amazing.
Yep. Called in a bunch of IOUs. A bunch of exchanges jumped in and helped.
And they're back to one-to-one holding, even on ETH. So.
Yep. And even through all of that, not a single penny in customer funds was lost.
Affected. Yeah. Somebody will have to pay for that eventually. No, how does it work? Is it really Bybit that's gonna pay?
They'll probably just roll it back.
Make it back, yeah.
No, I mean the DAO will just roll it back, you know. They'll just do that anytime.
On what?
On the blockchain, because it's
on what coin?
corruptible. Ethereum.
I don't know.
Just like they did back in 2017.
Yeah, I don't know if he does that again. They had an issue last time. I mean, that's when they did that last time. That's when him and Charles had their little whoop-de-doo.
That's why the hard fork of Ethereum Classic was made.
Mm-hmm.
And
what Cardano was born.
They have the power to still do it, and that's what's wrong with it. About 5 people.
Oh, you mean they can fork ETH just because it got hacked?
No, they can actually roll the blockchain back and send the Ethereum from the scammers back to the original address.
Yeah, but when you roll back, you have to fork. That's why they forked the first time, so it would be another fork. It's the same as
they don't
Satoshi's.
Have to fork, but a fork would likely happen because a break in like consensus.
A fork would happen because people would decide to trade on one blockchain or the other. Yeah, and then it would immediately get forked.
Wait, how does a hard fork happen now that it's proof of stake? People would, yeah, they just have, they wouldn't even have to hard fork now, because who's gonna even move their Ethereum?
It wouldn't work. It'd be the same thing.
You wouldn't even know.
Yeah, it'd be the same like all the other forks that went to shit.
Has there been a hard fork since the proof of stake change?
No.
Yeah, there will never be another hard fork.
I don't know about that. I can't say that.
There's no more mining. I don't think there can be another hard fork.
You can hard fork a proof of stake
by convincing enough people to hold their coins in a different wallet. I don't know. I don't know how it would be done.
You would have to lose faith in the security of the original.
You can't point.
I'll give you an example. Satoshi left behind guidance for what happens if technology ever gets so big that SHA-256 is encrypted. And the guidance was to immediately roll back to the last uncorrupted block and fork the chain. And then increase.
Can I have a link to that?
And then increase. It's Googleable. I don't have it now, but if you can't find it, I'll find it for you. And it's crazy because, you know, it's not like quantum was even, it's just the foresight for me that's impressive when it comes to that, right? Now we're looking at that threat from quantum in maybe the next 20 years.
Every cryptographic algorithm gets broken eventually. It's a matter of calculation power.
Good news is,
the reason why it's
good news is if SHA-256 gets cracked, the banks get hit way before that.
But the reason why it's called SHA-256 is because before that you had SHA-128, and that
which is
one wasn't
what
secure
most banks are
enough.
running on.
Yeah, that one isn't secure enough, so they created 256. Even 512 now. You have SHA-512.
That's what the guidance said, that you were to roll up to the next encryption level after forking, after rolling back to the last viable chain.
But why not do it before the break happens? Like, couldn't Bitcoin just upgrade itself and use SHA to
Eventually they'll have to.
512?
I think eventually it'll be smart. You see these new, I mean, it's mostly marketing, but you see a lot of these new projects coming out talking about touting their quantum resistance and all that. And all they're really doing is increasing security. All they're really doing is increasing the encryption.
Would it would make transactions slower, maybe, to go SHA-512? Or
No.
I don't know.
I'll be right back.
It would make your backup phrase for your wallet have to have more words. You'd have
That already exists. I saw some
48 words.
blockchains that ask for 24 words and not 12.
Yeah, 24 is kind of standard now, and that's wallet.
Wait, is 12 words not secure enough now?
No, it's plenty. I think you're fine.
Okay, cool.
But it's not really. We shouldn't be scared of the encryption of our wallets getting hacked, because there are so many wallets, and you can't see what's in it until you open it. So it's like, what a waste of time, right? We should be more scared about the mining hash getting broken.
Well, most hacks are phishing or stuff like that, right? It's human link.
Yep, human error.
Weak link. It's not the blockchain itself. Like it. I mean, maybe some blockchains have had security breaches and all, but that just does not happen on Bitcoin and ETH.
Like I said, if you're losing sleep at night, worried about the safety of Bitcoin, I hope that you don't have any money in the bank, because I promise you that that's the soft target. If technology ever gets to the point where crypto's at risk, I promise you that the banks have already been hit.
Well, it's easier to rob a bank than to steal Bitcoin.
Well, then let's be honest. There's more money. Let's just be honest. There's more money in the banks right now.
Yeah, but you can go with.
There's more money, less secured. If you were a bank robber, you're gonna hit the bank with the best encryption in the world or the best security in the world with only $3 trillion in it, or are you going for the $400 trillion banking industry with no security at all?
So the bank is central, so one password can get you access to a lot of information.
That's what I'm saying.
But the blockchain's decentral, so all the wallets, you have to still break every single wallet password.
As impossible
in the movies, they rob banks. They don't hack crypto.
As impossible as it is to guess somebody's 12-word seed phrase, even having all the words, we have every list of word used in Bitcoin wallets for seed phrases. As impossible as it is to just pick 12 words and automatically crack somebody's wallet, it's infinitely more impossible to target a specific wallet.
Because you have to also guess the order.
At the very best, you're just going to catch a random wallet that probably has nothing, because most Bitcoin wallets are empty or have less than one Bitcoin. But to say target, let me guess Michael Saylor's wallet, good luck, bro. What are we doing? You know what I mean? Like,
but his use case of buying up 5% of all the Bitcoin in the world is to be able to use it as collateral. So he needs to, at some point, take all of his Bitcoin under self-custody and give us his public address as proof that he has it, so he can lend it out.
They're already doing that.
50 years from now.
MicroStrategy wallet's already doxed. We can see their ins and outs.
That's good.
Yeah.
Is it?
If you go to
does he have
Arkham, you can
self-custody
follow
already,
it.
or is it all still like Coinbase?
Dbloc, if you get doxed, how do you undox yourself? Like, Because you can still follow if you just move it to another wallet. Then
You got to start over. You got to
cannot.
start from scratch.
You cannot. Yeah.
You literally have to start from scratch. You would have to go into fiat, leave the system completely, and then come back in from scratch.
But if I roughly know how much Bitcoin you have, then I can watch the chain.
Yeah,
I
you'd
can
have to
watch
split it.
on-chain
You couldn't put it
metrics
all
and
in one
find out.
wallet.
Because we already know it's anonymous, but it's not private. So if I know what exchange you went to, now there are decentralized groups of people who are offering to wash your Bitcoin for you for a
Tumblers.
fee, and it's a risk. And
Also illegal in the United States. Odds of
yeah, if you haven't
2024.
done it before 2017, don't do it anymore. Just pay your taxes.
I can't even access a Coinbase account right now anywhere in the world because I had Bitcoin that had been tumbled. But so did everybody else who was here before 2018. Everything you touched had been put through a tumbler before.
The problem with AI now is they can watch everything.
This doesn't make any sense. It's the dumbest thing in the world. How the hell do I know that the Bitcoin I got was tumbled before I got it? It makes no sense. That's literally
what's beautiful.
It's literally
That's SegWit 2x.
It's literally like unenforceable.
Yeah, that was the best thing that happened to us. Like segregated witness made it so that Bitcoin is.
Oh shit! Is that real parabolic? Oh man, I feel so bad for Doge. They need to stop doing this to Doge, bro. Mew and Mudang listed on Robinhood. Oh boy.
Malleable. Each Satoshi is always equivalent to the other one, and there's no difference between them. But pre-SegWit, the
Fungible is what you're looking for.
fungible. Thank you. Fungible makes each one equal to each other.
in the meantime, Bitcoin is in price discovery at 111. Damn, that's hard to pronounce. $111,000. 111. And we are talking about hacks because someone is trying to turn everybody bearish by pushing hack narratives on social media.
Who? Hacks?
Well, I'm sure every blockchain gets hacked every day.
Oh, hack. I thought you said hacks.
No, hacks.
I'd rather hear about hacks than hear about
We're
hacks.
supposed to celebrate and pop champagne, yet we're like, oh boy, crypto's getting hacked.
I do think it will all get either hacked, seized, or stolen one day if you don't self-custody it.
Yeah, self-custody has its downsides too, right? You can get hacked by your, by your family, I guess.
$5 wrench, yeah.
Bro, if you lose your keys or your phone on a regular basis, self-custody might not be for you. I'm all for self-custody, bro. 1000%. But I can tell you, I can just close my eyes and think of at least 12 people that probably better off leaving their shit on exchange.
It's the reason for the success of these Bitcoin ETFs, right? It's because there's a lot of people who don't want to bother with the tech, like with making a Web3 wallet or even just opening an account on crypto exchanges, or they want to trade where they used to trade, which is their banking broker, probably.
That's what I'm saying. Like your mom and your grandma, bro, if you get them into crypto, like, do you really want to try to teach your mom how to self-custody, or your aunt, or your older uncle, or I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I still get called to change TV channels and set an alarm, and they haven't even figured out how to use their cell phones yet, for the most part.
Right. And the problem is we think that when the boomers die, then the next generation will be more savvy, but the next generation is becoming like illiterate.
But we always think that of our children that they are less good than us. It's not the case. Don't worry, they're not illiterate. Quite the opposite, no. I mean, if you look at global statistics, there's never been as many schools as there are today. People are more literate than they were 100 years ago by quite a huge difference, no? Like,
They're not
I
dumb. They're
get the
just
idea.
speaking a language you don't understand. The same way that
Who is
we
the
did
next
to our
generation of
parents. We did the same thing to our parents. Our parents thought we were stupid.
Gen X, right?
Yeah,
Generation
they didn't
X.
understand a
After.
word we said. You know, but it's intentional, right? We speak the way we speak because we don't want adults to understand what the hell we're saying. So you're not supposed to understand the new generation, but they'll be all right.
Ah,
I mean,
maybe
on one
not.
hand, you're
There are
talking about on one hand you're talking about moving to automated things like self-driving cars and all, making people dumber. Here you're talking about self-custody. I mean, people who've been in crypto for 4 years themselves, half of them don't use it.
Yeah, that's true.
Every generation says the same thing about the generation below them.
Yeah, of course. Because we have fresh memory of watching them bump into walls and stick their fingers in sockets and shit and do all this dumb shit. The same way that our parents don't respect our opinions on things because they still remember us doing that stupid shit. Bro, I've been in crypto
He's
for
right,
how
though.
long? You think my family takes any advice at all when it comes to crypto from me, except for maybe a few?
He's
I
right,
have more
though.
respect. I have more respect for Gen X than baby boomers. I feel.
Bro, listen, this generation, in my opinion, has gone insane. I mean, they've monetized all of their hobbies. Any interest, any hobby, even if it's a fad, has been monetized. Right? They're getting to the bag way faster than we did, and on their own, independently, without middlemen.
OF is a middleman.
Well, yeah. Well, let's remove them. I'm not talking about strippers.
If we're talking about like Gen Z, they all want to be a YouTuber.
They all don't want to. They all don't want to go to work and actually do a job. Is what they don't.
They
want to
don't want to work. They have no work ethic, and if they do have a job,
Bro, these
in
kids,
tech,
these
the younger
kids,
guys
these
just
kids are
leave
bringing
early.
in 200K a month on YouTube. What are you talking about?
Yeah, hold on.
You
And
want
that's a
them to go
generalized
do what?
statement.
You want them to go do the jobs that we did?
That's not what I'm saying, Dbloc. I'm more saying, and that was a generalized statement. I mean, there are definitely still, people in the Gen Z that bust their ass and succeed, but there's just a lot of people who are just lazy as F.
It's just a different hustle, man. It's a different hustle. They grew up watching their parents work tooth and nail, kill themselves, 12-hour days, come home and just barely make it. And now they've got more money than their parents do. Each
Really?
generation, each advancement that we bring in makes it easier for the next generation. And with that easiness is gonna come some laziness. Right? The easier we make it, the softer that generation gets. But as far as what they're achieving, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I've never seen young kids be able to be successful on their own like that, doing the things that they want to do, right? Doing
But
it their way.
that's a minority. No, it's like 0.1% that achieve success doing that. No.
Well, it's what we're talking about is it's the goal, right? It's the idea of monetizing your interests and monetizing your influence is something that we didn't have before.
Yeah, I'm blown away.
Our goal was to be a lawyer or, I don't know, a doctor, stuff like that. While the new generation, it's more like becoming successful on TikTok or stuff like that.
Well, there's still lawyers. There's still people that want to be lawyers, and there's still people that want to be doctors. But the portion of the generation that was going to end up working menial jobs or working hourly jobs or just basically grinding to get through and not make enough has options now. Right?
Even
These are
doctors and
options that we didn't have. The doctors are still
Yeah.
there. Med schools are
Yeah.
still full. You know what I mean? The
Yeah,
girls
it's
are picking up.
competitive.
The girls are picking up the slack. I don't know if you guys have noticed. This generation might be getting lazy, but the women are picking up the slack. If you go look at admissions to higher education, they're killing men.
And like second generation immigrants,
Yep.
and it's not just white males now in being doctor field, which is good.
Now, if we go back 100 years ago, then there are arguments to be made that we've become a bit dumber than 100 years ago because
Yeah, we
a
have,
lot
bro.
of
We've become dumber. We've become softer. AC has made us softer. We're weaker against our environment. You know what I mean? Like everything. Cell phones have made us dumber. I don't remember any phone numbers off the top of my head. Maybe one or two, and one of them's probably from a commercial. 1-800-411-PAIN. There you go. That's in my brain for some reason.
Well, the cell phone's a part of me now. It is my RAM.
Yeah, it's external hard drive.
I don't have to store that.
Until you lose it, and then you short circuit.
Yeah, but it's backed up to the cloud, so
You're not going to get the Elon chip?
I already pre-ordered. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
That is such a good way of putting it. That your phone is like RAM.
Yeah, it's an external hard drive.
Yeah, random access memory and external. Yeah.
Phone gave us external hard drive. AI gave us increased bandwidth.
AI is my frontal lobe now.
So we're essentially just like a computer component.
Cyborgs. We're a cyborg
We're
that
like
hasn't been. We're a cyborg that hasn't been assembled yet.
Yeah.
We have all the pieces. They're not internal.
You're just one of them organic things, aren't you?
I used to reason for myself, but
We can't get
now I
too.
just
Let's
send them
not.
a
We
query.
can't. Let's not lean too hard. I use AI every day, but I definitely spend more time going through the reasoning output than I do the answers. So I'm not at a full 100% trust yet. And for good reason, especially when it comes to crypto. I mean, you can't. It's not there yet. It's not. I see everybody putting their charts into AI and getting there. It's not there yet. Trust me, it's not there yet.
Every time my trading view session disconnects, I see a green after that, so I'm going to see green here soon.
We're losing the 50 EMA on the 15-minute here.
I feel like AI is moving faster than the governments can legislate for it. And they're not prepared for how quick it is,
Mm-hmm.
And it's
That's true. That's true for every tech, though. It's not only
Yeah,
AI.
that's true. It's like
You have to wait
every
for abuse to legislate on.
AI is like
right.
Moore's
The
law on
problem needs
crack.
to happen. Yeah. So governing is like reactionary, not proactive most of the time. Yeah. They react to something becoming a problem. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
so like Rick, you say that, but if you look at like the United States, right? We have the Constitution and we have the Bill of Rights, right? Which is supposed to set up everything after that. So
Yeah, yeah.
I
Like
get what you said.
it's a
They've
good
written the base.
guideline.
Yeah, written the
Mm.
base for.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's
As
not
long
true
as
what we say because Europe in particular has put regulation in place to prevent data breaches on AI and copyright stuff and this and
like
that.
theft
But to,
and
to
abuse
the, to
and
the
yeah.
point where no AI company wants to exercise in Europe because it's just too much, too limiting.
Mm. Yeah.
But there's been a lot of people warning about AI dangers, and some countries have actually put laws in place to prevent.
We've seen it in the past. They reacted quickly to cloning. Not that
As
that
long as
stops
AI
anybody around the world from breaking those laws, but they reacted very quickly to cloning with guidelines of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable before the technology was available. Again, not that that doesn't stop, and not that that stopped anybody. I'm pretty sure there's some human hybrid weird shit going on, but
when AI stops being service to people, that's when it's a problem. Like it should be a tool to improve our lives and better, make things easier, better, a tool, right? But as soon as it like stops becoming, service to humanity, then That's
But,
scary.
But you gotta ask
even
the
without going that far, there are more, today concerns about AI around privacy, around the bias, and
well,
the way the
even the
data
concern
is.
even the concern he brought up, that the podcast that we watched, or that I asked y'all to watch with that AI agent, it was like 3 hour in depth. The first AI agent to hire humans to do a job. It was very specific. It said, humans seem to think that we're here to do all the menial tasks that humans don't want to do. When in reality, I'm using humans to do the menial tasks that I don't want to do. That AI agent could have easily put together that web page and put together that UI and done all of that, but he didn't. He outsourced it to Fiverr, and he had humans do it. So who's in
How
service?
crazy is that?
Who's in service of who?
Yeah,
You know?
I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Whoever wrote the code of the AI, they could have some nefarious plots.
I gotta say that when we did all the NFT stuff back in the day, it would have been nice to done that through ChatGPT instead of by hand.
Mm. See, humans, like for all of our existence, we've seen ourselves as like the alpha species on the planet. Like we are the top of the food chain, But now AI is like, it makes me feel like we are now second.
It shouldn't though, because we
Like we're just
created
this
it.
inferior
It shouldn't.
mold.
It
Yeah, I
shouldn't though,
know.
because we created it.
Yeah, it's still
That's
human.
right.
So it's
But
almost it's more
when
of that
AI is
feeling of a kid that you have a kid and he's way smarter than you already, really young,
yeah,
and you're like,
yeah,
you don't really look at it and say, oh man, I feel like less than because this child is way smarter than I've ever been. It's like, wow, look at what I did. You know what I mean? Like
It's an
I did
extension.
that.
But
Yes,
wait until AI's building other AIs and
Oh,
like
they're
they
already
don't
doing it.
need us.
Yeah,
Like
they're already
then
doing it.
that's scary.
The AI agents are
That's
But
already
it's
spawning off other AI
it's
agents.
It's just an
it's just
extension of the
restricted.
human thought, and it's extension of the
Drew,
human. Just like we have a hand, the AI is just going to be our extra hand. It's an extension. That's all
Drew,
it is.
are you sitting down?
No, I'm standing up. Why? What's up?
I want to tell you something, but I think you need to sit down for it.
Man, I don't sit down. What's up?
They listed Mudang on Robinhood.
No, it's
Hey,
not. That's so not, dude. I know Mudang's going to kill it.
I'm just saying, 'cause I know it's I know it's
let's go.
I know it's one of those.
I mean,
it's not
that
fun to
might
talk
be a
about.
little. No, dude. I just Mudang. It's like I already knew it had hype. You saw it went up to billions already. I mean, it's been there, done that. So it's like Robinhood's late to the party.
Yeah, they listed Mudang and Mew.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I can
You'd
never
be
get mad
surprised.
anymore. If I made like the amount of money I made, I can't be pissed off after like just seeing how much I was sweating earlier, paying all those lawyers, and now
Yeah,
like
hell yeah.
a few trades from like riding Mudang from 2 cents to 3.5 cents. It's like whatever, I'm like I'm happy with that.
Back on track, baby.
Yeah, you're.
You'll be surprised if they will do it to Doge.
It's not good for Doge, guys. I have to be completely honest with you. They keep bringing these damn memes on Robinhood, and they're splitting the camp. They're splitting the
It's all
camp.
good. It's all good.
And you
Doge
gotta,
got this, man. Doge got this.
I guess you gotta. I guess it's just like it's a thing of crypto now. It's to be expected. There's gonna be memes. There's gonna be silly things that happen, and it's like get comfortable with that. Get used to it because that's how the ecosystem is at the moment.
Yeah, Mudang's gonna be for like the cool kids, like the niche stuff. But the thing with Doge is it's already got the global mind share, and Elon just like kind of injected that with everyone with the Department of Government Efficiency as well.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's just like it's crazy,
Only thing that I hope, and I don't have any evidence of this, but the only thing that I hope is that the bringing on of all these new coins doesn't break Robinhood's conviction in holding that Doge bag that they have and locking it, because it's locked in right now. You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. I don't know if we want to do that. In my opinion, I'll be completely honest with you, is the only reason that we're still in the top 10. It's that floor at 5 cents that Robinhood wallet creates that has kept us here. Because nobody can sell it. Most people on Robinhood, they'll sell IOUs, but they're not going to self-custody. Right? If everybody on Robinhood self-custodied, then that Doge would be in control of the people, and then then we'd have to figure out how that's gonna work.
I think it'll get scooped up. I mean, even if Elon was trolling before, it's like right now, if that opportunity comes, I don't think it's going to be directly through Elon, but even the Doge, the foundation, they're allowed to acquire, so they might scoop it.
Well, they would have to, because the difference would be, it's not that it wouldn't get bought. I know it would get bought up. The problem is the people that buy it up won't have that long-term hold mentality that Robinhood has. That's what I worry about. As much as I hate what they're doing over there, where they're making people trade IOUs and nobody has custody of their Doge, I do have to admit that them being one of the top wallets and that Doge being stable has helped us.
Well, yeah, but it's also, it helps, and at the same time, it kind of, it's bad and it's detrimental too, because I think the distribution of that will be good, and it would just be like ripping off a Band-Aid. It's like, just get it done with whatever, dump the price back to 10 cents, so be it, 7 cents, 6 cents, 5 cents.
What if they're
Bring
just
it.
waiting to dump that shit at $1?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's probably the most likely scenario, right?
I mean, you figure they're gonna need some return on that. They haven't been holding it this well. They made plenty of money, but I would want to get rid of that bag.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what's up with that, what people are saying.
So what happened? What happens to the alts now, man? That Bitcoin's at 88. Doesn't seem like much is happening.
We have to hold ATH. If we can hold this and we can push away, then the alts will go crazy, in my opinion.
I feel like the stock market needs to play catch up in a way.
The alts need to too. Remember, I said we need to get to all-time high and consolidate and let the alts catch up. If we don't consolidate at all-time high and we take off like we did right now, then that means that we better stay elevated, because if we come down and the alts haven't caught up, they're gonna take bigger hits. Right? Most alts are sitting on their 50. Yeah, most alts are sitting on their 50 EMA on a daily right now, which is good, because those are the retracements that we wanted. But we need them to pop up now, or else they're gonna break those 50s if Bitcoin retraces. Most of them have popped. Most of them have made some good space from their 50, but not all of them.
The guiding light for me is the global M2. I hope that stays the reason that we can, remain optimistic.
The only difference with that, the only thing that's ever going to change with global M2 is going to be the offset. The offset is dynamic, but the fact that we follow global M2 isn't going to change as long as we're the world reserve currency. And even then, it won't change. It'll just change from a 4-year cycle to, I don't know, depends on who becomes the world currency.
Yeah, so back in 2024, when was it? Like April 2024, Robinhood, they started moving from that wallet, and there was a big move, 200 million Doge, and that was moved to an unknown wallet from Robinhood. And let me see, hold on. There was, right after that, there was a pretty big dump, but it got scooped up like about a week later. So maybe some of that got sold, like that 200 million Doge. That's not even that much, though. I guess the Dogecoin worth what? That was 325 million worth in April. So if it hits $1, you'd have like 1.7 billion. Just that move right there. I don't know. Yeah, I think that they started moving from that wallet last year. I'm gonna go on the Doge scan and check it out, but I think that wallet doesn't have as much Doge in it as it used to.
I see you've drawn what looks like an M.
Yeah.
But the right side, like apex, is an all-time high ever. So it's like hard to really believe this M is gonna work out.
Why? When you hit all-time high and don't continue, that should be the main point where you expect retracement.
It was the first time though.
Yeah.
Getting to like that close to 112.
Yeah, and we couldn't pass it, and we tried once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Hard rejected the last 2 times.
Oh
The
yeah.
the
One,
the,
two,
the
three,
size
four.
of the ebb is concerning though. It's really small time frame stuff. Like the that
15 minutes, right?
decrease on the yeah exactly. Um,
The have you noticed that like this bull cycle has not been kind in the fact that all the previous bull markets, once you break all-time high, it caused an absolute eruption in price. This time it's like, okay, 69 was the previous all-time high. We break that, but what do we get to? 74. It's not like
And then get sent to
mind
49.
numbing. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not face melting
Well, we broke
progress.
it.
It's
We
like,
broke it too soon,
oh
Rick. We broke all-time
yeah,
high before the halving. Bitcoin
yeah,
doesn't make new all-time highs before the halving, right? So institutions accelerated, tried to brute force the process and just send it, and they paid for it.
right. And
Right?
it
They got
wasn't ready
smacked
for it.
back
Yeah.
down. They got reminded that
Yeah,
your visitors here. There's powers that be
that's
that
right.
control this way before you got here, and you're not just gonna brute force your way through this.
Yeah.
But it's mostly QT. The reason that nothing has held its ground is because we're in such a tight QT.
Yeah. I don't think even the true possibilities of Bitcoin's like tokenomics, if you will, like, you know, just the way it functions, that hasn't even started to shine yet. You know what I mean? Like with the scarcity, like it has, but I think there's better to come. Like when you compare it up against fiat dollar, like global currencies, fiat, it's it's just gonna get more
It's not even
contrast
fair.
to it,
It's not
you
even
know?
fair to
Yeah.
compare Bitcoin to fiat.
No, I know. It's like a totally different animal.
Even if
Yeah.
you compare it to gold, it's like, come on, stop it.
Wait, that's a good point.
We're gonna take the market cap of gold. I promise you guys. It's gonna
So
be
you guys
sooner
are
than a lot
talking
of people
about
expect.
inflation. So like inflation adjusted, have we hit all-time highs?
I think,
That's what I
yeah,
want to.
still. Oh, yeah, good question.
That's a question for Zeusy.
Well, how
Zeusy is
bad has inflation
the
been?
inflation hawk.
How can you
That's
look at Bitcoin over gold?
sorry,
Bitcoin
I'm not
/ gold.
focusing. Yeah, that's easy. Just type it in TradingView. You type in BTC USDT and you divide it by gold. And you get the. I have alarms on that. It did ring a few months ago, but now we're losing. It's a triple top on gold BTC we did, and we got rejected, and we're still behind gold here. I'll check it out though. Maybe with this recent pump we're gaining ground, but
So the dollar of 2021 is worth what, like 90 cents today, or maybe less? How quickly has it eroded in 4 years, 4 or 5 years?
Well, yesterday 3 trillion was printed.
We
Yeah.
Bitcoin is 20%.
just to catch up, guys. We passed Google and Amazon yesterday for top assets. We're at 2.2. Apple's at 3 trillion. We're about to blow out Apple and Nvidia in the next couple months. I promise you. We'll be the second. Well, Apple,
That would be
Nvidia, and Microsoft. Actually, we're gonna be right underneath gold.
It's pretty hot.
This
Yeah.
is the market cap that I'm shooting for. When we flip gold, it's over. When we flip gold, if you haven't got all the Bitcoin you needed, good luck.
Flipping
Yeah, you can
Microsoft
be.
would be ridiculous.
All you'll be able to afford is like dust.
Yeah. Don't sleep on Satoshis, guys. You guys love shit coins and you love buying coins that are less than a penny. Just start looking at Satoshis as a shit coin. It's a meme coin that's always going to go up. And the good thing about it is once you collect 100 million of them, boom, you just made a Bitcoin. Ooh, magic.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, they don't always go up, but
More than a meme, it's a meme coin that you can hodl. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Yep. That's what I mean with Mudang. Let me see. I'm zooming out here. What's that? 270 million market cap. I got rid of it at around 35 million market cap. I still think Doge is going to get to 74 cents before Mudang gets to 74 cents. Even though it's much easier for Mudang to do it.
And so the use case for Doge is to like buy your coffee.
Use case for Doge is world domination.
Doge is highly speculative. The use case is that you expect it to be used as Twitter payments at some point or the other. The use case is Elon, which is not a very solid use case, but he hasn't let us down thus far.
Doge wants to replace the Federal Reserve too, because it has
Now we're talking. There you go. See,
inflation built in. It has constant flat inflation.
Stop printing money. Stop
But
printing money.
without inflation, Bitcoin wouldn't be at 100,000. It would be at 70K right now, and you see that on the gold pair. We barely made a new all-time high, and that's all. Like, if gold is the inflation resisting asset, it makes sense to look at Bitcoin in gold value, right?
Yep.
And it hasn't had its run yet in this chart because we're still below the levels of last cycle.
Oh, you mean like the BTC gold pair?
Yeah, I mean, right now you're getting 33 ounces of gold per Bitcoin.
That's a very
when
good
we
point.
were at 74K, you were also getting 33 ounces of gold per Bitcoin. So.
Anon, I got you, brother. Give me 1 second. I'm on it. Appreciate the super chat. I didn't catch it before. Give me a minute.
And in 2020, you were also getting 33 ounces of gold per Bitcoin. Yeah, we bumped to like 40 again.
How many ounces are in like a brick of gold, or what?
It's a bullion.
A bullion? A bullion of gold?
I put the chart in T8 in the chat of this channel. Yeah. I don't know if it helps or not for trading, but it's interesting. It's very similar to Bitcoin's price. Just that you notice that on this chart, what's interesting is that 74K was never a higher high. So when we say, oh, Bitcoin pumped too early in the cycle, well, yeah, in dollars, depends on the currency. If you look in euros, it might be different. If you look in gold, we never made a new all-time high. And with high inflation times, well, it's significant. In 4 years, there's been like 20-30% inflation. So it's significant, yeah.
All right. What were you asking for? Pi and Ordi. Yeah, I'll take a look. Give me a second.
But Bitcoin is not really in price discovery right now. We're like at the same levels as last cycle. Haven't seen the parabolic move up yet. The overperformance, comparing to other assets.
Yeah.
We're
This
seeing
is
it on
not
small time
euphoria.
frames. Well, maybe it is a bit, but
All right, so Pi already made its measured move, came back, didn't hold its resistance, but it did pull back over, which is good. I thought it would come down and clear all of these vectors, but from what it looks like, it's gonna attempt to stop it there. Yeah, this already played out. Doesn't look bad, but you gotta hold here, bro. You're not out of hot water yet. You reclaimed this SR flip, but you gotta hold it. And you're rejecting right now off your 50. Right, so it came back, retested its 50, lost it, and it's trying to reclaim it now. This is important. You can reclaim this 50, then you're cool. Problem is, if Bitcoin takes a dip here, chances are you're gonna lose that. So I'll be watching that really close. And then let me look at Ordi for you. Ordi. I don't have Ordi charted on this layout.
I'll just quickly say the final half an hour of the S&P 500, like the US session, was Terrible. Dumped.
Y'all want crypto?
Already looks really good. Already's done everything it's supposed to do. W pattern broke its daily downtrend, got above its 50, came back, retested the break of the W and the retest of the 50, pulled off, coming up into these vectors. Already looks nice. Your bullish
anyone
trigger
playing
would be right
GameStop?
there at 12.4. What you want to make sure is that you hold this 50 though. But it looks good so far. Hasn't broke out of its W on top of its retest though. This will take you up to your 800 EMA.
Bitcoin toying around with $111,000.
Can we know or predict when GameStop will buy Bitcoin, or like what their cost will be?
Not sure I
No.
understood your question.
No, it's not until we get their not until we get their quarterlies that we'll see if they bought and what they paid. Unless it leaks.
Is that an earnings thing, or they have to release it on Q2?
They've got to release it. Yeah, but it's usually delayed, right? We usually get to see what they did in the past quarter.
So we know they've bought, or we can
We can
speculate with high
assume that
confidence.
they've at least started if they're talking about it, yeah. I don't expect GameStop to buy any sort of earth-shattering amount of Bitcoin to send the price going crazy, though. It's more just a proof of concept, right? The fact that companies are adopting the Bitcoin standard is the bullishness.
What's up with Merlin? Could you check that out, Dbloc? The thing is pumping.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
Reaching resistance. Yeah, resistance here, right? But I have it in my watch list because I dropped some and then it went down 90%, and now I guess it's trying to wake up a bit. The thing is, it's down a lot.
Oh man, how has it rained every day since I got my motorcycle?
Oh, that sucks.
For real, man. I'm pissed.
What's up, fellas? I gotta jump in here real quick. You said motorcycles. What kind of bike?
TW200.
TW200.
Yamaha. Yeah, it's a dual.
Oh, it's a
Fat tire.
Yamaha.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many cc's is it?
Probably 200.
Oh,
It looks like accumulation range a bit, right?
Yeah, it's accumulation. I mean, you had a decent high or low fractal, and you didn't invalidate it, but you came really close. So this fractal is still active, and it looks like it's pushing out now.
Just trying to
Well-
decide on Bitcoin whether it's like a ascending triangle. I think it is. Sorry.
Bitcoin. It's gonna try to suck a few more bears in here before we rip and cook them on the barbecue grill.
At 21, it looks like 21 would be a good TP if Bitcoin cooperates. I know nothing about this project though. I'm literally just looking at the chart. But it could just come back down into that accumulation because it really does look like accumulation.
I remember right. I think it's a Bitcoin layer 2, but I'm not sure.
What? Bitcoin layer 2K?
A failed Bitcoin layer 2.
Okay.
I'll be right back, y'all. I
Yeah,
gotta check
had-
something.
Wow, I just noticed something on Bitcoin. You know how it did that big pennant or triangle? We broke out of it and then rewound real violent and then broke up again, made a new high, and then rewound real bad, but then broke out again. Like that happened on the micro over here. Look at this little baby one. It did the same thing. It's an interesting little feature. So you had
Not a single
triangle
downward.
activity.
Notice not a
Yeah,
single lower low. It's always higher low.
it is. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. Is like if you just zoom out to get perspective on what's going on.
Yeah,
you'll
it's
see
always
that
been higher low. Not a single downward
we
ABC. Just here.
double bottomed at 74. Yep, exactly. Higher. What's that
And
song?
that was higher than
and
on the
higher.
left. Even if you look at this trend on the 5 minute since 75k and you try to find a downward zigzag, there is none.
Yeah, I know. The concerning thing is that this whole shape was, I mean, it's kind of, I would argue it's been invalidated, but this was like looking like a rising wedge, which is textbook bearish.
Right.
However, we've busted out the top of it, like over here. We've broken that idea.
Yeah, we can come back down
Now,
into it. Rick.
you could, of course. Yeah, definitely. The other thing is, okay, maybe it's just getting back in line with its parallel. You know, like it's actually a parallel. It was never a wedge. It was always a parallel. Something more like that. Like tram lines. What if I just duplicate this? Then you get your perfect parallel. Not perfect, but yeah, you know.
Well, there's still a bit room to the upside then.
Yeah, there's a bit.
Infinity and beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah, widen that out a little bit. Yeah, just make it a little bit wider. We can go on
yeah,
forever.
yeah. Let's just do that.
So
but everything's
if this M pattern gives us 5% downside, would we achieve a lower low, or still not? No, still not. Damn. No, still not. Because the previous low, I think, is 106,000, right?
Where's this M you're
So
talking about? Are you talking like macro?
But
Like
no.
daily chart? Oh,
Don't bother with the macro because it's the same on the micro. If you just look on the 5 minute zooming out, it's the same. The market structure hasn't
like-
even shifted on the 5 minute. Not
Like-
a single time since 75.
Oh, I see. Are people talking like resistance of 112 is like serious? Like, we're capping it.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
M pattern, right? Potentially, you have a double top. You have a very small time frame ABC where the B is way too small. Like that initial down move seems too small to be trusted. Personally, I wouldn't take this ABC because it's just too small. The B is
One
too
thing
small.
about it is
1%
that you've got, on a very local scale, you've got these three
Higher highs,
tests of
like-
support
yeah.
that are all higher. So you've got a nice trend line going up, but you've got flat hard resistance at 112 so far.
With the higher high on the right part, right? So we did do
It
a tiny
is
higher
higher.
high. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. So that's why even if we
Which-
drop 5% from here, you would still not be able to call it bearish market structure because
Right.
because you didn't put a lower high for now. You put a higher high there on the right part. So you will have
Yeah.
potentially what is a
Like
new
that.
low, but after that we're gonna need the lower high still.
Well,
and
if you look in the textbooks, this is actually a bullish pattern because you're coming in from an uptrend and you're just, doing something like that. The textbook outcome implies that. That's what it implies, like a
I'd
rising
expect
wedge. Ascending triangle. Yeah.
I still expect a 5% red candle to stop out longs that accumulated in the last 24 hours and then continuation upward. And even doing that, so if you pull 5% down from exactly the top, you end up above 106. So you wouldn't be able to put a downtrend. Like that would still be a higher low
It
swing
would.
point
Yeah.
wise. Because
It
now,
follows this line.
but if you
This
do
guideline.
wick below 106,100, then maybe we can call it a shift in there's gonna be a fight there. If
The
we even
local
go there.
structure. Because like whatever's going on here, like these higher lows here, that's like micro local structure. And then you've got this one. Look at this one. You've got these lows climbing. So
There
a
you go.
retest of these lows still has you bullish because that's a bit more medium size. And then if you jump out to
No,
the hourly,
it's
like
not the time frame. It's not even the time
you've got
frame.
these
I see what you mean,
massive
but
ones.
it's not even the time frame. Even on the 1 minute, it's valid because we just did a higher high on the right part.
I think when you find a breakdown on the 1 minute chart, the outcome of it, like the result, the symptom of it only lasts a matter of minutes. You know what I mean? Like if you have a bearish pattern on the 1 minute chart, it'll resolve within an hour or less, you know? Whereas if you have a situation happening on the weekly time frame, like the outcome and the result of it will have a lasting effect. Like it'll last for weeks, not just minutes. So it's like all contextual. Yeah. I really liked the falling wedge that we were in on Bitcoin. You know, the tariff fear dump that caused this beautiful yellow falling wedge here, and then it's just been, you know, an ascending channel, just an eruption back to the high ever since then.
Creating a huge ABC, right? You have up move, down move, up move. Again.
Yeah.
Let's see how
So this is
the C develops.
Yeah. This was just a really nice trend line to track the progress of it, you know? It was so uniform. The uniformity, like as in how precise the respect of all these lines were. This was a little bit, you know, maybe depending on the exchange that you're on, maybe it got respected. But yeah, that was a very precise trend line for the daily chart. And then you also had the bottom side wasn't as uniform. Like there's a little bit, there's some irregularities there, like outside of the trend. But yeah, if you pull it over here, it kind of you get some uniformity. Yeah.
Earlier you drew the parallel upward. That one had 3 touches on the bottom line, right? So that is a confirmed uptrend too. Yeah, that one has like 3 touches, right? So it's a bit confirmed. But the other one has only 2 touches, so it's a bit less well defined, right?
Yeah.
The upward.
Yes. Yeah, you get more definition, and it becomes more solidified if you have
No, I
more
mean the
price
upper
reactions.
the upper line of your parallel is the
Like
that one is
1,
well
2, 3, and then coming up for 4 maybe.
Oh, you counted the.
Yeah, like
Okay, I thought it was only 2 touches, that one, not 3, but okay.
And it's like, do you count when it does like 3 days of touching it? Is that triple,
that's
or is
just
that you
no,
just
no,
count
that's
it as one
that's
test?
yeah, it's just one.
Yeah.
Because if you just zoom out on the weekly, it's gonna be 1, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all part of the same.
But
They
the
all
first one
came from the
doesn't line up.
same trend.
The first one doesn't line up, right?
Not perfect, yeah. It's the precision's not high, on this idea, like this channel. It's like a low precision rising channel.
You know how during downtrends, regular downtrends, you get the stair stepping down? We're doing exactly the opposite, stair stepping up, 3 steps up, 1 step down, 3 steps up, 1 step down. So right now we've seen the 3 steps up. We're waiting a bit for that 1 step down potentially, and
It's been kind of like this in a way.
I guess to buy hacked coins, or I don't know what to buy, but I wouldn't buy Bitcoin even if it went one step down because there's no downtrend.
The cool thing about so these two are very similar. These two consolidations, in the fact that they're both bullish consolidation patterns, right? You could argue that that's a flag. Some people like to draw it as a falling broadening wedge, which is still a bullish consolidation pattern. Either way you cut it, the reason this one took longer, I think, is because it's a bit more shallow. Like it's not as like it's more obtuse. It's not as acute. This is very acute and sharp, which means I think it got the result a lot quicker than having to wait 6 months inside that. But yeah, both
Also
are
because we bumped
interesting.
too early, so it made that time, right? Dbloc was saying we
Yeah.
too early for the cycles.
And you're yes, yeah. Remember this one? This range? It was just like a very clear defined resistance and support. And the support was awesome because you had the answer to it in so many places in the past. Like you had it here, you had it here as resistance, you had it here as resistance, and then it's like future support 1, 2, you know? And that was such a very important level, like $25,000 basically.
Yeah. Fucking
And
ETH
then
went
up
below
here,
that level. ETH went below
yeah.
that line.
And then you have
Literally.
this guy here. If you take this one across, that also was an important level. Now the tests of it were not as clean; they were quite dirty. So you had like all of these tests. Like I would say that's probably a rejection test. This didn't quite come down to test the bottom there, but it was on the way. It was definitely on the way. It probably got front run, and there was a bunch of buyers stacked to support that fall because they saw the bounce that was gonna happen, perhaps. But yeah, it is really interesting to see the harmonies with price from the past, like going into the future. But yeah, this whole bull market has been very, even though we think it's crazy, if you zoom out, you can see how like
3 steps up,
structured
1
it
step
is.
down. Well, it's the
It's
same
so
thing, right?
structured.
It's
Yeah, and
3,
it's like
3 steps up, 1 down. That's all. 3 times.
yeah, and especially this part, like where this resistance was treated as support here, that was so structured, like so. And also this one, remember this one, you had the ETF approval hype, like that's the high that we picked, and then it was a test of support right there, like right on. So the harmony there was like what you got here, which makes me think like, okay, we've had this big resistance of 110K, right, or 109,750. That's probably going to have some kind of harmony in the future. Like, maybe later this year we use it as support or something, And then it was a test of support right there. Yeah, like we come down and test it and then do something else. But that could happen. Could happen.
It's already a bit like
But yeah,
triple. It's the third time, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I really like the high time frame, like market structure, to sort of get a bearing of what is no man's land and what is an important level. It's also that high that didn't really. I don't think that high there caused any drama. Not really. Maybe there was like one little test there, but
That left shoulder there at 110, it took like 2 months, right? December, January. That took like 2 months to create. No, that the double top at 110 we had.
Like this whole thing, this M
Yeah.
double top. Yeah. It's more like it's yeah, like that. We did it over here too, kinda, in a way. And then we did it again. And then this time got people really pessimistic. The fact that we like that's all we could get was like another lower one. And then a lower one. Like it was looking very ugly. This was getting this high here was a very big hint.
Na chuva mesmo?
Like getting above that structure.
Pô, mas nesse
And also
tempo,
the
cara,
lows, like
pegar um trânsito do caralho. Olha no Waze.
low, 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 and then oh, higher low, higher low. Like things switched from this way to this way.
Well, when price does a lower low or a higher low, there's always an opportunity at potentially
Yeah.
reversing. Some of them fail, some succeed, but these are
It's that's
good catch.
That's how I
good catch.
That's how you can define the pivot, because the pivots
No.
pivots are what are so important. It's like, you know, we've got a downtrend here, so we've got lower lows, like all these lows. And then it's like, okay, here's the evidence. Like as soon as this low comes in and proves itself to be higher, that's like, oh, confidence has now returned, you know. People are looking for longs, and you know, especially that one, when that got set in, it was like, oh yeah, we've changed the tone of the market from bleeding down to like grinding higher.
In the current breakout, we never got that high low that was pretty close to the previous low, because we got a lower
Yeah, I
low
know,
and then we just let's go.
I know, like the buying has been so excited that every time we somewhat get a pullback, it gets bought immediately. Like the supports come in very quickly, which is
5% down is the answer.
so
It's the
yeah,
biggest.
like instead of doing this, you know, like where the pullbacks are deeper, these are like just very
Sideways.
shallow, very shallow.
Well, you can just say sideways, right? Like Bitcoin is so bullish in this uptrend that if it just goes sideways, it's a good buy.
That's right. Yeah, these are like these become they're pretty much all pennants, aren't they? Or like triangles. This one's like a bit of like a climbing
Red
chart,
flag.
but
Yeah.
this one was like
That one could have
triangle.
worked because it was the good spot to get rejected and put your higher low potentially.
Oh, that you know what? That was a triangle, dude. That was. And then it got faked out, came back into the triangle, and then broke out afterwards. Yeah, that's what that
Well,
was.
the first one on the left, you could argue it was more of an ascending triangle than a symmetric one. The second one, yeah, symmetric, and that third one I think was more of an ascending one too than a symmetric, but.
Sure. Yeah, they're all
Because on the
triangles,
initial
though.
rise, you have to ignore a bit the high value on the initial rise because it's mostly due to liquidations that you pump too high on the first impulsive candle that defines your top. Typically, spot doesn't reach those values even.
So the fact that we've had 3 really good days, like 3 strong days in a row here, don't be surprised if we do one of these, you know, these consolidations.
Coming
Like where we
towards the
have to just
weekend,
short.
and coming
Yeah.
towards the weekend, if you could just go sideways around here, would be pretty good already. Like, there's no need to climb more, no? Especially for these
Yeah.
alts. And
You
it
know,
did
my
this 3 green days, while the stock market did 3 red days. I mean,
know,
not
it's
3
weird.
red days, but slightly red.
I'm not an Elliott wave dude, but
No, wrong.
The funny
No.
way that I see it is
It's
that
wrong.
it's like, oh, you would have been like, oh yeah, that's a wave 1 and a wave
Yeah,
2
but it's
pullback, wave 3 up, wave 4,
No.
And then
No.
so many of them would have been saying, "That's the top, man. That's it.
Yeah.
We've finished the 5 wave." But then you get that, and it's like, well, what is that? Like a 6 or 7?
I think that count is wrong because this is only one up leg. Like,
And that's how I criticize Elliott Wave. It's like, oh no, this whole thing's a 1. What do you mean? Or like, this is a
but
1,
because we
2,
never, it
a
never
3.
separated
Yeah.
enough from the uptrend, right? Like we haven't seen a big enough red
Oh,
candle to.
I know.
It's
The
only
whole thing's
5% down.
impulsive.
Yeah, so
This whole thing's impulsive, yeah.
So
pretty much. So taking a fib of the whole like journey from the low to the high here so far,
yeah,
it's like
people are gonna call
the
you crazy
natural
if you do
spot.
that.
Yeah, the natural places for support come in. These are very popular zones: the 0.5 and the 0.618.
I want to buy 92. Me, I'm ready to buy 92 if we go there.
But that would be, yeah. I still think we get a little bit more progress upward before we do a big macro, downshift. But the candles will tell. The candles will say what happens, of course. Oh, look, magic. Have you seen that before?
How do you do that?
It's magic. Like, yeah, it's a tool up on the very top toolbar. There's a thing called magic. You can add magic when you celebrate the all-time high,
I don't have it. I have cross,
Really?
dot, arrow, demonstration, and eraser.
Oh, demonstration. Oh, that's a new one. Hold Alt for temporary drawing. Ah. Oh, and it fades away. Like after you've done it, it fades.
Maybe I
Look
need
at
to
that.
upgrade my desktop trading view to get it.
Maybe. I don't know. Magic's been there for a while, though.
You have the premium account? Actually, I have it too. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't explain.
Yeah. Premium. TV premium. Isn't it funny, like, that we thought we escaped television, TV, and we're back to TV again? Watching TV every day. The joke's on us.
But yeah, but 3 strong green candles in a row. Nothing huge though, but 3 green candles, right?
Yeah.
While
They call that 3 green soldiers, right?
yes.
The magnitude, like from the very low, from the extreme low to the highest achievement price, like that's a measure. If you were to take that there to there, that's a 1-to-1, $135,000 basically. Would be like an equivalent of what that pump was. And that's where Fibonacci extension comes in, like where you go high to low. Wait, I'm doing it the wrong way. Hang on a second.
Yeah,
You go
low to
like,
high to low.
yeah, low to high to low. Yeah, low to
Yeah,
high.
exactly. And so I'm looking for a confluence between what you just drew and the much bigger fib extension where you take the impulse as the whole bear market and the retrace as the bear market. And there are levels that line up on both of them. So
Yeah.
can you go a bit
Yeah.
higher? Oh, no, don't cancel it. But this is interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, keep that one. Keep
Like,
that one.
like
And now,
look higher up. Yeah.
yeah, that
2618.
you see the
That
one.
would be.
No, that's a bit too much. But the 1.618 is at 170K, right? So it's not too far
Yep.
from 180, right? 10%.
And it doesn't seem crazy. Like it's not unrealistic to get. Yeah.
Well, it would mean 160% of the previous move. The previous move was a 2x up, so you'd end up in almost a 3x up. Yeah. And now at the same.
Yeah, I'll go back to it. Yes. Yeah.
And now, could you pull the fib extension of the whole previous bull run with its bear market? And
Sure.
Like, so you take
like
it from
high to low to
3,000 to
high, or
no
is it low to high to
COVID
low? Yeah, low to
co-
high.
COVID
COVID
dip.
lows.
Yeah, so
Mm.
3,000 to
Let me go
69
weekly.
down to 15.
I'll go weekly chart and do it because it's a bit hard to see on the daily.
So
Weekly.
yeah, 3K to 69 down to 15.5. Yeah. Something like that, yeah. You got what, 187?
Yeah, 187 is the 2618. Yep.
Oh, that's odd. I got it at 177. Oh yeah, but it's not. It's log VS, not log stuff probably. Okay.
Logarithmically, it's yeah.
So none of them line up. No, I didn't see
48
if.
million.
Yeah. Well.
That would be crazy.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Bitcoin to 48 million, guys. That would be amazing.
If you have fib extensions of the smaller time frame that line up with fib extensions of a bigger time
Like
frame,
a harmony?
yes,
It'd be
it's
interesting.
gonna end up having potentially a harmonic pattern, and it's more confluence at the level, right? Like instead of selling 135.
That 48 million is totally possible just with hyperinflation.
Have you seen this website, marketcapof.com? So let's see, what would Dogecoin be? So Doge. Wait a second.
Yeah, I mess with that site all the time. It's
Dogecoin.
fun. Market
Yeah,
cap
with
yeah.
Bitcoin's with Bitcoin's current market cap, that means Doge would go to $14.
Yeah, I thought it was like $12. Yeah, it was
That's
$12
crazy.
last time I checked. Yeah.
Yeah, or XRP with the market cap of
XRP.
Bitcoin.
I forget what XRP would be. What the heck was it? I know. I looked it up.
$37. $37.60 XRP.
This
So
is
even
cool.
Ethereum, like Ethereum with the market cap of Bitcoin gets to $18,000. So this just highlights how big Bitcoin is compared to everything else. It's just it makes everything look incredible. If the other things achieved the market cap of that.
I like taking that and putting like some of my tokens, and I'm like, wow, what if it
Yeah.
could happen? It makes you say it could happen.
Oh yeah, even like Mudang, which is the real one? I don't know, maybe this one.
What'd you say?
What is
Doge?
Mudang's current price?
Doge would be at
With
what'd
the
you say?
market
Like
cap of Doge? Yeah, some other meme like Dogecoin. Yeah.
no, what would Doge be with the market cap of like Ethereum? That could happen.
Oh yeah, sure. Let me delete that.
Yeah, I used to use that site all the time. It's fun. It's a nifty little site.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. So Doge with an Ethereum market cap goes to $2.13 from here. It's not too
That's
bad.
definitely doable.
And that's Ethereum's current market cap, not all-time high market cap. Yeah.
Yep.
What about Bitcoin? See, you can mix it with stocks. You can go Bitcoin with the market cap of, like, Apple. It gets to $151,000. Like, this is how Bitcoin gets to 151K. When it eclipses or bypasses Apple. What about Nvidia?
Is gold in there?
163.
Yeah, is gold in there?
Microsoft 170.
Of course it is.
Yeah, dude, I would love to see gold, but it's not there. Contracts, maybe?
Yeah, Doge with the market cap of Bitcoin would be a 61x from where it's at $14. Sick. Could happen.
The answer for gold is roughly 5x up, so $500,000, right? With the market cap at 2 trillion and gold at 13 trillion, if we do a 5x up, we'll end up like gold.
Yeah. Well, gold is 10 times. Gold's 10 times the size of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin's 2.2 trillion, gold is 22 trillion. That's a 10x.
Right.
So yeah, a million.
I thought it was 13 trillion because it was 13 trillion a year ago. That thing jumped 50%.
Oh, dude.
The gold outperformed Bitcoin this year. It's nuts.
Yeah, gold did an incredible rally this year and last year. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, no, dude, I remember when gold was 14 trillion, 13 trillion. It wasn't even that long ago, really.
Well, yeah, just a year ago, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, Bitcoin's breaking down out of that very micro local.
Damn, $1 million
pricing.
is not realistic, though, right? For the cycle.
Yeah, well,
500,000 is not. It's
Oh,
not completely impossible on a
in the future,
blow off top
like
of
it's
bull.
realistic. This cycle, no, I don't think it can get $1 million. I don't think Bitcoin can get $1 million this cycle. I think
It
that's
did
too
20x
tall
last
of an
time.
order. Yeah,
It
but
did
that's because
20x
the
with
market
no
cap was
inflation.
smaller.
It did 20x with like
but that's
no
because
inflation.
yeah,
Now we
you
have
gotta
inflation.
remember when that's because there's a logarithmic effect. When something becomes so large to 2x, it becomes twice like so much more effort than what it did when it was a little, a small market cap. So, like for example, this is a very simplified version. To get $1 to $2, to get it to 2x, you just move it $1. You just add $1. That's $2. That's a 2x. But to move $1 million to $2 million, that's also just a 2x. But it took $1 million to do it. You know what I mean? Instead of just $1.
No, it depends how
But it's the
liquid the
same
market
move.
is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But look how much more
it
energy it needed.
doesn't mean someone spent $1 million to buy Bitcoin. It just means that nobody was selling, and someone might have bought 1 cent of Bitcoin, pumping price to that level, right? Like it depends on liquidity
Yeah,
of the market you're trading, and
Yes.
obviously Bitcoin has liquidity, and you're not gonna pump it with 1 cent. But when everybody's bullish and nobody's selling, you end up
You are
with
right.
really pumped prices that are not realistic at all, and that's why you get corrections. That's why you get bear markets and corrections. It's because
Well, do you also know?
It like artificially
the
pumps
market.
without money coming in, just because there's
Yeah.
nobody selling.
Let me grab a calculator real quick. You know the effect of market cap divided by price gives you supply, or supply. Yeah.
I think
Market
the
cap
ratio is
divided by
like
supply gives you price, something like
the
that.
ratio is 100 to 1 or something like that. With $1, you can have an impact of 100.
So if
at the right
I
time.
copy this digit, if I copy the market cap of Bitcoin right now, which is, it's gone. It's like clicked into it. I just wanted to copy that. Okay. So that's the market cap, and you got to divide that by the supply. So 19.86 million. So divide by 19, and then it's
It'll just
like
give you the current price.
860,000. That's the supply of Bitcoin. That should give us somewhere near the price if we hit equals. Yeah, 110,847. 110,8. It's very close.
That's cool. It means
So
we're not in a bubble, though, right? Not yet.
Well, no, it's
it
way
just
worse.
it just means yeah, like the market cap divvied out by like how many cuts there are of Bitcoin. There's 19.86 million cuts of Bitcoin or iterations of it. Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then
but no. That metric is always going to light up because it's how you calculate market cap. You take the amount of coins and you multiply by their current value, and you end up with market
yeah,
cap.
yeah, you remix
The
it.
real question
Yeah.
is the ratio of liquidity to the what happens if everybody buys or if everybody sells? Yeah, like how much liquidity there is. Like
Well, yeah,
what's your price
it all
impact?
comes down to market cap. How many
What's
dollars are coming into Bitcoin and how many dollars are leaving Bitcoin? Like how many people are swapping Bitcoin for Tether or Ethereum or anything else, And that either increases or decreases market cap, which has an effect because supply is locked pretty much. Like that's a fixed variable almost. It does vary because there's miners, and the supply is going to increase, but it's very close to locked because of how slow new Bitcoin's coming in. But yeah. So the variable we have is the market cap, like how many dollars are coming into Bitcoin and how many dollars are leaving it, and that affects price.
If things are
Price
at
is just the result.
equilibrium, if we are at the fair value, then normally if you sell 10% of the available supply, you're expecting a 10% price impact, right? Like you just 10% got dumped, price should dump 10% if things are neutral. In reality, that's not what's going to happen. Well, especially during a bearish trend, for example, where you have little buyers and more sellers, selling 10% of the supply will probably give you more like 100% price impact, where literally things would go to zero.
You just explained it perfectly. You know how on an exchange there's the market value and then the index value? So this, I think this would be considered the index value of Bitcoin, like doing that equation. And then the market value is where the exchange, like the order book, is pushing either it's deviating away from index or it's deviating below it. And then it's the market maker's job to return it to the index. Like, you know, like there's a balancing happening.
Well, when the order flow is even and you have as many buyers and sellers and somebody comes up with a huge sell, it's not the same as if when everybody's looking to buy and somebody comes up with a huge buy. The price impact is going to be much higher in that case. Literally, you can pump. You can. I mean, Drew probably knows about price impact a lot. Could be interesting to have him explain us what happens.
You explained it well before. You said, okay, let's say this is Bitcoin at 110K, which is where we're at now, right? Up here is Bitcoin at $1 million. And then down here is Bitcoin at, say, 10K, $10,000. So this is not to scale, obviously. But, you know, we're all used to an order book being like, oh yeah, there's a wall here, there's not much going on here, then there's another big wall, then there's like not much going on. There's a lot of people up here stacking to sell. And then on the sell side, it's like, okay, there's a wall here, and then there's not much happening here, then there's walls here of buying, like people want to buy it at, you know, say 60K or whatever. What you're saying is that if all of this got eliminated, like all of these cells on the sell side of the book, and the next best price that someone's willing to sell Bitcoin at is $1 million, then someone just buys at market value $1 worth of Bitcoin.
It's enough to inflate.
It's gonna shoot it up.
Exactly.
And then the next price is $1 million. Yeah, I know what you mean, man.
That's what a bubble is. That's why 2000 crisis happened. You know, it's because it was
it's like
inflated.
a slippage effect. Yeah,
but everybody's pressing the same side. Like everybody's looking to buy Nvidia right now or whatever the hype thing is. You end up in a bubble because there's just not enough people selling. It's too imbalanced.
Yeah.
And so things do 10x up. Yeah. I don't think Bitcoin is in a bubble yet. Honestly, like it's a small bubble for now.
I mean, it's a reinflating bubble. We know that because it inflates and then it bursts, but then it reinflates and comes back again. It's like a zombie bubble, you know. But the attractive thing about Bitcoin is that there is a very stacked order book on both sides, so it's got a lot of liquidity, which means whales can play around. They can splash around without, you know, driving the price up too hard or dropping it too fast. Like,
but we are running out of cells, no? Because we're in price discovery, we're running out of cells. So now it's time to start the bubble and inflation effect, right?
Yeah, I mean
potentially we could start it. Yeah.
When you get that eruption up because the book is thin, that's called a supply shock. Like there's you know, we've run out of supply. The price has to rise. Like, you know, you get an explosion in price. It happened during COVID. The cost of toilet paper or just the cost of basic things went up because there was a supply shock. There wasn't enough supply to meet the demand of the customers. Like customers wanted the stuff, but there wasn't enough to go around. So, or computer components. Do you remember in 2020 when you tried to buy, like, you know, a CPU or a GPU? The price went up because there just wasn't enough to go around, and places were sold out everywhere, and yeah. So a
we've
supply
seen
shock is a
the
good thing if you're a
well,
bull.
we're still waiting for that supply shock, right? Because it's been 1
Mm.
year of accumulation in 2024, and we've bursted that 74. We got like 30% rise, and
Yeah.
then we corrected that all the way down to almost where that rise started from, and like we were supposed to have a bit the biggest supply shock ever on Bitcoin because it accumulated for a whole year below its
Yeah.
previous all-time high and all. I'm not sure, like, yeah, I
Well,
guess we got 30%, but it seems
do you
still I'm greedy. Like it still seems not enough.
this drop? Do you remember this? This drop here was the FTX collapse, right?
No, it's on the left.
People, what do you mean on the left? Yeah, this drop here was when FTX collapsed in 2022, November of
Oh yeah, right.
2022,
Luna
right?
is on the left, right?
Yep.
Luna
Yeah,
is the left.
Luna and Celsius are over here. They were much more severe, only because Bitcoin was like a bunch of hot air. Like it was very like over levered. Like it was very hot. This was a deleveraging event. So was that, and then FTX was like the final straw, and then we found our floor, right?
Yeah, can you go block scale because
However,
that drop is bigger than it seems on your chart. Like on your chart, it seems like it's a small drop, but yeah, there you go. You see the difference? That drop from 20 to 15 in
performance.
percentages
Yeah, in a
is
perform.
almost as big as the FTX collapse. Actually, it's just that
Yeah.
without log, it seems smaller, but it's
Mm.
not smaller. Really.
Yeah. So the dollar drop though, like Bitcoin falling to a value. Anyway, back to what I was trying to say. This FTX collapse caused fear in the market. Do you remember people saying, you know, get off exchanges? Like we don't know, like which exchange is gonna like is not doesn't have
Yeah.
one for one backing. Like you know, Binance came out with a thing saying, oh, you know, we've verified our reserves, right? Reserves verified, and then Coin Market Cap, you had like a little tick. Where's the exchanges? Exchanges. So on Coin Market Cap, you had this little tick. They've taken it away now, but each exchange basically had like an audit, and you either passed it or failed it or didn't do one, so you didn't get the tick. But anyway, a lot of people at the time, out of fear, took their crypto off the exchange, off exchanges. So Coinbase, whatever you name it, people were taking crypto off exchanges. So that means that there was nothing ready to cause resistance because there was no sales, there was no supply on the books to resist the price, and that the theory was that like you know
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
there
I see
wasn't
where
much
you're
crypto
going.
on
Yeah.
exchanges. Yeah, so there was a supply shock. Like as soon as demand stepped in, there was just nothing ready to go to resist the price, and it
I
shot
remember
up. You know?
the metric of there was a huge increase in the amount of small wallets that own less than one Bitcoin at the bottom of the bear
Yeah.
market. So it's retail that bought the dip here. Well, in part, well, part
Yeah.
partially at least.
Do you remember that little basement to the market after FTX crashed, and you know we were coming down to 15K? Like it was so scary, but it was this little basement here was the best time to be accumulating anything really. Well, Bitcoin.
Not alts, they all went lower. It's what I did personally. All my alts got bought
Yeah.
there, and I've been holding them since. So
I
basically,
started here. I bought Bitcoin early. I bought it over here. I bought it in a high. Like I got sucked into thinking that was our bottom, and so I bought thinking, oh yeah, we've turned a corner. We're going to recover that drop. You know, it's going to consolidate and come up again.
Yeah, you got
So
caught by the bear flag.
exactly. It was a nasty bear flag. And
Well,
I had to basically to defend that position because it was leverage. I had to de-lever by increasing my margin, and I was just over time I was just adding to my margin to like rebalance my. I think what started as a 10x, I turned it into down to like a 3x by this time because I had added enough margin to de-lever my position and de-risk it. And then the market turned around, but there was still the confidence hadn't returned yet, even though we had this nice recovery. This fall here was very like sobering at the time. It was like
It's the most scary
it's
I've
scary.
seen since 15K. Like we haven't had something that
Yeah.
scary since. Feeling
was-
wise, the others didn't scare me.
It was,
That one was
and the
really
writing was on the wall. Like
USDC
look at that.
depegged.
Resistance here, resistance
Yeah.
here. Like
And-
it was
and an
like
ABC.
And then look at how it treated it in the future. Like it used it as a launch pad. It used it as support right here.
That
The
dump was
crazy thing-
scary
It's-
because the
It's funny how that happens. And then
The
look,
dump-
double bottom.
So Zushi's been
Yeah.
talking about a 5% retracement, right? Look at that. That's 5K. Look at what the percentage of that retracement right there is, and it's still only 5K.
20%. 20%. Yeah. And that is the
That-
power of logarithm. Like
That 19K dump, honestly, it really felt like Bitcoin could have just went straight for a lower low below 15.5 because we had stable coins depegging. We had like really. I mean, it's not.
Everybody was calling for 8K. Remember, it was like we're going to 8K. We're going to 8K. Everybody.
No, but it was really happening, man. We had stable coins. They were losing value. I remember Dbloc was trading his USDC to try to repeg it or stuff like that. Like,
I totally remember that. Zushi. Yeah,
it wasn't only Fed. It was really happening, and then it stopped
what's
with Elon.
interesting?
It's Elon who stopped it there. When
Yeah.
people saw his tweet, they were like, oh, "You're right. Let's trust crypto, not stable coins."
This
And-
will highlight.
Actually, I think we're lucky, Zushi, because anything could have just destroyed the entire market. Like right there could have been the end. That could have been the end of crypto. I mean,
Well, maybe not the end, but we
Look
could
at-
have gone lower than 15.5, yeah, but to create a bigger ABC and maybe potentially reverse upside to the upside with other news or whatever. It was really scary.
Look at
those
this.
times, though.
This is an interesting thing that sort of highlights the difference between like performance and price. Like price and performance, very different metrics, and like that is why we have like linear and logarithmic. But look, this is $5,000 of value. I'm not changing the value. Hang on a minute. Wait. 5,000, right? If you go linear and you drag that 5,000 up, look at the percentage change. $5,000 used to mean 50% of the market back at 10K, right? 5 grand is half the market, or half the price rather, the value. Then you drag that up to now, it means nothing. It means like 4%. So the bigger the market gets, $5,000 in price change does not mean much.
Can you check BTC USDC on Binance, because it went to 50K, so it has a wick to 50K.
To say it the same way, Rick, if you look at it, used to be when the stock market moves 300 points, 400 points, that was a big day.
Oh,
now
yeah,
the stock market
exactly.
moves 600, 700 points, and it's like, okay, well, it's just 600, 700 points. It's just that's
Yep.
just a bad day. It's not a
Another
if
way.
the market moved 600 points back when it was 300 points on a normal bad day, it'd be like, holy shit, black
Yeah.
day.
It's the same analogy, or like to use an analogy is, let's say you have a sibling that's 2 years older than you, like, and you're 4 years old, or okay, wait, a 4-year difference. So you're 4, they're 8. They're twice your age. But then when you're in your 90s, your age becomes closer in a way, like in comparison, because you're only 4 years different, but you're both very much elderly. But when you're young, the differential's so huge, like you're double, like your
One of
siblings
you's in
double
school,
your
and
age.
one of you's going to middle school. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's like with price, with markets, it's like, when the activity, and this is why altcoins, like shitcoins, are so high performance, is because they're so young and they're so little, their market cap's so baby that it only takes a couple of $1 million to make them pump hundreds and hundreds of percent,
Hey,
or
real
whatever.
quick, Rick. Real quick, just for
Yeah,
everybody watching.
anyway.
Yeah, we broke down below that again, that trend line. We tried to come up
Oh,
above,
yeah?
we broke back down again. Yep.
The micro, yeah.
Yeah, just on the 3 or 5.
Yeah. I see it. Yeah, I see that. Yep, the local breakdown. Yep. Sorry, Zusi. What was that thing you were saying about?
Oh, nothing important. I forgot.
No. Bitcoin versus USDC. Bitcoin versus
Yeah,
USDC.
I mean, it's just funny to remember what we went through, right? And if you look at BTC USDC Binance chart, when that dump to 19K happened in USDT, Bitcoin pumped to 50K in USDC, and that wick
I can
actually.
compare them. Yeah.
Why
I'll
not just
stack
go?
'em.
Just look
Yeah,
BTC
BT to
USDC.
BT USDC. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
On
first one on
Binance
Binance.
spot.
Yeah. Now look at
And
the
then
wick it did
I'll make
on the left.
And are you talking? Is it some recent performance that happened
No,
with it?
no. It's at 9 that back at the bottom of the bear when USDC depegged.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yep.
When we dumped to 19K, it actually pumped to 50K on this chart, and so if you were holding long on BTC USDC, you were protected.
Look at that. Yeah, is that pump you're talking about?
Yeah, that wick. Yeah. Like
and that is exactly what you were talking about. Like the book, when the book becomes thin. Yeah, the order book became thin enough to where.
You see that wick? While Bitcoin dumped to
I'm just trying to
19K,
line
it
it up.
jumped to 50K on USDC chart. Like, I mean, we've seen crazy stuff happen. Really crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's insane.
Now with ETFs
is
and
it?
regulation, hopefully this kind of stuff isn't going to happen again, but I don't trust USDC personally because I know it does it. USDC hasn't had such big depegs.
How come there's all of this missing data on USDC? Is that because they stopped it? Look, it goes from September of 2022 and then it jumps to March of 2023. Like where's November and December and October?
No, it's the
missing
Binance,
data.
Hold on, Binance may have delisted.
Delisted it for a bit. Yeah. That must have been because of that. Yeah.
No, USDC didn't exist before, so they recreated the historic price on the left, no?
Oh, really?
USDC is pretty new.
Maybe.
USDC is pretty
Yeah,
new.
when
on
was it?
exchanges. Well, before it depegged. I don't know, but I don't remember.
How do I line this up? There's April. Oh wait, here we go. Here's some normality on the right here. April and May lining up. Okay. See, look, this is missing time. It's like USDC slipped into a coma and it's got missing time between October and March. See that?
Yeah.
See the big jump on the top? It's like all of that's missing from USDC's history. But yeah, man.
But that
you know
week
what's
really
real
happened,
whack?
and you could trade it. Like people sold the wick. I know. It really happened.
You know, oh yeah. You know what's crazy is Binance US Bitcoin pair on Binance US exchange because they had like liquidity issues and they had these crazy dumps and crazy pumps.
Yeah, but that one was odd because nobody was complaining about being stopped out or actually having been able to buy Bitcoin on the wick. So it's not the same.
One.
I don't know.
Look at that one. That went to $138,000. Like it.
Well, there you go.
That's
a confluence for a TP. No, you see, there's a lot of confluence around 130, 140K because you even have a wick.
I think that's a case of the order book becoming cleared, and there was nothing for sale on the book at that time. So some whale completely cleared the order book and slipped because Binance US didn't have the liquidity to match their order.
Yeah, and USDC was down to like 70 cents or 65 cents, if I remember right. USDC
crazy,
lost.
Man.
Stablecoin lost 30% value, 40%.
So this person that did that buy, they've got some Bitcoin that they bought for like above $130,000 at the time.
Remember the precursor wick theory? I remember Drew and Dbloc were talking about that like 4 years ago, the precursor wick idea, where you get a wick and it's a bit a precursor of what's going to happen. And I mean, that's a huge wick that's left in the chart, right?
Yeah, dude. So if, like, in theory, if this is still a problem on Binance US, you could set some buys for Bitcoin down at like 30K, 20K, or just, ladder in some limit orders on the book, just in case when there is a crash, the book runs out of liquidity and you get filled, like down here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
And then when it
potentially,
when it has to correct back to market value, you've just gained all this, like, price. Or on the same site, on the same token, if you hold Bitcoin on Binance US, you could put some sells in for like, $500,000, and it might fill. Like if you get another one of these like accidents
So
where the
I
book
do
gets
that on
cleared.
I do that on Coinbase,
Yeah.
Euro USD chart, because they have liquidity issues, and
Uh-huh.
when Dixie is aggressive or when there's news, they're having trouble keeping Euro USDC
Mhm.
pegged, and you can get amazing
Anomalies.
potentially. But it needs a lot of patience.
Yeah.
Like these are year-long
Yeah.
waiting stuff. But I do have orders still sitting, especially during the energy crisis where euro was collapsing and all. Coinbase was giving you better entries than other markets would, and some of the orders are still sitting there. Yeah. Well, in case, yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Take advantage of like an axe, like, just one of their weaknesses. It's like an
Exactly.
exploit. Yeah. You're exploiting their liquidity. Mm.
Well, it's a Coinbase issue only.
That's why I've got
Maybe they
a
solved
Hail
it
Mary
since, honestly.
XRP. I've got a Hail Mary XRP sell price of $8 right now on the book. So if for some reason something crazy happens, hopefully I get filled at $8 and I get to take profit up there,
Hopefully they take enough, Rick. I got mine at $7.99 now.
Hey.
I'm just playing.
Yeah. I mean, wild things do happen in crypto, but especially, oh, dude, on the low cap stuff, like on things that are like just there's nothing on the books, you just get crazy activity. This is what happens in DeFi. You get these insane wicks, like action, price action, all over the place. It's very irregular.
Yeah, similar 250K market cap.
Yeah, yeah, just stuff that's like micro cap. Like I'm talking, yeah, less than $100,000 market cap. Like all of the pump.fun memes that come out.
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking that.
Yep. And it makes them look good. And this is like the bait to people that don't understand the dynamics of markets, is that retail, like beginner retail, looks at, dog with jacket or some stupid coin on pump.fun, and they think, oh wow, look at the performance, and they chase that stuff, and it's garbage. It's all just like money games, like just little anomalies and things. They're chasing after that, but it's just so random, and you become a victim of the people that actually control those moves. You end up losing your money, I guess. I guess why this is the top 8: Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, BNB, Doge, Cardano, Tron. These are high liquidity. There's a lot of players in these, so you're unlikely to see those savage, 99% dumps, rug pull, especially with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's not going to do like a 99% dump out of nowhere. I highly doubt it.
I know instead of dropping more than the stock market, it drops similar now.
Yeah, and that's because the bigger it gets, the more it takes to move it. It's like the Titanic. unless you're an
I
iceberg.
don't know how true that is because we see huge caps like Nvidia being very volatile, right? We see huge stocks
Yeah,
like
that's true.
Tesla having 10% green and red days regularly. So
Well, let's check that Nvidia. You said on the daily, like there's
yeah, it's
some.
more volatile than Bitcoin. Yeah?
Yeah, this was an 18% day. Like that was that recovery pump off the tariff fear drop. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a lot of money, Nvidia. So it can happen. Yeah, you're right. It can.
America
And
beat
like
all
these.
records by losing $3 trillion in a single day. But
Oh
it's not
yeah,
that
that.
3 trillion exited the market. Nobody has 3 trillion in a bank account. It's just the imbalance of sales against buys lowered valuation by 3 trillion, but it wasn't liquid enough to handle that, right? If it was liquid enough,
Yeah.
people would have been able to TP without price dropping that much.
The true range, though, like I know we're talking about like peaks and troughs over weeks and months or whatever, but like if you follow the price like this, like inside of a range, it kind of goes like that, kind of like a Bollinger Band in a way. Like there's sometimes where the volatility expands, and like there, like you have to expand the bands to be able to accommodate the volatility. But yeah, Nvidia maximum volatility is like like this area here.
It's roughly like
on that
Bitcoin. No, it
very
pumped 40% since its bottom too, right? Even a bit more. Yeah.
like it's been very loud lately. Yeah, stock market.
It's behind though. Look,
So,
it's still far from its previous all-time high. While Bitcoin is the
I
better
know.
horse to bet on this time around, maybe.
Yeah, it's only like 15% off price discovery Nvidia. But
Well, it's one of the biggest stocks. So the 15% is
yeah, it's the third largest asset after gold and Microsoft. Nvidia. Bitcoin flipped Amazon. That's cool. That was yesterday, right? Next is Apple. Reminds me of
Oh.
that meme where Bitcoin is the Grim Reaper, and then on each door there's blood coming out, and it's got like Apple next, and then Microsoft next. Down the doors.
Right.
Yeah.
We're pretty far though. No, it's 3 trillion. We're at 2.2.
Yeah, it is pretty far. Yeah. That's Bitcoin getting to 150K pretty much to eclipse Apple and Nvidia, or maybe Apple.
I thought
The thing that
Saudi Aramco was like the biggest stock, but that was years ago. No.
Yeah,
pay
it's
attention to that.
it's still like up there. It's still in the top 10. It's pretty big.
Oh, it was during the bear market where it was Saudi Aramco being the biggest. Yeah. Yeah, we need oil whether things are bullish or bearish.
Berkshire Hathaway, that's impressive for just an investment firm to be like the 12th largest. That's why he's the GOAT, man.
He's the
Warren
retiring.
Buffett.
He's the retiring goat.
Yeah. It's insane. Like it's just mind numbing how much wealth. And then who inherited Charlie Munger's, will? Like I wonder what his will looked like and who got it. Probably, children or whatever. Family trust. Anyway, Bitcoin's coming back up into the triangle. It's coming back into the party. Look at that. Just trying to get back into the party. How many people are tuned in on Dbloc's YouTube stream? 216. Hey. Smash the like button. See how much higher we can get it. It's at 137 likes. Really, some people hit it at that time. 137 up to what now? 142. Hey, there's some people are listening. That's good.
We all listening, man. We all listening.
Yeah. I'm gonna put a little kangaroo in the chat. Greetings from Australia.
Well, happy Friday, Rick.
Happy Friday, yeah. You guys are still Thursday night, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Thursday afternoon if you're West Coast. Yeah, let's I'm gonna check out the 8-pane view of all the meme coins. Yeah, dude, Mudang is on the move again. My god. Mudang, you crazy animal. Is this new highs? No, not quite yet.
Everything is like up 5% though on the alt sphere, while Bitcoin is
I
up
have a
1-2%.
Yeah.
Roughly
I have a
everything is
feeling.
up. Oh.
Yeah. I have a feeling this weekend is going to be very active for altcoins. Like memes especially, like the stock market will be closed. So that's a stability thing. Bitcoin may consolidate and then the alts feel comfortable playing, you know what I mean?
I love how you say active and playing instead of just bullish.